Infinity Sky. From Tough. Written by Kristen Lepionka. Read by Christine Vam. They were called the Speed Dragons. Jeremy first laid eyes on them in the lobby of the Columbus Hotel. 4 smug guys in nearly identical Affliction t-shirts, dragging their gear across the polished floor. They made a beeline for Chess, her boyfriend, who lounged with Jeremy's guitars on a leatherette ottoman, and the band members engaged him in conversation for several minutes before Chess finally shook his head and pointed to Jeremy standing in line at the front desk. Like it was just then occurring to him that they were looking for her. Jeremy felt a stab of irrational hatred for the Speed Dragons as they gazed at her. Blank. But she was forced to turn away, her attention pulled into this new indignity. No, there's been a mistake. I'm supposed to be in the penthouse suite with the view of the river, she said, shaking her head at the room keys in their little paper sleeve. The wedding planner told her it had all been arranged. It was all supposed to be arranged. The desk clerk nodded. We've had the tiniest change of plans, she said, then dropped her voice to an unapologetic whisper. We have some very high-profile guests in the hotel this weekend. Jeremy considered. So no one recognized her here. Fine. Even though she still looked as good as the girl in that white miniskirt on the cover of Touch and Go. Or at least that girl's slightly older sister, more or less. But that was beside the point. She could feel her personal equity receding, like soil erosion of the spirit. As it was, she'd already compromised by flying coach. There isn't a first class on Chautauqua Airlines regional commuter flight, the wedding planner had told her, getting a little snippy. It's only for 2 hours. Is it that big of a deal? But Jeremy was the one who had to buy Chess 3 Bloody Marys on the plane just to make him shut up about it. $9 each, and she could smell the cheap vodka from 2 seats away. It was getting to be a bit much to endure, even for $10,000. Now the Speed Dragons were heading her way. Jeremy didn't need to meet them in order to distill this band down into their essence. There would be a Brad among them, and a Wesley or a Corbin, a weekday afternoon radio DJ, and an ad agency project manager. The quiet-looking one in the fedora would be the only real musician of the group, but he would avoid any kind of direct attention, terrified that someone would discover his terrible secret. Bald at the age of 28. The wedding planner had passed along their LP so that Jeremy could learn the songs in preparation, but she hadn't. Listen, she said to the hotel clerk, wanting to be done with it before the Speed Dragons knew all about her business. Forget it. The 17th is fine. It's a lovely room, the clerk said. Great views of the insurance building. After the wedding, Doug Beavers rode the sad little shuttle back to the hotel and fumed. It was almost funny how some smug assholes just think they're the center of the universe, but others, even though it hurts to admit it, actually are. They somehow know everyone that you know. They've already been everywhere you could hope to go. They even turn up at your cousin's stepdaughter's wedding and charm the pantyhose off every woman there. Bennett Langdon was one of those assholes. It transcended coincidence. It was just the way things were. Beavers bet Langdon had a private driver to take him to the reception. No way a guy with that much cash would ride on a shuttle bus, with its stained gray-brown seats and sticky floor, and vague chemical blueberry deodorizer in the air, which gave the impression that someone had recently peed inside the vehicle. At least Langdon had come to the wedding alone. I bet he didn't get an and guest, his cousin murmured sympathetically when they both discovered the horror. That Langdon was some peripheral friend of the groom's family. It would have been undeniably worse if he'd turned up at Beaver's cousin's stepdaughter's wedding with Celia Beavers on his arm. This was not out of the question. It had only been a year earlier that the whole affair went down, His plain, good-hearted wife, and the cap-toothed charmer who taught the 6-session self-actualization seminar that Beavers himself had paid for Celia to attend. It was hardly a fair fight. Langdon, silver-tongued devil of the self-help aisle, versus Doug Beavers, weeble-shaped middle manager. The affair was long over by now, but the divorce was forever. And Beavers was the type to hold a grudge. "I really wish you could just relax and have a good time," his cousin said when he stalked back to the table with a plate piled high with bacon-wrapped watered chestnuts. "Oh, I'm having a great time," Beavers said. Langdon was currently holding court near the wedding cake, with 2 of the bridesmaids, who were giggling behind their wrist corsages. "I just want to keep my eye on him. No surprises. But Dougie probably doesn't even know you're here. Then it's even more important to know where he is," Beavers said. He set down the hors d'oeuvres plate and headed in the direction of the bar. "Penthouse," he heard Langdon say to the women. "It's got an incredible view." So, it was not the worst performance of her career. No, that honor would have to go to the gig in Berlin when her bass player puked on one of the tube amps and shorted out the entire sound system. But it was, quite frankly, a close call. The Speed Dragons played angsty garage rock versions of The Electric Slide and Butterfly Kisses, while Jeremy faked along. If not for the weed that Chess had procured from a bellhop, she would have been in tears. As it was, she wondered how many more times she'd be able to play Infinity without her head exploding. "Sweet forever sugar," she sang as the newly wedded couple swirled around the ballroom during their first dance. Infinity sky. This was the whole reason she was here. The rich, dim Midwestern bride having always dreamed of dancing to the tune played live by Jeremy Jones herself at her wedding. It was a wildly inappropriate choice, nothing but a heroin-soaked ballad about, well, heroin. But the masses, with their endless capability to misunderstand, had turned it into a mainstream love song, rocketing Jeremy out of the indie punk world and into the spotlight for a moment in time. The moment had since passed, long since passed, but the song endured. "I just can't even tell you," the bride gushed at her afterward. "Having you here, oh my God, I want you to stay all night." "Totally," Jeremy said, accepting a clammy hug before departing immediately. She sought refuge in the lobby bar, where 2 bourbons filled in the cracks left by the mediocre weed. She sat against the wall and half-watched a silent baseball game on a television mounted to the wall, and willed no one to speak to her. But she was only midway through the second drink when a large, oniony presence appeared to her right. "Don't I know you from somewhere?" the guy asked with a blast of gimlet breath. Jeremy looked at him. He was fat and 50-ish, sloppily buttoned into an odd gray tux, the bow tie of which dangled from one shoulder like it was trying to get away from him. He had hair the color of nothing and pale gray eyes that seemed to have trouble focusing. "You're not famous or something, are you?" "No, I was just at the wedding," Jeremy said. "Which side?" her new friend said. "Bride or groom?" "Bride." "Yeah, me too, my cousins. Can I just watch the ball game, please?" At this, the guy laughed way too hard. "The ball game?" "Yeah," Jeremy said. "I want to watch the ball game." "You're interested?" "I am." "Okay, Abner Doubleday, who's playing?" "For the love of God," Jeremy muttered. She slid off the bar stool and tossed a crumpled tip next to her half-empty glass. "For such a baseball fan, you're a pretty poor sport," the guy said. He spun around on his stool and grabbed her ass. Jeremy bristled, but walked away without looking back. "Ohio fucking sucks," she announced as she exited the bar, to a few mutters of agreement and one whooping cheer. Chess was sitting on the bed with the bellhop when she walked into the room. "Wow, are you her?" the bellhop said. "Yup," This is Jeremy Jones, 1997's Best New Artist nominee, Chess said in a fake announcer voice. He held a smoldering joint with one hand and sifted through a pile of minibar snacks with the other. 1998, Jeremy said, shooting him the finger. If you set the sprinklers off, I'll kill you. Don't worry, the bellhop said. He was a lanky kid with reddish hair buzzed into a fade. We got it covered. He pointed up at the smoke detector, which was shrouded with a dripping wet washcloth. He offered her the weed, but Jeremy shook her head. I'm exhausted, she said. Can we wrap up this party? It's only 9:30, Chess said. Seriously? She flopped onto the edge of the bed. The room was beige and claustrophobic. It had an anonymous quality to it, like a shared cubicle at the phone company. I think time is messed up in Ohio. It's stuck or something. Tell me about it, the bellhop said. He unscrewed the cap on a tiny bottle of Bailey's and chugged it. Jeremy lay down on the edge of the bed and selected a whiskey bottle from the pile, drinking it without sitting up. Then she rolled off the bed and went to the window. Great views of the insurance building, she muttered. The building in question was a concrete void with a blinking radio antenna on the top. Hey, she said finally, you don't have keys to the penthouse suite, do you? This has to be the worst idea ever, the bellhop whispered as they padded single file off the 18th floor elevator. But I'm just high enough to go along with it. I just want to see the view, Jeremy whispered back. She steadied herself on the wall with one palm. The night was getting silvery, like she was viewing herself through a window streaked with liquid diamonds. Do you think the minibar has better shit up here? Chess asked. What, like tiny bottles of Cristal? That would be awesome, the bellhop said. Okay, this is it. They stood in front of the door. It looked pretty ordinary. The bellhop rapped sharply on it with a knuckle and called out, Room service! No response. Room service! The bellhop said again, knocking louder this time. Nothing. He turned to Jeremy and gave her an impish smile. She decided that she'd sleep with him, if it came up. Let's do it, she said. The bellhop inserted a plastic key card into the slot and pushed the door open slowly. Jeremy practically heard angels singing. The room was at least twice the size of hers, decorated in plush navy blue instead of beige, with a whole separate living room area and kitchenette. Chess made a beeline for the minibar. Shit, there's macadamia nuts in this one, he said. Jeremy headed for the window, but froze just after she crossed into the bedroom. The room was not, as it turned out, empty. Fuck, Jeremy said. A dark, lumpy shape was snoring quietly from the bed. Fuck. Oh man, we need to get out of here, the bellhop said from behind her. But the window, with its view of the river, was right there just a few feet away. Jeremy darted toward it and parted the curtains, but it was too dark to see anything other than the ghost of her own reflection. Okay, Jeremy whispered. We can go. As she crept back past the snoring lump, it stirred and emitted an oniony belch. Wait a minute, she said, turning back. She squinted in the thick darkness at the man's face. No fucking way, she said. Of all the high-profile guests in the hotel, this asshole from the bar was the one who took her room? Come on, let's go, the bellhop whined. Jeremy held up a hand. She wished she had a Sharpie. The man's dumb, doughy face was just begging for a freehand mustache. He twitched and rolled to the side, his jacket flopping open. Jeremy saw the bulky square of a wallet peeking out of the pocket. Even better. Doug Beavers had a problem. More accurately, he had several problems, but with varying degrees of urgency. 1, his head felt like a malfunctioning tilt-a-whirl. 2, his mouth tasted like onions. 3, his pants were spattered with Bennett Langdon's blood. Things had gone bad pretty fast. He'd sat in the bar for a long time, drinking overpriced gimlets and working up a stormy rage over Langdon and the bridesmaids. Somewhere in there, he decided that it was his moral obligation to intervene. Those nubile satin-sheathed maidens needed protection. Langdon was a predator. But when Beavers got up to the top floor of the hotel, Langdon had opened the door with a quizzical smile. And it was clear he was still alone. It was also clear that he had no idea who Beavers was, which somehow made it all worse. Beavers stammered, losing his nerve within 2 seconds. I went to one of your seminars last year. Langdon had just loved the sound of that and invited Beavers in for a drink, which was more or less the last thing Doug Beavers needed. But halfway into that drink, Langdon disappeared into the bedroom and reported that he had to get ready to meet up with a young lady he'd met at the wedding. Women at weddings are just so game, he called. Are you getting lucky tonight, my man? That was enough for Beavers. A tingling in his chest traveled down his arm and into his fist. Reactivated, he was on his feet in a second, aimed like a surface-to-air missile toward his enemy. He threw the punch before he even realized he was in the bedroom. And what a punch it was. A glorious right hook that connected with Langdon's jaw just as he turned away from the bathroom mirror, looking alarmed. Airborne for a second, Langdon tumbled backward into the shower, sputtering blood. Beavers moved in for the coup de grace with a primal yell, a kick to the chin. It sounded awful, an unnatural wrenching of bone and skin. Langdon went instantly slack-eyed and still. Wigging out, Beavers backed out of the bathroom and sat on the bed. But there was blood on the mirror, on the sink, and it turned his stomach. Did that really happen? He peered back into the bathroom. Yes, it had. He pulled the door closed. Now he did need that drink. He went for the liquor bottle with both hands. A few hours later, he'd come to on the bed, a sharp line of sunlight from the windows across his torso. He sat up halfway and rubbed his face. A plastic room key was stuck to his cheekbone in a slick of gummy, dried drool. At first, it felt like a dream, until he realized that dreams, no matter how vivid, don't actually bleed on you. A glance at the clock revealed that it was 10 in the morning. He had to piss, but there was no way he was opening that bathroom door. He looked through the peephole into the hallway and saw a housekeeping cart 3 doors down. Motherfucker, he said. He flung open the closet and flipped through the items hanging there, settling on a pair of flat front khakis. He dropped his own bloody pants and pulled Langdon's on. Or tried to, a plan that might have worked 80 pounds ago, but not now. Beavers clutched his infuriatingly large belly and kicked the pants back into the closet. The housekeeping cart was now 2 doors away. He had no choice but to pull on the fluffy terry cloth bathrobe hanging on a hook on the back of the bathroom door. It smelled like hotel and Langdon's obnoxious Old Spice, but it did at least fit. Beavers grabbed his room key off the bed and darted out into the hallway, his bloody pants tucked under his arm like a football. But down on the 10th floor, he inserted the room key into the slot and was met with a blinking red light. He inserted the key again and again, not understanding. The key on the bed must have been Langdon's, he realized. His own key was in his wallet, which had formerly been in his jacket pocket, but was no more. The wallet, he concluded, had to be back in Langdon's room. Beavers banged his head on his own locked room door, cursing the day he ever filled out the little RSVP for his cousin's stepdaughter's wedding in the first place. He tried shouldering the door open, the way you see hero spies do it in the movies. He tried jamming Langdon's key in and out of the lock in the hope of confusing the electronic gatekeeper into submission. Eventually, he just headed back to the elevator and hit the up arrow. But when the door slid open, 2 uniformed cops blinked out at him. He mumbled. There was no way he could go back up to the room now. Sorry, I was going down. Jeremy woke up devastatingly hungover. The inside of her mouth tasted like campfire and Cheetos. She was fully clothed, her head resting on the bellhop's stomach. Chess was spread-eagled on the floor, the bedspread tangled around him. She had a vague memory of buying round after round of drinks for everyone in the lobby bar, using Abner Doubleday's American Express. This explained the hangover, but not the Cheetos. She closed her eyes again. When she woke the second time, it was afternoon. She moved to the floor and smoked half a joint with Chess while the bellhop took a shower. What the hell should we do here all day? She said. Our flight isn't until 5. Chess waggled the joint at her. Isn't this entertainment enough? Jeremy took a drag. Back in the touch-and-go days, the morning after a gig had held a wild, raw magic. Her fingers sore, her voice hoarse, champagne for breakfast. Although she knew it was impossible, she couldn't remember ever being hungover on that tour. Yeah, I guess, she said. The bathroom door slammed open then. You guys, the bellboy said. Jeremy turned. He was brandishing his cell phone. There's a dead guy upstairs. Jeremy didn't understand at first. What? In the penthouse! There's cops everywhere! What? Jeremy repeated. Then it hit her. Wait, no. That guy was passed out, not dead. What the fuck happened? My friend said there's homicide detectives and everything, the bellhop said. They're talking to everyone who tries to leave the hotel. Jeremy dropped her head to her hands. It was certainly going to be hard to explain how she happened to be in possession of that American Express card last night. Fucking Ohio, she said. Still clutching his bloody pants football, Beavers lurked around the second-floor mezzanine and watched from behind a pillar as a coroner's stretcher arrived and then departed with Langdon inside a rubber sack. When the lobby seemed to reach a momentary lull, he descended the stairs and tried to cross the polished floor with confidence. He imagined he was Bennett Langdon. Look at me. I'm an asshole millionaire. I'm walking around a hotel in a bathrobe, but it's okay because I fucked your wife. The effect of this was more unnerving than empowering. By the time he made it to the front desk, Beavers was shaking. Excuse me? He said timidly. The clerk turned to him, wiping her eyes. She was clutching a balled-up tissue. She did not appear to notice his robe. Sir? Beavers said. I seem to have misplaced my room key. Can I get a new one? It's Douglas Beavers, room 1016. The clerk nodded. I just need to see your ID, Mr. Beavers. She wiped her nose. We've had an incident in the hotel this morning, so we've been asked to be extra cautious. Cautious? Beavers repeated. Well, he added, improvising, as it turns out my ID is in my room, which I cannot access. The clerk considered this. Beavers smoothed the lapel of his bathrobe meaningfully. Of course, sir, the clerk said finally. She gave him a small smile. You probably want to get out of that bathrobe, she added. Oh, yes, Beavers said. Safely inside his own room, Beavers took a shower and contemplated his next move. The wallet must have been stuck between the cushions of the leatherette sofa or under the bed or somewhere else out of sight, since he hadn't seen it when he had been up there. And reason had it that the police hadn't seen it yet either, since their first stop after finding it would have no doubt been his room. He developed a new set of plans. Plan A. Wait until the police were gone and go back into Langdon's room for the wallet. They had to leave eventually, he figured. And it had been a couple hours already. He couldn't get very far without the wallet, given that he had an hour-long drive to get home to Springfield and his car was hovering on E. Plan B, live forever in room 1016. He figured that he had a few dozen hotel nights worth of available credit on the American Express he used to book the room. Well, maybe not quite that many, he realized as he ordered 2 $20 cheeseburgers and a beer from room service. He needed sustenance if he was going to stay sharp for his mission. At some point during the day, it became imperative to Jeremy that they return the wallet. Though getting high in the middle of a crisis had never had any other effect on her, she started to get panicky and decided it was the fault of the wallet and not the weed. Look, she explained to Chess and the bellhop. They'd already missed their flight due to being too freaked out to leave the hotel. There were cops talking to everyone in the lobby. I used this card to buy I don't even know how much liquor last night. I need to get rid of it. What if they come here and do a search? I think it was something like $1,800. The bellhop said unhelpfully. Jeremy regretted that she ever considered sleeping with him. Chess, suffering from sympathy paranoia, nodded along. But we can't just dump it somewhere, he said, because as soon as they find it, they'll start trying to trace who dumped it, which makes the whole thing worse. Maybe we could destroy it. Like how? Chess flicked the lighter. Jeremy pointed at the smoke detector. I don't think the washcloth trick will work if we set a wallet on fire. Maybe we could cut it apart, the bellhop suggested, and flush it down the toilet. After sending the bellhop out into the hotel for a pair of scissors, the three of them stood around the low-flow toilet as Jeremy cut an experimental corner off Doug Beaver's driver's license and let it fall into the bowl. She pressed the flusher and held her breath. But the low water pressure wasn't even enough to make the plastic triangle flutter. Fucking conservation, she muttered. She cut off a larger chunk and dropped that into the toilet too, but no dice. Finally, she reached into the water and retrieved the driver's license pieces, shoving all of them back into the little plastic compartment. The police have to leave eventually, right? Chess nodded. They do. No, the bellhop said. No, that's an even worse idea than going in there in the first place. Jeremy shrugged. There was no other way. The weed made her feel certain of this. We're going to have to put it back in the room, she said. Beavers conducted some light recon. First, he waited until evening fell, then crept down to the lobby to look for cops. Everything appeared normal again, though. Phase 1? Check. Then Beavers sat down on a leatherette ottoman and faced away from the desk as he dialed the hotel's main phone number from his cell. Good evening, Columbus Hotel. How can I help you? Yes, I'm in room, 1610, he said quietly. And I've been burgled. You've been what? Burgled. Sir? I think I might have seen someone going into that poor man's room last night. He tried again. Can you send the police down to talk to me? 1610. There was a muffled pause. Beavers resisted the urge to look over his shoulder at the desk to see what was happening. Sir, if you have information about the incident in the hotel, you should contact the police immediately. They're no longer in the hotel, but I can give you the investigator's phone number if you have a pen. I'll call back when I can find a pen, Beavers said. Phase 2? Check. He rode the elevator up to the 18th floor, alone this time. Once the doors slid open, he cautiously stepped out and looked around. The hallway was deserted, and the only indicator that anything unusual had happened was a neon green seal over the frame of Langdon's door. These premises have been sealed by the Columbus Police Department. All persons are forbidden to enter unless authorized by the police or a public administrator. Beavers let out a short sigh and slit the seal with his Swiss Army knife. The room had a garbagey smell, but there was no time to contemplate it. He searched the sofa first. No wallet. Then he looked under the bed. No wallet there either. He went back to the door and retraced his steps. Doorway, kitchenette, sofa, bedroom, bathroom. He retreated quickly from the bathroom after seeing all that blood again. Langdon's head, Beavers could practically swear contained more blood than a normal head. Jesus Christ. He closed the bathroom door again and looked out at the room. He couldn't remember being in any of the other areas, but then again he had quite a few unaccounted-for hours. He crossed to the window and drew open the curtains, and it was then that he heard the unmistakable click of a key being inserted into the door. Jeremy screamed. "Oh my God, I thought you were dead!" Beavers screamed too. He got a little worried. Was he dead? The bellhop screamed and ran out of the room. Jeremy threw the wallet at the guy. "I don't know what's going on here, but I don't want anything to do with it." "Where did you get this?" Beavers said. "So no one died?" Jeremy said. She looked over her shoulder for explanation, but the bellhop was gone. "Well, I wouldn't say that exactly," Beavers said. They both spun around as the door opened again. "There he is! The ghost!" the bellhop said. 2 cops followed him into the room. "Okay," one of them said. "Which one of you would like to explain?" Beavers folded immediately. "It was an accident," he blubbered. "He fucked my wife and I don't know, I went crazy for a second and I thought I left my wallet in here, so I came back in to get it, but it turns out she had it and I don't even know." "Who are you?" the cop said to Jeremy. "Hey," the other cop said. "You're Jeremy Jones, right? Touch and Go?" He strummed a few notes on an air guitar. "That album defined my 20s. "Wait, what?" Beavers said. "Yeah, that's me," Jeremy said. She cocked her head at him and smiled. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the river beyond the window. That view. Just wow.
Slow Burner from Hush. Written by Laura Lipman. Read by Erin Bennett. Hi, it's Phil. New phone, who dis? Haha. I got a second phone. Pourquoi? Going to use regular number for business. This number for trying to bring you up to speed on seminal films of the 1980s and 90s. Welcome to the friend zone, matey. Funny. No parking in the friend zone. Remember when I showed you the movie Airplane, that time in Santa Monica? Yeah. Thrilled to be working with you again. You are absolutely aces, the best in the biz. Would have been devastated if you didn't want to work with me again, but not surprised. I'm really sorry I crossed the line. Crossed the streams, if you will. Question mark? Ghostbusters reference. Love the new one. Never saw original. Opposite for me. Misogynist. Hey! JK. I'm in SF next month. Maybe dinner? Let me check date. Liz is gathering the laundry when the phone slides out of Phil's khakis pocket. It's a cheap, basic model. It looks like a toy. But why would Phil have a toy? Liz and Phil don't have kids. They don't even have friends with kids. She looks at the phone on the bathroom floor. What to do with it? It seems natural, innocent even, definitely innocent, to pick it up and manipulate its buttons until this text thread comes into view. Liz has found several lost phones in their Logan Square neighborhood over the years, and she has always done her best to reunite them with their owners. She assumes Phil has found someone's phone while walking their dog, then didn't follow through on finding the phone's rightful owner. Only, Phil is the not-so-rightful owner, hiding behind a Utah area code. His correspondent, San Francisco area code, appears to be the contractor HW, who almost wrecked Liz and Phil's marriage 18 months ago. That was the code Phil used for her in his contacts, HW. A private joke, one Liz never sussed out. Now what? Liz cannot put the phone back in Phil's pocket and then put his pants in the wash, because the phone will be destroyed and he will replace it with another phone, one he will safeguard more carefully. Yet she also cannot ask Phil about the phone, much less the text. She promised she would never spy on him again. It was an easy promise to make and keep because she believed they were happy again and there would be no reason going forward to doubt him. She believed they were happy until a strange, cheap phone clattered to the bathroom floor. It is early April in Chicago, and the only thing predictable about the weather is how unpredictable it is. Phil left his denim jacket slung over the sofa when he came home last night, a habit of long standing, and headed out the door this morning in a peacoat. He had to walk 10 steps past the hooks in the vestibule to avoid hanging up his jacket. But he does that almost every day. Liz has tried everything to encourage Phil to hang up his jacket. Finally, at great expense, Phil's expense, to be fair, but he runs a venture capital firm and she's a private school teacher, she hired a carpenter to come to the house and restore the vestibule that a previous owner had dismantled, the final renovation in their home of almost 25 years. Their house was built in the early 20th century, a sturdy stone home for one of the financial whizzes of that era, then divided into apartments in the 1970s. The Kelseys rented the first floor as newlyweds, bought the house 15 years later, and eventually began to restore it, floor by floor, room by room. One now enters a toasty vestibule with a mission bench, hooks for coats, cubbies for wet shoes, and an antique umbrella stand. Almost every day, Phil sits on the mission bench and takes off his shoes. He puts his umbrella in the stand, then pushes open the heavy oak door with the stained glass window and throws his jacket on the sofa. Liz puts the phone in the denim jacket's right breast pocket. Phil is a man who is forever losing keys, wallets, phones. This absent-mindedness is deemed proof of his genius. Clearly, he is not in the habit, not yet, of taking this second phone everywhere he goes. He won't remember that he left it in his khakis. All he will feel is relief at finding it. Later that night, she notices him roaming the house, fidgeting, picking up piles of magazines and newspapers, poking under the mission bench in the vestibule. "Are you looking for something?" "I thought I left my keys in my pocket." "I hung your keys by the front door." There is a charming iron arrow by the front door with multiple hooks for keys. Phil never uses it. "Oh." He continues to pace, poke, search. At some point, he must slide his hand into the pocket of his denim jacket and find his new friend waiting for him. At any rate, he comes into the den, where Liz is reading, suddenly jovial and relaxed. "Do you want to watch a movie?" "Sure," she says, although she doesn't. She curls into his side on the sofa. Their pug crawls into her lap, snuffling wetly. Phil chooses Ghostbusters, the all-female reboot. "How old were we when the first one came out?" "I was 10. You were 9. She has never minded being older than he is. It's only a year, and Liz knows she looks good for her age. She also knows the old saying that cautions men to remember, whenever they meet a beautiful woman, that somewhere, someone is tired of her. Throughout the movie, Phil's fingers twitch as if yearning for purchase, the feel of the new phone. Who you gonna call? Who you gonna text? He will write about this later. The movie. His memories of the original. "You were right about Ghostbusters. I love the original, but the all-female reboot is better." Thumbs up emoji. "I can't believe all the misogynist crap it had to withstand. Not to mention the racist stuff. You were right. Sometimes I'm so embarrassed to be a man." Love, Kate McKinnon. "No bread for me," Phil says at dinner, "and no potatoes." Dinner is roast chicken, with carrots and potatoes roasted in its pan juices, homemade cheddar biscuits, and a salad. It's a perfect meal for the blustery night. Phil eats only white meat chicken and preempts the salad course. Are you doing keto? Nothing that formal. Just cutting out bread, starches. They make me logy. And you know I'm never really off the clock because I'm working with people across time zones. London's 6 hours ahead. San Francisco is 2 hours behind. I have to keep a clear head. Been reading this book, Grain Brain. It's interesting. You used to say that all diets were frauds, that every eating plan was, at bottom, just a gimmicky way to reduce caloric intake. She liked that Phil. She misses that Phil. I still think that, but I also find my head is so much clearer now. Giving up alcohol helps too. He takes a sip of LaCroix. Liz pours herself another glass of wine. It's a Pinot Noir, which pairs better with chicken than most white wines. There's no way she's going to give up alcohol right now. I ran 5 miles today. Ouch. Started again a few weeks ago. Gotta get fit. I'm an old man in a young man's game. Gotta keep up. You're not old, says the 29-year-old who looks like she's 22. You can't imagine being old. But you know what? I can't imagine you being old either. You will never be old. T.Y. Hey, I had a meeting with Willoughby. That guy. Did I ever tell you how I came to meet him? It's a funny story. 3 years ago, I was in Seattle, and I had to take a meeting with him. What a pig. He made us meet him for this dreadful vegan food, then insisted on going out for gelato, and when someone said gelato wasn't vegan, he got so angry, argued about it all night. That's Willoughby in a nutshell. His type. That's the reason we need people like you. We have to move away from this idea that having a great business model is a license to be rotten to people. The hubris on these guys. And they're all guys. 24 hours later. Just seeing this, sorry. He has left the phone in his jacket pocket, but the April day is mild, a classic Chicago tease, so his jacket is once again on the back of the sofa. Liz finds it when she comes in from a walk with Pugsley, and she can't help patting the pockets as she hangs it up. Ah, a lump. It makes her sad, embarrassed for him, to see the inequity of the exchange. Phil's logorrheic style, the girl's terse replies that she can't be bothered to punctuate. This is how it happened before, 18 months ago. He became conscientious about food, exercise. He bought new clothes. Liz started snooping, found his love letters to H.W., who clearly was keeping him at arm's length, but also wanted to continue working with him. He was a pipeline for future contracts, after all. Liz and Phil went to counseling. Liz admitted all her flaws and then some. She had been angry. She had been resentful of the chasm between their worlds, the high-flying venture capitalist and the high school English teacher. She had been cold. But she'd changed, become more solicitous, realized that the world's ego-stroking meant nothing to Phil if he didn't feel attended to at home. She had saved their marriage. Or so she had thought. Got my own burner. New phone, who dis? Ha. Why are you using a burner? It's fun. Like a secret club. Walkie-talkies like that TV show you're always talking about. The Wire. That's it. I can't believe you still haven't watched it. Everything okay at home? Jay saw that you were texting me again. Oh. Life's just easier if you don't pop up on my screen when I'm with Jay. I get it. Liz is the same way. I feel like she needs to stir up drama because she doesn't really have that much going on. She blows everything out of proportion. Or she renovates. And now that she's renovated every room in our house, she's buying art. She's always on me to pick out something for my office, like I care. She's bored. Sad. Miss Kelsey? Ms., she corrects absent-mindedly, her thoughts far from this classroom, her thoughts locked on the 2.8-inch display of a Samsung flip phone, wondering what messages might be flying back and forth. Mrs. Kelsey is okay too, but not Miss. Ms. Kelsey? Why was Zeus so awful? Awful? He's a rapist. Liz has been teaching a Greek mythology unit every spring for 10 years now. She begins with Demeter and Persephone. Chicago Aprils make it easy to imagine a world where spring might never come again. It's a private school, a progressive one verging on what her mother called hippy-dippy, and her students have always been quick to recognize the vagaries of the gods. Since #MeToo, however, they are even more disturbed by how the gods behave. Hades is a kidnapper, plain and simple. Why should Persephone be punished for eating a few seeds? Why is Medusa demonized for being raped? Why does Zeus force himself on unwilling women? Liz has always encouraged that inquiry, teaching Yeats's poem Leda and the Swan, which recognizes how frightened Leda must have been, carried skyward by a swan. Liz leans hard on Yeats's choice of terrified. To teenagers, the gods are like adults, taking themselves much too seriously, demanding respect they have not earned, changing the rules as it suits them, while torturing the puny mortals in their care. Gods are hypocrites and bullies. The students are not wrong. As a god, Liz says, Zeus believed himself entitled to what he wanted when he wanted it. Why does Hera put up with him? There aren't a lot of choices for gods when it comes to marriage. She's his sister. Gods can't be married to mortals. Mortals can't even look at the gods in their authentic state. Remember what happened to the mother of Dionysus when she asked to see Zeus in his true raiment? Hera tricked her into asking that. Why does Hera go after the women? Why doesn't she kill Zeus? Because he's immortal. Phil is not a god, but he is often treated like one because he gathers and allocates money for ideas that might change the world. He does not force himself on young women. He does not take on disguises to seduce them, nor does he turn them into creatures to hide his dalliances from his wife of almost 25 years. Phil's weakness, his Achilles heel, Liz thinks, is that he cannot resist the delight of being new to someone, anyone. To tell the stories that Liz already knows, having lived through many of them. Did I ever tell you about the time that I realized I was sitting in front of David Foster Wallace at the theater? ? It was in New York. A production of Lysistrata that had been a big hit at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival had been brought over. It was a hot ticket. They set it in the 1970s. The design, the look was borrowed from a satire of Marin County life called The Serial. The podcast? No, not Serial, The Serial. It ran in newspapers in San Francisco, just like Tales of the City by Armistead Maupin. Gesundheit. Ha ha. Anyway, they took the humor really low. Scatological even. There was this running joke about a woman with bulimia. It was gross. Maybe it worked in Scotland, but it was dying in New York. The third or fourth time the character fake vomited, the theater was dead silent. And then this big, booming laugh came from behind me. Turns out David Foster Wallace loved a good vomit joke. It wasn't David Foster Wallace, Liz thinks, staring at the phone. It was William Styron. How could he confuse the two? Then she realizes, H.W. wouldn't be impressed by Styron. But D.F.W. is a writer her generation might know. Phil is not only changing the story, he's tailoring it to make it more appealing to H.W. And, of course, there is no mention of Liz, who was the one who recognized Styron in the first place, who chose that production over the musical she really wanted to see because Phil hated musicals. It was her 30th birthday weekend. She felt so old. She was so young. In the wake of Alexander Hamilton's indiscretions, his wife sings that she's taking herself out of history. But Phil is taking Liz out of his. If she doesn't exist in Phil's stories, will she eventually not exist in his life? She's surprised Phil even remembers The Serial, a book that was quite dear to her. As for Tales of the City, he never read those books, but he watched the PBS television adaptation with her. He liked Laura Linney. "She's my type," he said to his brown-eyed brunette wife. "I mean, my type before I met you." HW is blonde and dimpled, like Linney. Liz has watched her TED Talk multiple times. Liz closes the phone. They say eavesdroppers hear no good of themselves, but that's the point of eavesdropping. It's a form of espionage, a device used by the Greeks and Shakespeare and daytime soap operas. The difference is that nowadays the device is done via device. A flip phone, a laptop. What device will she use to spy on Phil next time? And there will be a next time, Liz realizes. She's not the only one in need of drama in her life. Phil works 12, 14 hours a day and is immensely prized within his world. But he's not one of the tech CEOs who receives ceaseless public attention. He's the money guy behind the geniuses. Phil goes to TED Talks, but he will never be asked to give one. "What's up?"
"Not much. Work, life."
"Same here. Work, wife, life."
"Damn autocorrect."
"Yes, last I checked, you don't have a wife. But you young people are so, what's the word, fluid. Or maybe Jay told you he's going to transition?"
"That's a weird thing to say. Kinda transphobic."
"Sorry. If Jay didn't exist, would that change things?"
"For me? Of course."
"And me? What would it mean for me?"
"We're friends."
"We are. But things can change. I'm sorry if this lands on you unwanted, but things could change if we both wanted them to change."
"Don't cross the streams."
Now you get it.
Liz flicks through her phone, looking for a selfie taken on their trip to Barcelona last year. It's blurry, unflattering. A shadow mars half her face. Bad foreshadowing, shadow. Too obvious, too on the nose. The shadow is literally on her nose. But she loves this photo of herself because she looks insanely happy. Loved. She loved the photo, past tense. Now the photo is simply evidence of how dumb she was to believe herself happy. The trip to Barcelona had been a business trip for Phil, but also a celebration. They had survived the darkest days of their marriage. It hadn't been easy. Phil did not see how his emails to HW could count as a betrayal when there had been no sex. A kiss, yes, just one kiss. And they had agreed the next day it was a mistake and it had never happened again. "Agreed?" Liz had said in counseling. "She basically stopped answering your emails after you kissed her, and you took it out on me for weeks." That had been a mistake, because it wounded his ego. It also reminded Phil that Liz had spied on him, and he insisted her invasiveness was as egregious as what he had done. He rejected the term emotional affair. His needs weren't being met at home. He should be praised for not cheating. That was August 2017. October 2017 brought #MeToo, but Phil had a clear conscience. He hadn't masturbated in front of anyone. He hadn't lured vulnerable young women into his hotel room and taken off his clothes, or dangled quid pro quo deals in front of them. He had fallen in love, but it was a first-act Camelot kind of love. He loved her in silence. Then Phil's company began working with a startup that desperately needed the exact service HW provided, a sophisticated psych test that identifies and treats problem personalities. She wanted the contract. If she didn't get it, well, who knows what might happen?
Phil hadn't understood at the time that he had done anything wrong, given that she was no longer under contract when he started mooning after her. In fact, the kiss had occurred after a simple wrap-up dinner to commemorate the project's end. Now he gets it. Now. He understands that the patriarchy never sleeps, that he might have ceased to be HW's supervisor, but he still had power over her, which forced her to be polite about the kiss, which was awkward for her, as she too had a spouse. What could he do? He had to give her the new contract or she could go public with his blunder. By the time he told all this to Liz, he had, in fact, already given HW the new contract. "Here's another fine mess you've gotten us into," Liz said when Phil came clean. He didn't even recognize the reference, much less its significance. Their first real date had been to a Laurel and Hardy film festival. Well, it was a very long time ago. So long ago that it might have been a different place. The Chicago of their college days has been replaced by something shinier and more generic. Or maybe Chicago is the same, and they're the ones who changed. "Good morning. What city are you waking up in?"
Wville.
Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
"I don't visit cities. I occupy a series of interchangeable W hotel rooms."
If there was a city outside your room, what would it be called on a map?
Checking. Double-decker bus, traffic on the wrong side. All our instruments agree. London.
London? Oh, I have a great restaurant suggestion. Wait, you don't eat meat?
Nothing with a face.
But you can do Indian, right, you upright millennial? There's this amazing place in Mayfair that I stumbled on a few years ago. Hard to get a res, but there's a communal table and a bar.
Knightsbridge, Liz thinks when she reads this exchange. It was in Knightsbridge, Phil, and I was the one who found it.
Their therapist had a word for the stuck-in second-gear nature of the emotional affair, but Liz has forgotten it. Besides, #MeToo changed the emotional affair. Why is no one talking about this? People thrown together in work environments, hyper-aware of the new rules, are probably more likely to have emotional affairs now. Perpetual anticipation, as the Sondheim song warns, is not good for the heart. Liz used to love musicals. Lately, not so much. They are too linear about love. People fall in, people fall out, but they seldom fall in and out and in again. She doesn't like rom-coms anymore either. Has anyone noticed how easily people jettison their partners in rom-coms? Liz has. At any rate, she recognizes Burner Phil as she thinks of him. It is the Phil she knew when they first started dating. Solicitous, eager to share, impress. Solicitous Phil wanted to recommend restaurants and books and obscure films. Solicitous Phil wanted to take you on adventures. "Let's get in the car," Solicitous Phil would say. "I've got a surprise. I've got something to show you." They had been together 10 years when Liz realized that the whole point of Solicitous Phil's surprise quests was that he determined the agenda. They went where he chose to go, ate what he preferred to eat. By casting his plans as surprises, he was always in control. Heck, she made him go to that awful production of Lysistrata just because she wanted, on principle, to be the one who made the plan for once. Still, she loves him. That's what rom-coms get right. Love isn't logical. Only in rom-coms, the two people seem mismatched, then find their antipathy is really just their way of fighting their mad attraction to each other. Whereas in real life, the mad attraction feels logical, and then these rifts are exposed. Yet you go on loving the other person anyway. What's up? Who's up? Who's on first? What's on second?
I'm up. Body's in California, but thinks it's in London.
You do get around.
My carbon footprint.
Oh, I'm sure you have the daintiest of carbon footprints. In fact, I bet there is a prince out there with a glass slipper. trying to find whose sooty soul it fits. Did I ever tell you the story about when I was 7, and I insisted that the story of Cinderfella was the real story, and Cinderella was copying it? I was adamant that it was about a guy, that everyone else was wrong. Now, this is Phil's own story, and Liz knows it well. It's a first date story, maybe second or third. Again, this is what happens when a relationship is stuck in the second gear of friendship. Chug, chug, chug. Charm, charm, charm. Has he not noticed that HW never responds in kind? Her texts are short and to the point. Of course, she's younger, a millennial. Her generation grew up with texts. Part of her TED Talk centered on an excruciating experience with AOL Messenger, in which she claimed to have a terminal disease and traumatized her entire 8th grade class. Phil is a Gen Xer, like Liz. Not old enough to be HW's father, just old enough to be her creepy uncle. She almost feels sorry for him. Almost. I'm going to be in SF next month. Lunch, dinner? Okay. Where do you want to go? Your town, your pick, but I pay. No. It's a write-off for me. You're my contractor. I'll wear a tool belt. It's not spying to read something in plain sight, Liz tells herself. It's normal. It's human nature, like walking down an alley and stealing looks into lighted windows. Liz had been strangely disappointed to find out that other people did this. She had thought herself unusually sensitive as a teenager, the Jane Eyre of Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania. As a teen, Liz was a lonely, gawky girl, convinced of her own unattractiveness despite the insistence of those around her that she was lovely. Her mother was a great beauty, a fate Liz wouldn't wish on anyone, except possibly HW. She met Phil senior year of college. She worked at the information desk in the student center. He bought a Friday New York Times, sat down in a nearby easy chair, and worked the crossword puzzle in 45 minutes, then put it in front of her. What do you think of that? There's a line in a novel that haunts her. She can't remember the novel. She can't remember the exact line, and she worries that it's a bad novel, that she would be embarrassed to have one of its lines stuck in her head for eternity. But the line is about how everything that would come to characterize a relationship, for better or worse, was there from the beginning. Liz wishes she had said to Phil, "I think I'm not your mother." Or, "I think you must be very good at crossword puzzles." Maybe, "Have you mistaken me for your second-grade teacher?" What she said was, "Wow, I can't even do Wednesdays by myself." And because it was 1994, they slept together that night, and that meant something then. Not a lot, but a little. He told her all his stories. She told hers. But they were young when they met, and they ran out of stories quickly. So they made stories together. The hilarious mix-up in Merida, the Indian restaurant in Knightsbridge, the handsy tailor in Turkey who cupped Phil's balls when measuring him for a suit and said, when Phil objected, "But this is the most important part." What they didn't make was a child. By the time they got serious about it, Liz was almost 40, shades of Liechtenstein. Her body wouldn't make a baby, and Phil started the new company, and adoption was hard, and he met HW, and who needs a baby when a 27-year-old wunderkind is batting her baby blues at you, explaining to you that a person's tech type wasn't just a random collection of tics and social inadequacies, but a particular kind of emotional intelligence that can be harnessed to make companies more competitive and more compassionate. Really? What kind of man-boy brandishes his crossword puzzle at a stranger and demands her attention? The one that Liz married. The one that Liz loves. The one that is stuck in this permanent, not quite a betrayal but definitely a humiliation loop. How will they ever get out? How does this end? But Liz knows the answer to that question. It's never going to end. Phil needs to be new, and that's the one thing he can never be with Liz. What happened? I was so worried about you when you didn't show, and then I got the message at my hotel that you couldn't make it.
Sorry, I lost the phone. And then Jay surprised me with a reservation at our favorite place, and what could I do? I totally spaced that it was our anniversary.
Freudian slip?
No one wears slips anymore. Freudian camisole, maybe.
But you have your phone now?
Obviously, winky face emoji.
Glad you're safe. I was just disappointed. Was looking forward to seeing your face.
It's aging rapidly.
Don't be silly.
I spent $175 on face cream.
Again, don't be silly. Anyway, I'll be back in San Francisco next month, staying at my usual place. We can try again.
Can't wait.
Oh, Phil, you're being played. Can't you see? But Liz knows he cannot, that men have no understanding of the subtle ways in which women keep them on hold forever. When Phil is home in Chicago, he's careful with the burner phone, keeping it in his desk. Sometimes she notices him absent-mindedly stroking the drawer while he's talking to her. Maybe it's the phone he's in love with, not HW. He's in love with the idea of love. He's in love with this eternally puerile game. His texts might as well read, "Do you like me?"
Yes. No. As a friend.
There should be a fourth alternative.
You're just another horn dog man I tolerate for my job, but if you want to think this is mutual, go for it.
So it's a wrap. There will be more projects, more companies that need your unique skills.
I don't think there should be.
Why not? I love working with you.
Maybe too much.
What?
It was okay for you to use a burner. Your wife is crazy jealous. But when I got a burner, we both know this isn't right.
We're friends.
Right. Friends who hide our friendship from our spouses.
I don't. Liz knows everything now. Everything.
Seriously?
Seriously.
But that doesn't make it right. This is not right.
I'm leaving her.
Liz breathes in so sharply, it feels like a little knife in her diaphragm. This is not true. This is not true. Phil has said nothing of the sort to her. But even after this exchange, she is not prepared when Phil announces he wants a divorce. He doesn't ask right away. There are several days of stormy moods, blow-ups over nothing. He's still texting, but no replies are coming back. Liz is sure of it. You wouldn't need access to a phone to know something is up. He has been cut off. He has been used. Liz has been waiting for this day to come. She assumed he would be happy to run back to the safe haven of their marriage, to the woman who has always stood by him, no matter how much he humiliates her. Only Phil doesn't know that, does he? He really believes Liz knows nothing, believes she has given up spying. And she can't tell him what she knows unless she's willing to tell him how she knows, and that's unthinkable. She has to keep the moral high ground, especially now that he's saying he wants to end their marriage. Of all the scenarios she imagined, she never thought that he would see this as a sign that he needed to leave her. Had HW really made him that happy? Is the thought of being without her that devastating? I know, she begins that night at bedtime, then stops. What does she know? He doesn't even seem to notice that she spoke.
This isn't about you, but I'm definitely leaving Liz.
A day later.
Did you really give up the burner? Or are you just ignoring me?
8 hours later.
Do you talk to other people on this burner? Do you have other burners?
A day later.
Damn it, HW. I'm going to call you on your other phone.
1 minute later. Please don't.
Are you seeing these messages?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what to say.
My marriage has been over for a long time. Again, this has nothing to do with you.
I'm married.
I know.
I'm happy.
If you say so. Clearly, some need was going unfulfilled.
Still open to working with you.
I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable.
You usually don't.
I don't want to be one of the shitty men. So many shitty men out there.
You're telling me?
They go back to therapy. Liz literally doesn't know what to say. She has been spying on Phil for so long, it's hard to remember what she does know, what she might know, and what she can't know. She isn't temperamentally suited to this level of deception. By nature, she is an honest person. Whereas Phil has always been in favor of the judicious lie, the lies people tell while rationalizing that they are sparing someone else's feelings, but are really mainly sparing themselves the inconvenience of the truth. Liz says to the therapist,
He seems very distracted to me. Since this spring.
It's summer now. She has too much free time. She exercises more, she gets a new haircut, adds highlights, window shops at galleries, looking for things to fill all the walls she added to the house during its renovation. A house with walls needs a lot more art. Phil says, She's so cold. All I want is love and affection. When I walk through the door, I feel as if I'm just a giant imposition, a wallet for her to plunder, like Jane Jetson.
He travels a lot.
For my job.
You don't have to travel that much.
You could travel with me.
I have a job.
You don't have to have a job. Without a job, who would she be? What would she do? There's nothing left to renovate. Not in the house. Not on herself. Hi?
Hi.
How are you?
Fine. How's therapy going?
Okay. I guess I owe it to her.
To yourself, too.
Thanks. You're a good friend.
We're better as friends, don't you think?
Shrug.
I'm happy with Jay.
What changed?
I was taking him for granted. If you really love someone, embers are always there.
I feel that I'm taken for granted. She doesn't even have a real job. Our lifestyle, our house. She just takes that as her due.
Maybe she feels taken for granted?
Maybe. Hey, did I ever tell you the story about the time my father tried to teach me how to score a baseball game?
It's a funny story, yet a sad one, too. Liz knows it, of course.
They had been together for 3 months. She and Phil were in bed in her room in the apartment she shared with 3 other girls. Her room was the largest, but it wasn't well insulated. That was the trade-off. Huddled beneath 2 blankets and a quilt for warmth, they began telling new kinds of stories, the tragic stories that people think define them when they are young. She talked about her father, a serial cheater who was forever sneaking out to meet up with other women. The dark end of the street, Phil warbled mournfully. She had never heard the song before. Then Phil told her about his father, who wanted to do the fatherly things but always botched them. The day he tried to teach Phil how to score a baseball game, he ended up screaming at him, calling him a moron. Touched by Phil's vulnerability, Liz did what women were never supposed to do. She said, I love you first. Phil then did what 19-year-old men were not supposed to do 3 months into a college romance. He asked her to marry him. They were engaged for 18 months, married a week after their graduation. How smart they had felt in their certainty. How lucky. Now here is Phil's familiar story, text box after text box, with barely a comment back. Her husband is preening for this other woman, strutting with his feathers in full view. According to the Greeks, the peacock owes its appearance to adultery. Hera asked the watchman Argus, with his 100 eyes, to keep guard over a white cow, Io, one of Zeus's loves that he had tried to disguise to keep her from Hera's wrath. It was Zeus's solution to send a disguised Hermes to Argus. He talked and talked and talked until finally all 100 of Argus's eyes closed. And Hermes killed him. Argus's eyes were added to the peacock's tails. And what became of Zeus's love? Hera sent stinging flies to torture her until she ran all the way to Egypt and regained human form, one of the happier endings for a lover of Zeus. Liz loves Phil. She loves him so much that it hurts, watching him make a fool of himself in front of a young woman who clearly has no interest in him. How can someone not love you when you love him this much? She and Phil have the exact same problem. If only she could tell him that. I'm going to be in SF again at month's end.
Oh,
Dinner?
I don't know.
We're friends. Friends have dinner, right?
No one has dinner anymore except Insta-influencers.
Funny.
Curtsy.
No, seriously. Can we have dinner?
Where are you staying?
Fairmont.
Nice. Old school, but nice.
I'm old school, but nice.
Gee.
So dinner?
Date?
Not a date. Dinner.
Ha ha, you know what I mean.
October 30th.
That works. Jay will be in Shanghai.
If he were here, would you tell him you were meeting me?
Does Liz know you're still talking to me?
We're separated as of last week.
Oh.
Not that it's relevant to you.
I don't know what to say.
I'm going to be happy. This has nothing to do with you. I deserve to be happy.
You do. Everyone does.
They are not separated. He floated the idea of a trial separation at their last counseling session. Liz refused to discuss it. The only way to save a marriage, she believes, is to stay and fight. Once Phil is out the door, he will never be back. But he also will never stop straying. And she is no Hera. She cannot send stinging flies after the poor girl trapped inside the white cow. It's not this girl's fault, and it won't be the next girl's fault. Oh God, there's going to be a next girl, and that's the best-case scenario. He whistles as he packs for San Francisco. Liz realized long ago, the first time, that he is kindest to her when he believes his relationship with HW is going well. He must think that she is going to leave her husband for him, despite the denials. Phil has always gotten what he wants. A short man, boyish and charming, he has a big personality. He's irresistible. It's only a matter of time before he gets what he wants, what he thinks he wants. He whistles and packs and whistles. The blue Thomas Pink shirt Liz gave him for his last birthday. The handmade Italian shoes from Christmas. Of course, his money really paid for those gifts. He owns everything. It seems to Liz that he's packing a lot for a 2-day trip to San Francisco.
Do you want me to go with you? She blurts.
You're working.
I could use my sick days. They'd never suspect a thing.
Not worth it for this kind of trip. Wall-to-wall meetings. Maybe next time.
Let's have dinner in your room.
Really?
For discretion's sake. It's a small town in its way. I live here, remember. People know me.
Whereas I'm nothing but a face in the crowd.
It's my hometown. Text me your room number.
I'll behave.
What if I don't want you to?
2110.
Leave the door unlocked so I can slip in. I don't want anyone to see me knocking on someone's hotel room door.
The dark end of the hotel corridor.
What?
A reference to an old song. I'll play it for you. Winter comes early to Chicago that year, with measurable snowfall the second week of November, then an unending string of icy rains, which are worse than the snow. Still, Liz likes to walk after dark, no matter the weather, and Pugsley is happy for the extra exercise. She walks and walks and walks, and the neighbors who recognize her give her space, respect her need for solitude. Besides, no one knows what to say to a widow, especially a widow in these circumstances. Once upon a time, the story of Phil Kelsey's death might have been kept to the circumspect old-school media coverage. Prominent Chicago investor killed in hotel robbery. Those were the facts. He was a prominent man, a rich man. Someone had entered his hotel room, no sign of forced entry, and shot him as he came out of the shower, then left with his wallet and his watch. The Internet, however, was happy to indulge in speculation and gossip. The flirtation between PK and HW was well known in the incestuous world of tech. She had confided in her friends, after #MeToo, how confused she was by his attentions. Yet she had chosen to go back to work for him less than 2 years later. Friends said he promised her he would be professional, and for the most part he was. That's what friends had been told. Phil's phone, the second phone, yielded a different story. Although he had been diligent about deleting all the texts from HW within a day or two, nothing ever really disappears. There it was, the history of their communication, a man pushing, a woman pulling away, their plan to meet. She denied it all, professed amazement, and her husband stood by her. The texts didn't matter to the police, however. HW's husband was not in Shanghai. He had never been in Shanghai. He had returned earlier that day from Seattle. The happy couple had been at dinner together when Phil Kelsey was shot. A door was left unlocked. A man with a gun walked through it. Or maybe a woman with a gun. A watch and a wallet were taken. 2 phones were left behind with tantalizing clues, but Occam's razor. It was a robbery. Phil had surprised a burglar and been killed, his body left on the bathroom floor, the shower still running. It was a random crime, not a crime of passion. HW and Jay were miles away, having dinner in San Mateo. As for Liz Kelsey, the sad cuck queen, the term for a female cuckold, seldom used, perhaps because betrayal is presumed to be part of the female condition, she was at a school event 2,000 miles away, a showcase for students' artwork. One of her students from last year had, at Liz's suggestion, done a series of pastel profiles of the collateral damage of Zeus's infidelity. Io and Argus and Echo and Callisto and Leto. It was quite a gallery. Liz walks and walks and walks. Every night she walks until Pugsley begins whimpering to be carried. Deep in her down coat's right-hand pocket, a phone vibrates. It is time to discuss your invoice. Of course. And you will invoice me for item number 2728. It's an oil painting from the mid-century. Unsigned, but in the style of a mid-Atlantic artist whose bigger canvases have gone for as much as $250,000. He's back in vogue because he was featured on some movie star's Instagram account. All you have to do is hit the Buy Now button. You won't be able to use a charge card, but we're set up to take bank transfers. In a few weeks, you will receive the painting. It's a very pleasant landscape. We do recommend hanging the work. Don't try to resell it or insure it. May I ask, where did you get the painting? We have a young woman who scouts flea markets and garage sales for items that could credibly be works of value. She assumes it's a simple art scam. He is assuring her, Liz realizes, how few people know just what exactly Vintage Works LLC sells to its customers, those canny art lovers who were enterprising enough to enter the dark web to find what they really need. She is on the bridge over the northern branch of the Chicago River. It runs backward, you know, Phil had told her on one of their early dates, and she hadn't known and had been so impressed. As students at Northwestern, she and Phil had loved coming downtown. They felt so grown up with their fake IDs and true love. And when they actually could afford to buy their dream house, that had been more amazing still. It was their forever house in their forever town, where the river ran backward, but they were going forward. A city so old-fashioned that you might, as the song had it, see a man dance with his wife. "Well, goodbye," she says. "Pleasure doing business with you." She has been speaking to her art dealer on a flip phone that is the exact same model as Phil's burner. She powers it down and throws it in the river. There will be no record, no proof that she is anything but the grieving widow she appears to be. And she is grieving, that part is true. That will always be true. Next week, $125,000 will go out of her bank account, but an oil painting believed to be by a somewhat fashionable mid-century painter will arrive at her home. She will hang it in Phil's office. She will tell people that Phil admired the painter and had asked her to try to find one of his works. She pulls a second flip phone from her left-hand coat pocket. This was her first burner, the one she obtained a few weeks after she found Phil's secret one. She had, after all, promised not to spy on him. So she bought a burner phone and texted her husband, pretending to be the woman with whom he was infatuated. Then she watched her husband woo the other woman. Eavesdroppers hear no good of themselves, fair enough. But Liz also had to bear witness to her husband's excitement and concern and affection for another woman, a flame that couldn't be extinguished as long as it burned inside his phone. Then the fire leaped, as fires do, threatening everything. Liz gets to be almost everyone in this story. She is Hera. She is the cow chased by stinging flies until she regains human form. She is Leda, swooped up, then dropped, terrified. This story cannot be told without her. But what does that matter when a story can never be told? Zeus and Hera, Hera and Zeus. How much damage they caused to everyone around them. Why, her student asked, did Hera hurt the women and not Zeus? Because Zeus is immortal, Liz said. Why does Hera take him back? Because gods must marry gods. Phil was not a god. Neither is she. But for a few months, she seized the gods' prerogatives in order to survive. To spy, to fool, to kill. Liz throws the second phone in the river, picks up the exhausted Pugsley, and heads back home in the stinging rain.
Mr. Forble, from Salamander. Written by Joanna Pearson. Read by Betsy Foldis-Myman. The trees seemed to hunch closer as darkness fell. Something, a mouse or maybe a squirrel, emitted a high-pitched shriek, and Marta startled. An owl, she thought. The notion of being seen by something invisible, a creature swooping noiselessly onto its prey, unnerved her. Owls could rotate their heads due to special contractile reservoirs in their cephalic arteries. She'd learned this fact at a Natural Science Center event she'd taken Teddy to when he was little, and it had been one of the facts he'd repeated to her for some time afterward, during a brief obsession with raptors. The path she followed now was washed out, rippling and uneven with knobby roots, so she moved with care, picking her way forward. In daylight, the tree trunks rose white-blonde to the sky, filtering golden light, but now the shapes surrounding her had turned inky and strange. "Teddy?" she called. The sound of Marta's own voice was alarming, too loud. The birthday party guests would all be home by now, safe in their pleasantly lit houses. There would be evening news reports, light dinners, the rinsing of plates and cups, followed by loading of dishwashers. Back under the park pavilion, the remnants of Teddy's double-layer funfetti cake listed on the picnic table. The icing was probably studded with mosquitoes and gnats at this point. She'd been in such a hurry that she hadn't even covered the cake, and the thought wouldn't have occurred to Doug, eager as he was to usher his own daughter away. All the other parents had stood there, dopey-eyed, useless, hands resting protectively on the shoulders of their own children for the first few seconds. Wary. You could feel it in the air. Or at least, Marta could. Everyone was looking out for his or her own. The chatter had stopped. The party suddenly over. Later, they'd recovered themselves, the other parents, in a flurry of perfunctory offers to help. But by then, she wanted none of it. She dismissed them all, brusquely. Her thoughts were only on finding her boy. You could say this for Teddy. He knew how to make an exit. Marta walked across the little wooden plank bridge that she remembered from other visits during daylight hours, recalled how it crossed a little creek in which springtime minnows darted. The creek dwindled to almost nothing in the summer. "Where do all the fish go?" Teddy had asked her once. The water, then nothing but a reddish-brown thread. She'd shaken her head. They'd disappear. Marta's face was starting to ache already. Gone was the numb feeling, and now she felt a dull throb, the sensation of her flesh starting to swell like fruit past its ripeness. She touched her nose and cheekbone lightly, wondering if something was broken. There were 14 bones in the human face, another fact she knew because of Teddy. She could picture him, only a few years earlier, his face boyish still, beaming up at her, offering these morsels like a cat presenting its owner with dead mice. Facts pleased him. How precocious he is, everyone said to her. At a certain point, Marta had realized that precocious was a word that carried its own malicious little twist. What at age 6 is precocious, by age 13, becomes simply odd. Up ahead there rose a set of steps carved into the hillside, an ascending series of large, smooth stones laid into the packed earth. Marta and Teddy and Rick had taken the dog out here many Saturdays back when Teddy was younger, back when Rick was still living and they were a unit, a family. They'd watched as the dog scampered joyously ahead of them, leaping 2 paws at a time, snuffling underbrush. The path was a loop. There was a little bench at the top of the rise where the 3 of them would sit together, drinking water from canteens and eating bagels Marta packed. It was some of their best time together. Teddy had enjoyed it, or so it seemed. He'd enjoyed it as much as he enjoyed anything. It became part of their weekly rhythm. This was before Rick's diagnosis, before his long decline, before Teddy had started spending every minute he had alone in his room, going wherever boys went on their computers these days. Online games featuring bright terrain and anachronistic weaponry. Chats with friends in Sweden. Message boards cluttered with cryptic messages. Places she did not want to know about. She'd tried. Therapists, tutors, parenting books. No one could fault her efforts. Marta almost expected to find Teddy sitting there at their old bench, waiting for her. Crying, maybe. When was the last time she'd seen him cry? Probably in 3rd grade, after Caitlin Richards' boy played that prank. One of many he'd endured, but this one could have killed Teddy. Kids didn't appreciate the seriousness of allergies. Caitlin had called her, of course, apologetic. Caitlin had punished Michael, done everything a good parent ought to do. And Marta had understood on some level. Teddy invited prankery, mischief. He stood out among the other boys in his class, a serious little old man, long-jawed and morose. Puberty had hit him too early, rendering him a halfling, more satyr than human boy. His responses, even to her,
were always slightly offbeat. Sometimes she got the feeling he did it on purpose, taking a perverse satisfaction in provoking meanness out of others, like it proved him right. Recently, he'd become more obstinate, refusing family dinners, burrowing away in his bedroom. She offered to take him for haircuts, new clothes. He declined, barely looking up at her, his face awash in the bluish light of his laptop. So when he'd asked her for a birthday party, the first in years, she'd been delighted. There he stood in a yellow pitted t-shirt, his hair mussed, a line of dried saliva visible down his chin. She'd been so delighted, she'd hugged him, not even minding how he stiffened, or that smell of his, sour and faintly murine. A birthday party. Of course. He would have a birthday party. She would make sure of it. But did 13-year-olds still have birthday parties? Marta was vaguely aware that other kids Teddy's age had transitioned to inviting a couple of friends out to dinner, or to the new Cineplex with plush reclining seats, or over for a pizza and game night. She'd asked him if he might not like to invite some friends for dinner and a movie night instead, if that's what his classmates were doing. "I want a party like when I was a kid," Teddy had told her, "like when I was little, and Dad was here." She'd winced when he'd said this. Doug had been over at the time, grilling salmon on the patio. Perhaps that was what led Marta to respond so enthusiastically. "Of course," she said. "We can go to the park just like we used to. Your favorite cake and everything." Teddy looked back at her blandly. She recalled a moment a few years earlier when she'd found Teddy in her bedroom, poring through his father's prized baseball card collection, the old photo album of their honeymoon open on the floor beside him. A photo of young Rick in bathing trunks beamed up at her. Rick had treasured those baseball cards, would have been thrilled to see his son admiring them. Teddy was a good boy deep down. On the porch, Doug and his daughter, 11-year-old Emmeline, were laughing while the fillets cooked. They looked like an advertisement for something summery, fabric softener or clean white bed linen. Oh, to have such a normal child. Doug always corrected her gently when she said this. He was a family therapist and quick to point out the diversity of individual gifts. "That's easy for you to say," she would respond, "seeing as you have a normal child." The air was delicious with the scent of salmon on the grill, teriyaki glaze. Teddy, of course, refused to eat salmon. There were basically only 3 foods he ate: goldfish crackers, hot dogs, and oatmeal. She'd stopped fighting him on it. It wasn't worth the battle. "Marta," Doug said, entering from the porch with the grill tongs still in hand. He pecked her on the cheek, and Teddy flinched. "We're planning a birthday party," she said brightly, gritting her teeth into something like a smile. "Fantastic," he responded, always game. Doug was, on the face of it, a very good sport. But the party had been the opposite of fantastic. And now here she was in the woods alone as it grew even darker. There was a bit of ambient light from a distant neighborhood, and a sliver of moon was up. But even so, it was difficult for Marta to see more than a yard ahead. Her face pulsed steadily, like a living thing she carried separate from herself, bruised and humming. "Teddy, let's go home, please!" Something grabbed her foot, a cruel, hard hand jerking her downward, and she flew forward, smacking the ground so hard that her breath was knocked out. She lay there, stunned. She'd prepared so hopefully, with the cake, the streamers, the snacks Teddy had requested, sun chips and cotton candy ice cream and Mountain Dew, things he said the other kids liked. But then, for the entirety of the party, Teddy had appeared aloof, distracted. He'd barely talked to the other boys, sitting by himself on one of the park benches. His eyes rose expectantly every now and then, surveying the parking for some late arrival. It was like none of her efforts even interested him.
At one point, when the other guests were playing cornhole and badminton with more enthusiasm than she'd expected, because the rest of these boys and girls, his classmates, were not such bad kids, really, when it came down to it, she'd grabbed Teddy by the elbow, jerking him toward her. "What? What's wrong?" she'd hissed at him. "What are you waiting for?" "Nothing," he'd said, pulling away, his voice gruff with tears. And she knew then he'd been wishing for something she was incapable of providing, incapable of even fathoming. All this, the party and streamers, was for naught. Marta let the good side of her face rest on the ground where she'd fallen. Maybe she would just lie here all night. She had no idea where she'd left her phone. It probably sat useless beside the remains of the cake. She could feel the looping tree root that had snagged her foot. Her ankle turned at such an odd angle that she could barely consider it without feeling queasy. Already she could tell it would not bear her weight. The woods around her held a foreboding kind of quiet now. Marta felt the steady throb of her face and ankle, but refused to cry. A sound like firecrackers went off somewhere in the middle distance, puncturing the silence. Then came a crunching of leaves, footsteps, someone coming up the path behind her, and she could tell from the heaviness of the tread that it was not Teddy, but rather someone fully grown. Whoever it was, she could hardly lift her head to look at him. It was Teddy's 13th birthday. All at once, she felt very old. After the party stopped abruptly, not the way he'd planned, but still, everyone stood there like morons with their plates of birthday cake and cups of soda, their sugar-sticky mouths hanging open like dummies, plastic spoons poised midair. Teddy had looked at them, wanting to howl in amusement, even though he could feel the tears welling up in his eyes. He'd shouted something stupid, the first words that came to him, about his mom being a bitch, an idiot, forcing out a hoarse laugh. Before anyone could respond, he'd fled. He'd run up the familiar path, agile and sure-footed. They'd come here all the time with the dog when he was little. Then he sat there for a while, at the top of the rise, hidden just behind a cluster of trees, catching his breath and waiting for his mother to come find him. None of it had gone off. Nothing he'd planned. He was uncertain what he wanted now. For his mom to come and wrap her arms around him, murmuring words of comfort? "Oh, my sweet Teddy, my special one." Even though he'd hit her. Hard. She loved him stupidly and could not help herself. Teddy attributed this to some fixed rule of evolutionary biology, the cell's love for its cellular line. Bullshit. He hated her for it, hated himself for craving solace from her. It felt pitiful, the way he lapped up his mother's soothing, something written into his genes, a dumb biochemical inheritance over which he also had no choice. Maybe she would understand implicitly, not even expecting him to apologize. Or maybe she would be accompanied by idiot Doug. Doug of the graying hippie ponytail and all-season Tivas, with his Kabbalah bracelet and therapy talk. Everything with Doug was about appreciating dialectics or wise mind. It was all enough to make you want to punch him in the face, an urge which Teddy had always resisted. Punching Doug in the face, however satisfying, would have accomplished nothing. Teddy had learned to watch Doug with the same immobile calm he'd beheld in the copperhead they'd once found sunning itself in their front drive, slit-eyed and motionless, biding its time. The less he reacted, the more Doug danced, desperate for friendship, approval, any reaction. It was pathetic. In a small way, withholding made Teddy glad. Of course, ultimately, he'd ended up punching his mom instead. He was growing bored sitting there. It was a little surprising no one had come to find him yet. A crew of ants had been hauling the dead body of a wasp near his feet. He watched for a while, studying the elegant machinery of the wasp's wings, its beaky proboscis,
the up-close, tiny horror of its face. Teddy placed his hand down nearby, letting the ants crawl over his fingers. It was a strange sensation, not unpleasant. An evening bird gave a hiccuping call off in the distant underbrush. Maybe his mother hadn't given up. Maybe she wasn't coming, just like the guy hadn't come. You couldn't trust half of what you found on the internet. His mom always said that, and yet he'd always had good luck sourcing things online in the past. Weed, acid, a surprisingly realistic-looking Russian passport, some kind of sketchy supplement called Dick Enhancer that came in a little white envelope with a crude sketch of a rearing stallion on it. Why not expect that the guy would come through too? He'd had excellent customer reviews. Trouble, havoc, mayhem, your hands kept clean. Mr. Forble delivers. Naturally, the listing had caught Teddy's eye. The guy had a felon's inventiveness. Nothing too large or too small. All for a fee. Teddy could get the money. He had his dad's old baseball card collection. Take good care of these, his mom told him way back when Teddy still wore footy pajamas. They're going to help us pay for your college. But the guy online had taken Teddy's money and no-showed. The reviews were probably all fake. Although maybe, apart from having lost the baseball cards, it was for the best that he hadn't come. Teddy considered this, poking the anthill with a stick. And yet, the thought of their faces, for one satisfying moment, he could have sat back and just watched. He would have called things off before it went too far. Flicking the ants off his hand one by one, he heard her voice. "Teddy!" his mother shouted, and the way she said his name made something hurt inside of him, like a hard crust wedged in his throat. Reflexively, he froze behind the nearest tree, as if he were still a child and they were playing hide-and-seek. He'd hit her hard, his fist landing on her face with a sickening smack. It had felt exhilarating just for a moment, like a release of some pent-up bodily need, finally taking a piss after holding it so long your whole gut ached. Something like that. Even after the guy hadn't shown up, even with his disappointment that the whole thing hadn't gone off as he'd envisioned. Hitting his mother hadn't been part of the plan, but afterward, he'd felt a physical high for a split second. She'd flinched, turning away and pressing a hand to her nose. When she turned to look up at him afterward, though, he'd seen the worst thing of all. She wasn't surprised. She'd been expecting this from him his whole life. There was a resignation on her face that he recognized. Resignation and dumb, bovine, unimpeachable love. He'd watched Doug tighten his arms around smug little Emmeline. Emmeline with her straight A's and summer musical camps and too cheery voice. Emmeline who sang to animals and said hello to every passerby, like a nauseating cartoon princess. There was the way Doug's lips curled upward then, too. The look of someone who found the whole thing slightly amusing. Someone suppressing an "I told you so." Teddy should have finally punched Doug as well and been done with it. But instead, he'd thrown the jug of lemonade against the wall and ran. The jug, plastic and half full, landed with a heartless thwat that even Teddy could appreciate was anticlimactic. A low rumble passed overhead. It could have been thunder, but he knew that there was a back road just over the rise, beyond where the trail ended. A truck, he thought. And for some reason he shivered. It was getting cooler now that the sun was setting. He'd left his jacket in the car. His mother appeared on the path below. She was moving slowly, unsteadily, off into the brush away from the trail. She looked winded and baggy, and this only made him angrier at her, her weakness, a personal affront. He squinted to bring her into his sights, pulling back his trigger finger on an imaginary rifle and letting his bullet find its target. Bullseye, he nodded to himself. As if on cue, she stumbled, smacking the ground with a heavy thud. He sucked in his breath, fighting the urge to call to her. He felt a pang of something that wasn't quite sadness. There was a pop, pop, pop in the distance, like an engine backfiring. His forehead went cool and slick, as if he were coming down with the flu, his armpits gone sticky. It was hours after the time they'd agreed upon, but he was struck with a sense of certainty. Mr. Forble was coming after all. Mr. Forble was already here. Michael sat in the front seat of his mom's car, fiddling with her satellite radio. He had a sick feeling, a mixture of the cake and caffeine and carbonation roiling his gut, but probably also because he got a kind of sick feeling whenever he saw that kid, Teddy. He tried to explain it to his mom, but she didn't understand, or else felt too guilty. She was still so hung up on that prank they'd played with the peanut butter in Mr. Pendergraft's third-grade class. It hadn't even been his idea, but he'd been the one designated to carry it out. How were they supposed to have known? They weren't trying to kill anybody. It was a joke. And look at Teddy. He turned out fine. Or maybe not fine, but peanut butter wasn't his problem. "Of course we're going," Michael's mom had said when the invitation arrived. "We're going, and you're going to be happy about it." Sometimes, when Teddy looked at him, Michael could swear he was wishing him dead. That's what Carter Blanchard always said. "Teddy Arbor over there, shooting death beams out of his eyes again." Then they would all laugh. Him and Carter and Tyler and Dylan and Griff, releasing the tension, and it would feel okay, but seriously, that kid Teddy could give you a creepy feeling. He was too big for his age, all hunched up in the classroom desks like a weird narc. He already had facial hair, or at least a dark line of fuzz over his upper lip. Michael was an avid and jealous student of the signs of puberty in others. His own underarms were still perfectly hairless and smooth, like nectarines, but he'd learned to laugh and deflect. He could see his mom walking in a loop over by the trash cans, near the big sign that showed a map of the intersecting trails and trailheads. She was on her phone. "It's work," she'd said. "I might as well take this here. We can wait a second just to make sure Teddy's mom finds him, just in case they need anything. You sit tight." It was never just a second, though. He watched her, pacing around the recycling bins, gesturing with her hands. He could see the nervous way she kept brushing her hair back, a take of hers. All the other party guests had already left. The only other car in the lot belonged to Teddy's mom. Michael turned the radio to NPR, his mother's preferred station, and let the smooth voices comfort him. He never bothered to listen to what they were saying, but it was pleasant hearing the familiar chiming musical interludes, the voices polished and calm, intelligent-sounding, verbalizing the world into a kind of order, sort of like his mom. She was all right, really. She did important work for the school board, and people in town respected her for it. Once, when Carter and Dylan had both been at his house spending the night, Carter had said to him, like it was a revelation, "Dude, your mom's actually kind of hot." And he'd tackled Carter, rolling with him like two puppies on the floor until finally things had resolved into breathless laughter. It was true, although uncomfortable to admit. She was kind of hot. But Carter was just saying it the way he said a lot of things, to get a rise out of people. Carter had also told them that Teddy was having sex already, with Ukrainian prostitutes he hired online, big-titted sluts with hairy legs, according to Carter, which was hilarious. A lie, certainly, but with Teddy, you could almost believe it. Michael's mother was sweeping one hand through the air in a slicing motion now, a gesture he recognized. He was aware of a dull, rising ache from his pelvis, a fullness in his bladder from all the soda. Walking back to the bathrooms over by the picnic shelter seemed an impossible task, though. Maybe he would just hold it until he got home. He wondered if Teddy's mom had found him, if Teddy had apologized. He'd heard a crunch like a seashell under the heel of a shoe when Teddy had hit her. "Damn, son," Carter had whispered under his breath. And ordinarily, Michael would have laughed obligingly, but he hadn't felt like it. Prior to that, the party hadn't been so bad, really. It reminded him of the parties they'd always had in elementary school. Wholesome fun, the entire class invited. There'd been that awkward moment when he'd run into Teddy in the bathroom.
Michael, baby-faced and good-natured, a little chubby even, was well aware of which way the power tipped. His only advantage came when he moved en masse with the other boys. Man to man, Teddy was more imposing. Teddy was leaning against the wall near the urinals when Michael walked in. He'd glanced up, nodding curtly at Michael. The bathroom was bare and cold, filled with spiderwebs and the husks of dead insects piled in the corners. Michael wanted to pee and get out. Teddy moved away from the urinal to the sink, focusing on the video playing on his phone. Michael stood for a few seconds, nervous, trying to relax his mind. He always got pee-shy. Finally, he went. Zipping his fly, he walked over to the sink. "Happy birthday, Teddy," he offered feebly. Teddy continued to concentrate on his phone. At little intervals he laughed, and Michael could see orange bits of food caught behind the tines of his braces. "If you want soap, there isn't any," Teddy said without looking up. Michael shrugged. He rinsed his hands off anyway, wiping them on his jeans. "Whatever, I think your mom brought sanitizer." Teddy's gaze was still locked on his phone. He grinned, amused at something Michael couldn't see. Flashes of color reflected off the lenses of his glasses. Michael wanted to leave, but Teddy was blocking the door. The others would be wondering what was taking so long. Carter tended to crack jokes whenever someone spent too long in the bathroom. "Trouble changing your tampon," he'd say, which was stupid but always left Michael red-faced. "Look," Teddy said, thrusting his phone in front of Michael. "Tell me what you think." It took him a second to piece together what was happening in the clip. Movement, flashes of color, fleshy shapes. Once he was oriented, he could identify the specific body parts in motion. Then he saw someone sitting in a chair, begging to be let go. The video was grainy, the lighting poor, a jangly soundtrack, laughter at one point, a goading voice. Michael was growing increasingly uncomfortable. He wanted to look away, but Teddy was very close to him, so close that Michael could smell his unwashed odor. The phone was right in his face. Michael shifted himself away. "Wait for it," Teddy said, moving closer, his breath in Michael's face. "There." "Oh, God," Michael said, pushing the phone back reflexively. He leaned away from Teddy, pressing his hands to his knees, breathing like he'd just finished a race in gym class. A wave of clamminess passed over him, his vision narrowing so that he blinked hard, trying not to pass out. "That's not real, is it?" Teddy was full-on grinning now, the entirety of his silver orthodontia revealed. He slipped the phone back into his pocket, opening the bathroom door so that the late afternoon sunlight fell in an oblong shape onto the cement floor. "You're not so bad, are you?" Teddy said, his expression inscrutable. "Spineless, but gentle." Michael didn't answer. Were Carter Blanchard saying this, it would clearly be mockery. With Teddy, he wasn't so sure. Michael wanted to leave and never watch that video again. "Anyways, have a good birthday," he muttered. He was halfway out the door when Teddy grabbed him by the shirt sleeve. "Hey, I like you, so I'll let you in on a little secret," he said, and he whispered into Michael's ear, his breath ticklish. "Tell your mom you want to leave early, before the cake, before the piñata. Tell her you don't feel good or something. Trust me." He released Michael's shirt and winked. Michael had barely seen Teddy for the rest of the party. He'd whispered to his mother at the first opportunity that he wanted to leave, that he felt sick and needed to go home, but she'd shaken her head. Sir, not today. We're staying." And so they stayed. The singing of Happy Birthday had sounded a melancholy note in Michael's ear, and the lighting of the candles on the cake added a touch of menace. He'd felt jumpy, overly alert, ready to bolt. But then, nothing had happened. He saw it in Teddy's face, though. Teddy had been expecting something. It hadn't just been a joke, what he'd whispered in the bathroom. It had been a genuine warning. And after whatever it was hadn't taken place, after the candles and the cake, Teddy, in frustration, had punched his mother. Boom! Right in the jaw. He had to feel bad for Teddy's poor mom, the way she'd looked, bug-eyed and afraid. And yet Michael had experienced a wave of relief. The party was finished. done. They could all go home. He could go home, that is, if his mom would ever finish up her phone call. It was dark now. The lights over the parking lot came on with a pop and a click. Michael could see his mother still pacing over by the picnic hut, phone pressed to her ear. He pressed the radio button again, finding a pop station. Some cheesy song was playing, a happy song about being happy, and since no one was around, he turned it up. The music was loud enough that he didn't hear the truck pull into the lot. When he glanced up again, there it was, a rusted, reddish Ford, one space over from him. He turned the music down, careful to keep his eyes straight ahead. In the side view mirror, he saw the driver's side door of the truck open and a very tall man slide out. The man wore jeans, a dark shirt, and boots. Michael could see that he walked with a mincing sort of limp. He carried a long stick, a baton, or some kind of cane, that was black and gnarled. He waved to Michael, but Michael kept his gaze straight ahead, pretending not to see. And then the man was rapping on the passenger side window with the stick. Michael wasn't sure whether to answer or to call out to his mom, who had moved out of sight. He remembered a snippet from the video Teddy had showed him, one specific and horrible frame, although why this should enter his mind at just that moment, he couldn't say. He took a breath, turning to look him directly in the face. Before the man even spoke, Michael felt a tingling in the soles of his feet. The man had arrived, like an answer to a question Michael hadn't realized he'd even asked. "Hello, little guy," the man said through the window. "I'm late." Emmeline's roommate is scraggly-haired and morose, a techie kid from some rural backwater who, instead of going to class, forever sits in their dorm room wearing noise-canceling headphones and cackling over YouTube videos. While Emmeline is out forming friendships, trying out for the fall musical, meeting up with classmates for study sessions in the library, Emmeline's roommate posts comments on video clips and Instagram posts and Reddit threads and multiplayer gaming sites. Her name is Flo. She has long, pale, mosquito-bitten legs, a wonder since Emmeline has never seen her go outside, and large, unblinking eyes. "Psychopath eyes," one of Emmeline's friends said, although Emmeline shushed her, because Flo is not so bad, really, and because Emmeline believes she has known a true psychopath, although she does not mention this. When people ask Emmeline about her roommate, she shrugs. "She's an internet commenter," Emmeline explains, like it's a vocation. For Flo, it is a vocation. All hours of the day, Flo's face is bathed in the bright light of her laptop screen, aglow as if she's in the presence of something holy. It is freshman year, first year as they're supposed to call it. For Emmeline, the university is something from a dream. Lush green lawns, stately buildings with columns and domes, libraries filled with a solemn quiet as pages are softly turned. It all inspires in Emmeline a kind of awe. She is bright and well-adjusted. She has earned this. This is what her father, 3 hours away, tells her over the phone. She can hear the whistle of their pet cockatiel in the background and knows her dad is in the kitchen. She pictures him, ponytailed, in jeans and sandals, like an aging community theater Jesus. It is just the two of them, plus the cockatiel whose name is Petey. She wonders if her father is lonely. It has always been her tendency to wonder about the inner lives of others, even if she is careful to conceal this, to appear buoyant and harmless, so as not to make people uncomfortable. Her life has been more or less charmed. She knows this, and she knows, too, that this makes her curiosity a little unfair. So one warm fall night, when she comes home to the dorm crying after a cast party, she hopes that Flo won't notice. Not because she is ashamed, but because it feels like a thing over which she ought not to trouble Flo. Her sadness is genuine, but it is also mundane, and even from within it, she can hold on to the awareness that it is small. It will pass. She will feel happy again. Flo glances up when Emmeline walks into their room. The room is dark, Flo's side a morass of empty potato chip bags and stray articles of clothing. A video is playing on Flo's computer. Emmeline, stubbing her sandaled toe on a massive sociology textbook, cannot help but kick the offending book out of her way, issuing a great, frustrated moan. Insult on top of injury. "What's wrong?" Flo asks, pushing back her headphones so that Emmeline can see her ears for once. They look raw and pinkish, almost private. Emmeline is so unaccustomed to seeing them. The sight fills Emmeline with tenderness. "Oh, nothing," she says, wiping under her eyes, where she can feel her mascara running. "Dumb boy stuff." Flo nods knowingly, then pats the corner of her bed. "Here," she says, "I'll show you something interesting." She types into the search bar on YouTube, and a number of videos pop up in the results. She turns to Emmeline and clasps her hand, as if it is a thing Flo has studied in theory but not had the opportunity to practice. Emmeline appreciates it nonetheless. "You've heard of Mr. Forble, right?" Emmeline can see in the YouTube results the thumbnails and descriptions of videos. Mr. Forble visit 1. Mr. Forble visit 27. Mr. Forble comes to Kentucky. Mr. Forble takes Manhattan. Now she recalls. It is one of those recent viral memes, another internet hoax, like the one about a horrible bird-faced woman daring children to commit suicide. But looking at the results on Flo's computer, something funny and familiar pulls her. Flo pivots the laptop toward Emmeline, and she leans closer. She rests her hand on Flo's touchpad and selects one video in particular. There is something in the frame, a face she might have seen before, or an expression she recognizes. It is nothing, but she hesitates. "Mr. Forble," Flo says, nodding toward the screen. "People say he's all about vengeance." Emmeline clicks on the clip, and it is blurry. A chase scene through a field, someone running after someone until there is a muffled sound, the footage swinging wildly from sky to darkness, followed by a strange, low laughter. "Weird," Emmeline says, and she has stopped crying now. It's the laughter she recognizes. It is the laughter that's familiar. "There are better ones," Flo says, and she brushes Emmeline's hand away gently, scrolling down through more results. Mr. Forble comes to dinner. Mr. Forble, airport. Mr. Forble, prom. Mr. Forble, office party number 3. Mr. Forble meets the parents. Emmeline has placed the laughter now. It is the wild, angry laughter of someone trying not to cry. It is the laughter of her former stepbrother, or her former almost stepbrother, the son of her dad's girlfriend, creepy Teddy, who disappeared after he punched his mother at his birthday party. Teddy had legitimately scared her, Emmeline recalled, and when he'd run away, she hadn't been as bothered as maybe she should have been. Things ended between her dad and his mom not long afterward. Relationships cannot withstand certain stressors, certain losses, her dad had said. The truth is, she'd sensed tension between her father and Teddy's mom long before the disappearance. Weeks had passed, months, with no trace of him. "Poor Teddy," her father said, but she could tell that he'd been a little relieved. "They say Mr. Forble always comes when you call," Flo says, and she smiles a little sadly. "But there's always a catch." She selects another clip and shifts in her chair so they can both easily see. It is a bare room, empty but for a chair. A boy sits, his hands bound. The video is well done, Emmeline must admit, authentic looking, and eerily reminiscent of a recurring nightmare from her own childhood. What happens next looks almost real. Emmeline recoils, but forces herself to keep watching. She hates watching stuff like this, but it's nothing. A simulacrum, a deep fake, lo-fi guerrilla horror. Flo exhales. "See?" Emmeline swallows before she speaks. Her tears have dried now. She's pleased with herself not to have been duped. "Play it one more time."
The Killer. From Chicago Quarterly Review. Written by Delia C. Pitts. Read by Ryan Vincent Anderson. At 8:15, the sawed-off man burst through the restaurant door. Other men had finished their breakfasts and cleared out, headed for work or mischief in the late August humidity. That left me and Bert at the counter of the Dominion Country Diner. Bert wiped the stainless surface, then pointed at my empty mug. Before I nodded, he filled it with coffee for the third time. The little man took a stool at the counter, 5 seats to my right. He glanced at the laminated menu, which added Melba's to the name of the diner. "You do eggs over easy?" No greeting, no small talk, no smile. New York style straight up. Bert blinked, but the customer was always right. "Yes, sir. Sure do. They come with home fries. You want coffee?" Bert slid a mug toward the new man and poured without waiting for an answer. "Your pick of toast or buttermilk biscuits comes with 'em." "No toast, no biscuits." The man sipped coffee, scrunching his nose at the smoky bite. "I'm in a hurry." Bert yelled the order to George, the cook in the kitchen, who barked a reply. "I heard ya." Same answer he'd given when Bert bellowed my scrambled eggs order 15 minutes earlier. "Keep your wig on." I pushed the cold fries to the edge of my plate. Dragging the last half slice of rye, I corralled another lump of egg and pitched it into my mouth. At least the air conditioner worked, and the coffee was decent. The sawed-off man had a story I needed to hear. This was my second, quieter visit to Melba's Dominion Country Diner. The previous evening, I'd had 2 cranky women and a toddler in tow. Sabrina Ross was my girlfriend and the owner of the Harlem detective agency where I worked. She was my boss, but on this road trip, Brina played sidekick with natural flair. The other woman was Crystal Figueroa, leader of a mob murder squad and mother of a 2-year-old girl. My job was to drive Crystal and her daughter, JoJo, from New York to Tampa. They were running from rival gangsters, collateral victims of a festering war in the criminal underworld. My job was keeping Crystal and JoJo alive until we reached her relatives in Florida. Driving was the easy part. Our first day on the road, we'd driven past Petersburg. Pushing to the Virginia-North Carolina line made sense, but Crystal insisted we take an early break. Her baby was cross. She was jumpy. Brina was fed up. No use pressing the argument until we all exploded. The Dominion Country Diner was on the main street of the little town. Easy access on and off the interstate. The restaurant was a narrow railroad car set above street level on a concrete platform fronted with blonde bricks. 4 steps up to the aluminum-framed glass door. Turquoise panels of peeling wood flanked the entrance. In the shallow room, still sun-baked at 7, blue and white linoleum tiles encouraged JoJo to scamper beside the booths. There were 5 customers in the diner. Entering a new space, the racial calculations came naturally. 2 white couples shared a booth. A lone black man perched on a stool at the counter. The 2 women smiled as JoJo's giggling play carried her past their table. All 3 men kept their eyes on the pork chops and pot roast cradled in their platters. Our noisy arrival altered the racial balance for everyone in the diner. 3 black adult strangers and a brown-skinned baby girl tipped the scales. No way to predict how the locals would feel about us. In the bathroom, Brina splashed her face and Crystal tamed her long black ponytail. While they washed, I checked the Dominion Country cocktail lounge attached to the diner. The saloon was dark and musty as an attic. It was empty of patrons, but stocked Coors in cans. I drank one standing at the bar and brought the second can to the restaurant. I didn't ask the women if they wanted drinks. When I returned, they'd already ordered Cokes and the black men had gone. The white couples were wrangling over who would cover the bill. They reached a settlement, paid the waiter, and left. Beyond the long counter, a rectangular slot in the back wall showed the cook at work. The waiter called him George when he shouted our order through the kitchen door. George was a tall black man who carried his weight on his chest like a slab of sod. His thick pork chops, homemade applesauce, fluffy biscuits, and mashed red-skin potatoes filled our stomachs. The server's name was embroidered in red script on the breast of his pale blue shirt. Bert was a thin white man with straw-thatch eyebrows over hazel eyes. His head hair and lashes were the same chaff-yellow color. The veins and sinews of his arms tightened under hairless flesh. As waiter, cashier, busboy, and manager, Bert might have had his hands full, but we were the last customers for the night. For the opening 3 minutes, Bert's climate patter scraped my nerves. You folks brought the first dry weather we've had in quite a spell. Nigh on to 8 days of rain, enough water to choke a duck's uncle, cleared just before you arrived. No reply from me. Bert filled in the silence. Y'all's good luck, that's for sure. Must be dry up north where you come from. I didn't answer. Bert kept up the babble, soothing and low like the rumble of a well-tuned car. Though the temptation must have been great, he limited questions about our hodgepodge party to the most basic. Where y'all from? New York City. I was the designated talker for our group. We looked the part. Brina's afro was almost shoulder-wide. She wore a navy blouse with yellow and red embroidery over skinny denims. Crystal and I wore black jeans and T-shirts. Hers were tight, mine not. Jojo brightened our show with bubblegum pink shorts, shirt, and sneakers. The headband over her black curls was dotted with pink knit flowers. New York City! Woo! That's a fur piece from here. Where y'all headed for? Savannah. No need to give him the truth. Savannah's more than a hoot and a holler from these parts. You looking to stay overnight here? Yes. Bert recommended the Host Motel. Not more than 100 yards from here. On the right. You can't miss it. Blue and white sign out front. Says, Welcome Host Motel. Nothing fancy. Simple cabins. Clean and quiet is how Emily runs it. You tell her I sent you. She'll fix you up right. You'll be needing 1, maybe 2 rooms, I reckon. Thank you. No need to feed his curiosity about our sleeping arrangements. We'd ask for a single room with 2 double beds, queen if they had them. Crystal and Jojo could have 1 bed. Brina and I'd use the other bed, taking turns on guard duty through the night. Y'all come back for breakfast now. George flips the best pancakes in the county, and his fried chicken is second to none. Ask Emily. She'll tell you. No promises, but the coffee was decent. The air conditioner belted a merry racket, and it was close. We could be on the interstate by 7. The next morning started slow. At 8, as the women finished washing, dressing, brushing, and packing, I walked to Melba's Dominion Country Diner for a return visit. When the short man's egg platter arrived, he stabbed the yolks with a thrust of the fork. They bled yellow to the lip of the plate. Bert's head jerked at the sharp gesture, but he said nothing. The stranger was Latino, tawny skin pulled tight across his cheekbones under eyes that slanted toward his ears. His black hair was slicked from his low forehead without a part. His brown fake leather jacket was zipped despite the early morning heat. A net of fine scars draped across his right wrist and hand. His arms were thin, the muscles bunched and wiry. His torso bulged with uneven lumps. A weapon was stuffed into his waistband. I reached for my wallet, but when the man spoke, I placed it on the counter next to my plate and lifted my mug. Hearing what he wanted could be crucial to our survival. You seen a woman come through here yesterday? No pleasantries or misdirection. The man jumped into grilling Bert without preamble. Had a little girl with her? I don't know if I remember rightly. Bert's blonde lashes screened his eyes. You'd remember her if you saw her. She's tiny, light-skinned, with long black hair pulled into a ponytail. The man scowled as if his description of Crystal Figueroa tasted sour. The little girl looks like her, only smaller. Now you mention it, I do come to think I saw a woman fits that picture. Bert's smile stretched over his large teeth. Pretty little bit of a thing with that long black hair all shiny like in a magazine. That's her. She come through here? Sure did. I drilled my eyes into the side of Bert's head, but he kept a steady rhythm polishing the counter with his wet rag, never turned to catch my glance or pause his wiping. When? Just about noon yesterday. Lunchtime it was. I remember 'cause she ordered tuna fish sandwiches for her and the little girl. White bread, not toasted, light mayo. They washed them sandwiches down with 2 big glasses of sweet tea. Got a bag of potato chips for the little girl. Lunch, huh? Yes, sir. Lunchtime it surely was. You want me to call George out the kitchen? I bet he remembers, too. Not often you see 2 such pretty little things as that around here. Say, what you want with them 2 anyway, mister? The short man fidgeted on the stool as he fixed his story. Diamond's my wife. Run away from me and stole my baby girl, too. His mouth drooped at both sides as if this were true. Limited imagination led him straight from Crystal to Diamond. He was hired for the muscle on his arm, not the sponge between his ears. Bert played along. Awful sad to hear it. Awful sad. As he spoke, George's massive head rolled into view in the window separating the dining room from the kitchen. A white kerchief stuck to his bald scalp, sweat patches staining the hem. I'm hoping if I can just talk with Diamond, I can get her to come home. The short man poked a blunt finger into the corner of his eye, as if a tear had leaked out. Course you do. Any man with a feather in his pants would want what you want, mister. Bert screwed his mouth into a tight purse. Bet you miss your little girl, too. What'd you say her name was? Jasmine. Pretty name for a pretty little girl. Jasmine. You see which way Diamond drove after lunch? More than saw it. How do you mean? She asked me for directions. Directions to where? Showed me the address on her phone. Bert closed his eyes as if summoning the memory. Don't rightly remember the street, but it was in Jackson. I do remember that. Jackson? Sure, Jackson. You want me to call George? I bet he recollects better than me. Bert tilted his head toward the kitchen but kept his eyes on the stranger. The short man's face flushed. Which direction is Jackson from here? He was hooked, squirming, and eager to be landed. Not far. 25 miles due west as the crow flies, by Road 40. On the interstate? Oh, no, sir. You fly right by Jackson if you stick to the highway. You need to follow the county roads. Where do I go? From here, take a left onto Main Street, then 3 blocks till you come to a 4-way stop. Turn left past the old bank building, the one with the fancy columns out front. Bert used his index finger to sketch a map on the dry flesh of his palm. Then 4 more blocks. You'll see signs for County Road 355 on your right. Left on Main, then left again at the stop, then right to the signs for County Road 355. That it? The pupil eager for approval from the teacher. You got it in one, mister. Head due west and you'll hit Jackson by lunch. Can't miss it. The short man shifted on the stool again, adjusting the waistband of his jacket where it dug into his belly. I could see the outline of his weapon's handle pressed against his pocket. He rested 3 fingers on the hidden gun butt, then zapped his eyes at me. You enjoying this conversation, fella? I couldn't help but hear. I raised the mug and took a deep draught of coffee. No longer hot, the brew tasted brackish, like well water. Bert swished the damp cloth toward my plate with his left hand, lowering his right shoulder and arm as he moved. His right hand stilled in the shadows below counter level. The short man stared at me. Well, you forget you heard anything, understand? I nodded and set the mug on the counter next to my plate. Against my silence, the short man raised his voice. Better for your health the sooner you forget. Already forgotten, pal. Bert laid a paper slip next to the man's platter of cold eggs. The man stood, eyed the receipt, then tugged his jacket until it settled below his belt again. Good. Then you won't mind paying for the entertainment. He stepped toward me and slapped his receipt on the counter at my elbow. Muscles along Bert's pale jaw flickered. I stabbed the receipt with an index finger and pulled it toward me. Sure, happy to, pal. The stranger looked to Bert. Thanks for the breakfast. Then a quick exit, the door shushing on rubber guards as the man left. The cook pushed through the kitchen door. He pulled his white kerchief from his head, wiping his eyebrows. The three of us watched the man back his low-slung black Nissan sedan over the curb. The scrape of bumper against concrete drew a twitch of a smile from Bert. George was first to speak. What you figure he wanted with her, Bert? Bert looked at me. Mister, that tiny woman you traveling with, she's riled some mean folks, that's for sure. When I didn't answer, he swiveled his head toward George to continue his speculation. Maybe she's mixed up with big city gang types, killers and whatnot. You got that right, Bert. No way that rough customer was looking to round up a stray wife. His intent was murderous, no doubt about it. George curved an index finger across his upper lip, ladling sweat, which he flicked onto the floor. What you figure she done? That little lady crossed a big boss for sure. Maybe stole drugs or money. Maybe killed somebody. And the big boss sent that hitman who come looking to kill her, you figure? That's how I make it. Guess we'll never know. Bert looked at me. I studied the egg crumbs on my plate. George kept talking. Unless he circles around here again. Why would he come back? My question let me off the hook for explaining. You gave him good directions, didn't you? Oh, my directions were plumb straight. Bert hung a smile on the last word, then let it drop. As far as they went? What's that mean? George elaborated. Bert said she was headed for Jackson, but he didn't say which Jackson. There's more than one Jackson? The squeaky rise in my voice sounded more chump than Harlem Smooth. Sure. Bert's small smile expanded at last. There's Jackson Spring, Jackson Ridge, Jackson Pass. Don't forget East Jackson, North Jackson, and Jackson's Ford. That's just in this county. George ticked the names on his giant fingers, dough specks flying as he tallied. And then there's 3 more Jacksons in the next county west of here. His friend nodded. How long you figure he realizes he's never going to track down his diamond or whatever she's called? Might take him the rest of today and into tomorrow, Bert. He didn't look all that smart. Maybe he'll be too shamed to show his face around here again. Maybe so. Bert turned on me again. Whether he comes back here or not, you know you got him on your tail now. Yes. George, bring them shears you keep in the top drawer next to the stove. The cook disappeared into his kitchen, returning 30 seconds later with a huge pair of scissors. Bert laid the scissors next to my plate, handle end forward. You help your woman cut off her ponytail. Soon as you get back to the motel, just snip it right off. She's going to want to argue, want to wait till she gets to a beauty salon, claim she needs a fancy do. You know how women get. But you don't have time for that. She needs to cut off her long hair, all of it, and do it fast. George added more advice. And buy your baby some blue jeans at the Walmart on your way out of town. You need to dress that child like a little boy. Ditch all the pretty pink clothing and get her into some plain t-shirts and dungarees. Point taken. I reached for the scissors and slipped them into the waistband of my jeans against the small of my back. It'll be a tough sell, but I'll make it stick. You'd better. What'll you do if the killer comes back? Bert shifted his right shoulder and flexed his elbow. He slid a shotgun onto the counter. He pushed its blunt nose against the plate of half-eaten eggs left by the short man. I'll handle him, if he comes back. Bert stowed the shotgun in the shadows below the counter. I pulled 2 20s from my wallet. This cover the bill? His and mine? That'll do a handsome job of covering. Thank you, mister. The name is Rook, and the thanks are on my side. I leaned an elbow on the counter, my voice low under the air conditioner's rumble. Why'd you help? Didn't like the look of his face. Bert tilted his head toward George. The cook expanded. Me neither. Didn't sit right with me. Coming after women and little babies like that. Plain wrong, that's how I seen it. I reached a business card from my back pocket and laid it next to the 20s. Its shiny black face shouted, The Ross Agency, Private Investigations, Lost, Missing, Cheated, Your Problems, Our Solutions. I flattened the card's bent corners against the counter. You ever need help in New York? Call me. My number's on the back. The door swooshed open. An elderly couple stepped into the cool interior of the diner. With a smile and wave at Bert, they took seats at a table to the left of the door. George folded my card in his heavy fist and rolled toward the kitchen. How you doing, Mr. Anderson? Be right with you, Ms. Anderson. Bert gathered 2 laminated menus and swept from behind the counter to tend to his new customers. I jerked to the door. A gust of air, like an oven's breath, rushed past me into the diner. In the hot sunlight, I turned toward the host motel. The sharp tip of the kitchen shears scratched my spine as I hurried over the gravel driveway.
Wings Beating. From Tampa Bay Noir. Written by Elliot Schrafer. Read by Robert Fass. I guess I should have figured a Florida vacation would have lots of cars in it. This trip has been red arrows, 4-way stops, ogling the rare pedestrian, hailing a car on this app or that, or waiting for a crusty cab with a crustier driver. How much of a life around here is spent wallowing in seats, hands at 10 and 2, or a pinky at 6, waiting for a light to tell you when it's time to act? I'm driving around all the time in Maryland, too, don't get me wrong. On Darren weeks, I'm chauffeuring him plenty. Violin lessons, or swim practice, or trips to the mall food court with his girlfriends. Darren's a busy kid, the only 13-year-old I know who uses his calendar app, but driving with him back home means not having to talk. Now we're on vacation, so we're pressed in the back of these hired cars, not me in front and him on his phone, but right next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, like we're sweethearts on a date, like we're me and his mom back before the split. We're done with the sightseeing part of the vacation and onto the spa stay, the whole point of this trip. I'm no spa guy, but I was the 3rd place out of 3 winner of an episode of Guess It Now, and this spa trip was my prize. I thought Darren and I could bond a little. Maybe we can laugh about it. That's why we're in the back of a car whose upholstery smells like nightclub cologne, driving down the main street of this town called Safety Harbor, even though there's no ships here. Pretty safe, though. Nearly there, kid, I say. The glamorous resort and spa. Darren puts his phone away. He's pretty good about that stuff, not an addict like most of them, and casts his liquid, staring attention toward the spa. I guess it's the same place as the cutaway graphic on the game show. Curved brick drive, blue rectangle of a pool behind the front windows, a restaurant that looks like the conservatory from Clue. There's something a little seedy about all of it, too, which I definitely didn't expect. Hard to put my finger on. There's probably microscopic grime between all the tiles. Valet boys in polo shirts lounge in front. One says, "Good afternoon, sir," when I pass. It's in this put-out way, though, like his mom just made him say it. The other boys look at Darren, with his skinny jeans and gay, or at least rainbow spectrum-y designer eyeglasses, and I can feel the smirks they're all hiding, each and every one. I don't know, maybe I thought the game show would have called ahead, said, "Hey, a prize winner's coming in to stay for a while, give him a congrats when he gets there," and Darren could have had a moment of being proud of his dad. But I guess we're just like any other guests, because the lady behind the counter says, "Enjoy your 2 nights with us," as she gestures me and Darren toward our room. The hallway's covered in aggressively ugly carpet, a blue-green run through by ship's wheels and nautical rope. It saps the sound from our feet and our luggage wheels. The room is perfectly clean. It's also perfectly stale, like a mock-up that was never meant to be lived in. While we slot our clothes into drawers, the window air conditioning unit rattles and chugs, goes quiet, rattles and chugs, goes quiet. I open the blinds, see the license plates of the cars parked right in front, the gas station on the far side, and close the blinds again. It's a third-place winner kind of joint, I guess. Darren's messaging on his phone for a while. When the air conditioner's off, I can actually hear the sound of his thumbs on glass. I wonder, not for the first time, if he's cruising nearby guys. A little young, sure, but I'd have taken up any chance to have sex at his age, though willing girls are harder to find, and I didn't have apps or anything. It's not like he's come out to me, but I'm operating on the assumption that my son is gay until proven otherwise. I work with 3 gay dudes, maybe 4 actually, and I find it hard to keep up with their fast and mocking conversations, but they're good guys. My son has their same armoring wit, the same tendency to check his hair, the same examined life. Darren looks up from his phone and asks if I want to go for a walk. My son has made a request that involves spending time with me. I try to play it cool, but yes, I would like to go for a walk. We haven't said much during our days working on our sunburns on Clearwater Beach. We don't ever talk much, to be honest, but I think that's what we both want. At least I know it's what I want, or at least it's the only way I know how to be. Darren, though, when he's with his mother, he can't shut up. The number of TV shows they manage to watch and then discuss, it makes me wonder if he's ever sleeping when he's in his bedroom with the door closed. There's an old pier right near the spa, and we walk along its curving and pitched wood. The constant sea airs made the surface waxy. Our sneakers tilt and squeak. At the end of the pier is a fisherman, a young guy with a University of Florida t-shirt who I figure is plucking fish out of their water for kicks and not for food. He doesn't catch anything in front of us, thank God. Darren would not be into that. But I can feel my kid getting withdrawn as he smells the blood and scales. Darren dutifully picks up any scraps of loose fishing filament we come across, balls them into his pockets. He doesn't want them flying into the sea and garroting mermaids or whatever he's worried about. He doesn't want to see things that aren't even human get hurt. He's an absurdly sweet kid, my son. Amelia called me a week ago, saying Darren had been moody until he'd finally explained to her that I'd said it didn't matter if he was gay, or if he was green-skinned, or ate babies, or was a terrorist. Did that seem like the right way to talk to him about that? She wondered. I told her that I was sure I didn't put it that way, and if I did, it was a joke, because I was nervous, because I loved the kid so much. Of course, I don't think being gay is the same thing as being a terrorist. But how am I supposed to find the words to tell Darren that? And now it's like we're never allowed to discuss the topic ever again. I stop to talk to this nice woman in a tight top about where she's from and whether she knows good places to eat near here. And when I look up, Darren's gotten away from me and he's almost back at the spa. He's a fast kid. His skinny legs made twitchy by all the swimming. I say goodbye to the lady. She was probably too young for me to be flirting with anyway, and catch up to my kid. He's at the entrance, where there's this 2-lane road clogged with glossy cars pumping out exhaust while they wait for the 4-way stop to clear. Something's caught Darren's attention, but I can't tell what. On the other side of the road is nothing special, just a 6-story apartment complex that's under construction. The earth around it is ripped and raw, and the apartments aren't finished or anything. It seems like a nice enough place to live, though. I'd take it. Darren looks upset, and I get worried that all the dried fish guts we saw on the pier are going to make this spa stay go blammo. I'm sure he'd be telling his mom just what was the matter, but I don't know how to get him talking. I like everything he says to me. I just don't have a lot to say back, that's all. I scratch at the sweaty small of my back. Something wrong? I finally try. Nothing, Dad, he says. But I know there's something. It would be a bummer if your view got blocked by that new building, but I can't see why he'd get upset about that. He's looking toward the spa, like he's ready to go back and chill in the room, but I focus on where he was looking before and see there's an egret, a white spindly thing, pretty and harmless unless you're a fish. It's fluttering beside a stopped tractor, beating its wings uselessly against the side of the machine. It's only going to hurt itself. That tractor's not going anywhere until the crew returns on Monday. What does a bird have against a tractor? We have nothing to do with ourselves anyway. I'm at a getaway spa with my kid, and the awkwardness is hitting me more and more hardcore. So we wander into the construction site. We poke around the boundary of the scalloped orange tape, check out the derelict backhoes and the homes without doors as we make our way to the bird. If you don't count the line of stopped cars or the egret or the ladies in white jeans going to the Starbucks on the corner, we're on our own. Eventually, Darren and I make it to where we both know we're heading, as close as we can get to the tractor and the egret. The bird goes all still when we get near, like it's trying to camouflage itself into the tractor. It seems to me that something spindly like an egret should fly away if a couple of humans approach. But it doesn't, and the wrongness of that leaves me fluttery. Darren, too, he gets this posture like, "Let's leave, Dad." But he doesn't say any words. He just folds his arms over his slight chest and stares at the bird. Look, I'm not a knucklehead. I had enough smarts to get onto that trivia show in the first place. I put it all together quick enough. New construction, maybe getting ready to show a model apartment to prospective clients, first-time landscaping around the building, someone knocked down the bird's tree or whatever, and its nest and its eggs, or God, little birds, are gone now. But it's still fighting the tractor like it can get the babies back. Maybe the dead birds are still under? All right, Darren, let's not bother the bird anymore. What do you think happened? I don't know, but we've upset it, look. I don't think we upset it, Darren says quietly. It was already upset when we were back across the street. Okay, but it's not going to calm down with us around. Come on. Let's check out the pool. I walk away, but Darren doesn't move. He's like a kid in a horror movie sometimes. His attention gets so focused that all other things fall away. Can we help it? I don't think so, I say. Whatever it's upset about is over now. Poor egret, he says in a whining way that makes me worry about how guys treat him at school. But he's always tight with the girls in his violin section, chatting away, and I bet they'd all be making friendship bracelets for this egret right now. I decide my kid's life is fine. In general, at least. For the next 2 days, I'm not as sure. You hungry? I ask. He shakes his head. I don't need to look to know that his eyes are wet. Okay, we can just stand here and look at the bird, if that's what you want. That's what we do. Cars are going by, sweat is dripping down my back, more ladies in white jeans are going into the Starbucks, and the egret is still freaked out, but not about us. And I wonder how long it's been there, fighting this metal thing. And it's making me sad too, even though my emotions are cinder blocks. So I go and try to investigate. Like maybe if it can show me the broken eggshells, the bird will feel better. But it flutters its wings at me with its beak open. And that's when Darren says, "We can go check out the pool, Dad." So we head back to the spa. While we walk, I ruffle the hair at the back of his neck. It's limp and wet. I know he's gotten sad. He and his mother have always had plenty of melancholy in them, and I've never been able to do much about it for either one. They're just not sturdy. But my own dad made me be sturdy above all else, and I've come to realize that sturdy isn't an especially healthy thing for a person to be. "Maybe there's chicken fingers at the spa restaurant," I say. No reaction to that one. He's always loved chicken fingers. But 13 is different from 12. The valet kid welcomes us back in that same "go tell Aunt Bertha thank you" tone. By the time we're at the indoor pool and steam room, my sweat has chilled. The pool was probably something to behold back in 1980. It's hidden away from any natural light, occasional tiles darkened like age spots. An old lady in a bathing cap is doing slow laps, and two more are sitting on chaiselongs around one of the little tables with pebbled glass tops. The ceiling is dentist office low. "Nice, huh?" I say. The kid's staring at a landscape with ceramic vases painted on it, which makes it look like we're in a low-res Greece or maybe Rome or something. He taps the fakey Jake sky and looks back at me smiling, like he's finally figured out the answer to some frustrating question. We lie on our striped towels in the chill AC around the warm pool and take turns diving in. He keeps his T-shirt on, like I'd have done at 13. I display my padded, hairy belly to the world. Then we go back to the room and put the TV on and drop into our phones. Someone can't figure out the software licenses in accounting, but otherwise everything at work seems to be going along fine without me. Amelia asks how Darren's getting along, and I text her back a pic of him staring at his phone on his drooping hotel bed. And it all feels nice, like we're still married. I compose and delete a few texts to her, then finally put the phone down to stop myself from sending any of them. I say it's time for dinner, and Darren doesn't change out of his T-shirt, so I tell him it's a special occasion. I'm grateful I don't have to explain that I want the game show prize to be something special. He puts on a button-down shirt, pleated khakis, and a clip-on tie. It's a bit much, but also pretty damn sweet. We go tripping along the nautical hallway, my kids' loafers, squeaking on the plush, plasticky fibers. When we get to the restaurant, there's a printout taped to the window, 72-point Calibri telling us it's closed for a private event. Kid and I peer in anyway. He's on his tiptoes to see what's going on, bringing his white athletic-socked heels right out of the backs of his loafers. At first, I think it might be a wedding, but then I see that it's probably a work event. There's an easel with some poster board I can't make out through the foggy glass. I'm not the kind to go places I'm not wanted, so I bring Darren to the host desk and ask where the spa's other restaurants are. The lady explains that there's just the one, and sorry it's closed for a party, someone should have told me. I ask what else is within walking distance, and she explains that there's nothing unless we want to get a sandwich from the Starbucks. That's when I start getting really mad, but Darren's there, so I swallow it all down. He heard enough of my yelling back when I was married to his mom. We stand in the hallway, and I pull out my phone, but just looking at the car apps, imagining sitting in the back of a Camry in traffic, pits my stomach. I don't want to get back on the highway, don't want to wait at lights and pass 3 Applebee's on the way to what other chain restaurant we've chosen. I put the phone away. Come on, we're going in, I say to Darren, and before he can protest, I've pushed through the doors and gone into the private event. Whoa, Dad, he says under his breath as we step to one side into the shadows. I crashed enough weddings back in my crazier days to know that you stay as still as possible until you've picked your strategy. Looks like the event has been underway for a while already. Maybe it's technically a lunch, and the conversation is drunken, the buffet mostly picked over. There's plenty of waxy little cheese cubes, though, and some raw broccoli, and no way, what looks like chicken fingers. The placard is in French, but I know a chicken finger when I see one. Darren can eat around the creamy blue cheese center. I tell him to wait at the quiet end of the buffet while I grab some plates, since that'll bring me close to the nearest clot of drunk office party guys. This office does seem to be all guys, at least the ones who've stayed this late. I nod to 4 hair-wave polo shirt bros with their napkin-wrapped beers, like to say, hey, office stuff, that work we all do, crazy, am I right? I get 4 nods back, then return to my kid with the 2 plates, their porcelain scuffed gray from innumerable meals. Feeling the office bro's eyes on the back of my head, I hand Darren one and ask him if he doesn't want to make up his own dinner and has he seen the chicken fingers yet. I'm hyper-aware of these guys' focus. I'm sure they're passing around theories about us because they're in that late party zone where no one has anything to talk about, but they're intimate and cheerful, and the topic you've discovered together is proof of how amazingly everyone gets along, them against the world, them against me and my kid. Potentially. I don't know where this is all going to go. We get our food and then find an empty table where I can move enough smudgy wine glasses and napkins to one side so that we can eat together. Darren's laying into his chicken fingers, and I'm eyeing the bucket with the open wine bottles, and we're just being peaceful and companionable until I sense those guys nearby. Hey, are you two with... Here they say the name of their company, which I honestly can't remember, but it was one of those full name of a hometown guy kind of small fry investment joints. Nope, I say, keeping my eyes on my plate. Darren keeps his eyes furiously on his food too, but in a maybe over-dramatic way, like we're in a black-and-white movie avoiding Nazis. We were thinking this little guy could be a new junior analyst or something. It's the same bro speaking, and he's probably the one drunk or naturally aggressive enough to make this confrontation happen. Not that I think they're going to start an actual fight. They just want to make us feel shitty for a while so they can feel unshitty together. I get it. I've done it before. I look right into them. Look, guys, we're just trying to have dinner here. We're not causing any trouble. They make side-eye at one another, and that's how I know I've taken the wrong tack. Now I've turned from a foreign adventurer to a freeloader taking handouts. I could have explained that the spa rented out its restaurant without thinking about its guests, and that's why I'm here eating food they don't want anymore anyway. But I don't feel like I owe these bros any explanations. Guess you didn't see the sign, lead bro says. This is a private party. We're not doing any harm, Darren mumbles. I raise an eyebrow at him. He just said that? My kid? What did you say? Lead bro huffs. We're minding our own business, Darren says. You should try it. He takes a preposterously large bite of chicken finger and starts chewing. Maybe it's called cordon bleu, this chicken? We're just standing our own business, lead bro says with an extravagant lisp. Well, this is a private party, and you're not on the list. So you being here is our business, faggot. My world clanks and drops. Blood buzzes through my ears. "They're not causing any trouble, man. Just let it go," says one of the other bros. They suddenly come into focus, a trio of pastels, pink, green, and blue, behind lead bro's orange. One of their hands is on lead bro's shoulder. "They're not done ramming themselves down our throat on every TV show. Now they're coming to our parties and eating our fucking food." For the sake of Darren, I will myself motionless, despite the rage pushing my limbs to move and fight. Do these douchebags think we're together? Me and my 13-year-old kid? Whatever version of the truth lead bro is thinking, it's not working for me. I push back hard from the table, enough to send my chair clattering to the floor. A couple of other guys in blazers look over and go back to their conversation. Pastel blue bro picks up the chair. Maybe this is going to work out fine. Lead bro puts down his beer and rubs his knuckles. Maybe this is not going to work out fine. I've been in my share of fights before, and the whip smack of this Lifetime Achievement Prize trip being so sucky has definitely given me the urge to connect my fist with something that'll scream back. But as I start to do my chest-forward bumping the air toward lead bro, I catch a glimpse of Darren, and he's got this look on his face, not scared exactly, but more tired, like he'd give anything to be surprised by what's about to happen. If I'm a good dad, my priority should be getting us out of here. For the sake of my kid, I put my hands up and turn away from the bros. They start chuckling and victory snarking, and it makes my shoulders square off and the hair on my forearms rise, but I still walk away. Darren stands up, looking all meek and lanky, but he takes one last chicken finger from his plate and waves it like a potter wand. "Faggot out," he says, before sauntering after me and out of the restaurant. The fight fury fades. It's replaced by a queasy middle zone where the pastel voices join together behind me, and I'm waiting to feel a beer bottle or a hock of spit hit the back of my neck, things men have done to me and will do to my son for decades to come. But also my mind is skimming along the new reality that my meek, sensitive kid stands up for himself, has developed a whole gay arsenal of zingers. Who taught him how to do that? We're out of the room, and I've got my arm around him, rubbing his bird-like shoulder, and then I'm laughing. "Faggot out," I say. "Amazing." "I don't know, that just came out of me," Darren says. "I should use it," I chuckle. "Faggot out. Awesome line." "You don't need to use it, Dad." That can mean 10 different things, and I try to ask him to tell me more, but the words stop before they get to my mouth. Darren looks back where we came, to the closed doors. "I'm glad those guys aren't following us. They were total assholes." "Yep," I say. Without quite meaning to, we've wandered back into the pool area. I lean down and slap the warm, slightly cloudy water. "Want to take a swim again?" Darren shakes his head. "I think I want to go back to the room." I knew that would be his answer. We don't even have our trunks and towels with us or anything, and after nearly getting gay bashed, neither of us is exactly inclined to any father-son skinny dipping. We walk past the steam room, and since it's still barely sunset and we have a whole night of sitting on our hotel beds on our phones ahead of us, I drag my feet by looking inside. Narrow, tiled box, dingy without officially being dirty anywhere. It's like sitting under a giant hand dryer that blows wet. I've never gotten the appeal of those rooms. Darren's waiting for me, worrying his fingers and tapping his knees, so I close the steam room up and walk with him down the corridor of nautical carpet. We get to our room, and he's immediately absorbed in his phone, unclipping it from the charger and hurling himself onto the bedspread. I take a piss, then waffle in the doorway. "Did you get enough to eat?" He nods and pats his belly. "I'm not sure I did," I say. The hair on my forearms has risen again. I might go back out there and see what I can scrounge up. He nods again. Sure you don't want anything? Head shakes. Okay, see you soon. I step out and press the door closed behind me. My palms are sweaty, my mouth full of a metallic taste. All I hear beyond my racing heartbeat is the feeble roar of air conditioners behind closed doors. Where are all the other hotel guests? In their cars somewhere, out to dinner, I guess. But not here. My feet bring me to the restaurant. I could do with another beer. A cracker, a leaf of lettuce, anything. Whatever I can steal from those assholes. I want them to see it, and I want to see the consequences. I listen to the door, then crack it open. There's just a server left there, cleaning the tables and putting chairs up. She gives me a "hey, stranger" smile, and I give one back. There's still some food left, so I could get some. But since the party bros aren't there, it wouldn't count as stealing, and stealing is what I want to do. I do grab a beer, though, and start it going down quick. That gets a genuine smile from the server. She might like me. She's way too young, though, so I leave the restaurant and lean against the door, drinking my beer and listening to the nothing happening all around me. Male murmurs in the distance, the sigh of the steam ticking on and ticking off, the constant hum of the pool pump. An old lady in a bathrobe shuffles down the hallway. I nod and smile at her. She nods and smiles at me. Think she's the same one who was doing laps in the pool. I wish I had a cigarette. But I don't smoke anymore unless it's at a party. This is not a party. The question that got me was geography. I wasn't stuck in the moment. I wouldn't have gotten it even from the comfort of my living room. I wasn't meant to be more than a third-place contestant on Guess It Now. The Amazon River passes through Peru before entering Brazil. How hard is life going to be for my son? A roaring janitor passes me, his industrial vac advancing and retreating, advancing and retreating. He dips into the pool room, keys jangling. He comes out a few minutes later, closes the door and flips a sign on a chain. The vac roars back to life, then fades as the janitor passes around a corner and out of view. My fingers flick over my phantom cigarette, alone again. Until I'm not. Voices approach from down the hall. Voices I recognize. I don't hide, but I do go still. The bros, only two of them now, orange bro and pink bro, lurch along the hallway, coming from the same direction where the janitor disappeared. Pink has his arm around Orange's shoulders, and the pressure of his heavy limb makes Orange trip as much as he walks. They're staying upright, but only just. My fingers drop the phantom cigarette and make a fist instead. The bros go right up to the glass door to the pool area, peer in. They totally ignore the closed sign and push through. Their voices fall away beneath the hum of the pool pump. I'm alone in the hall. It's as if the bros were never here, as if they dropped into the water and were sucked away. I stand there for a moment, resisting the urge to check my phone, just wondering about people being here, people being gone. I step toward the pool entrance. I'm totally silent, not from any special source of elegance, but because the carpet is so plush and so thick. I reach the door and peer in. In soft focus through the blurring glass, the bros are doing midnight laps, laughing and splashing as they kick against either side. Their polo shirts stick to their torsos, and as they pull themselves out of the pool, their shorts cling. Would my son enjoy the sight of this? The bros probably wouldn't want to be seen by my son, and tonight that matters. The lights are out, but the streetlight silhouettes the bros as they jostle and push, as they scamper along the edge of the pool, frantic and agile like little boys at a sleepover. They head toward the door, toward me. I tense, ready for a confrontation. My fist on a jaw might just be the answer I need, the thing that will clear this murky unease. The bros turn before they're at the exit, though, and head into the steam room. I hear the crank of the knob, the clink of the heater, the whoosh of the steam. I walk toward the entrance to the pool area and lay my hand on the doorknob. I push it and head into the chill, chlorine-tanged air. The bros are mere smudges of pink and orange behind the small, fogged window of the steam room. If they looked toward the window, I think they might see me, but I'm also sure that they won't. I can hear the barks of their drunken laughter. Darren's waiting for me back at the room. I can almost imagine him here next to me, the stew of desire and self-consciousness he would be feeling. I place my hand on the looping handles of the steam room's double doors, consider opening them, enjoying the shock of the bros as I confront them, as I lay into them with my fists until they turn the tide on me. How would I explain the blood and black eyes to Darren? Instead, I look to the pool, to its painted scene of meadows and vases, and finally to the bug net lying along the tiled wall. I pick up the net, test its metal pole between my hands, hollow but strong. The pole passes right through the handle loops, holds there at an angle, one end pitched into the wall. Unaware that they are trapped, the pink and orange smudges continue their jostling and laughter. Drunk as they are, the bros will probably stay too long before they try to leave, before they find that they can't leave. I want to see it happen, want to see their shock at their sudden powerlessness. But I also want to get out of there, get back to Darren, watch whatever horrible show he's found on the room's greasy TV, lie there in quiet in our shared space. I give the steam room door a kick. The bros go silent, and the smudges near resolve into shirts below red faces. Voices shout, but I can't make out the words. I back up, in a horrible kind of awe at what I've done, what I'm doing. I head to the exit, give one last look at the steam room door, at the narrow rectangle of the window. Pale arms beat at it like wings.
90 Miles. From Both Sides. Written by Alex Segura. Read by Ramon de Ocampo. November 12th, 1992. Joaquin Carmona tried to close his eyes. He knew it was a bad idea. Everything he'd been told said to do otherwise. Keep your eyes open. Don't lose sight of the horizon. Marta had said these things before they set off, knowing her husband, unlike her and their son Manolo, was not a water person. Had the circumstances been better, he would have laughed at the memory of beaches, uncomfortable dips in Cuba's crisp blue waters, of his son's bubbly laughter as Joaquin picked him up and tossed him into the air, the sun casting half his small, olive-skinned face in shadow. But laughter was for another time. Now they were in hell. Rigoberto, the older man, was at the front of the small, rickety boat. He was the captain of their doomed vessel. A raft, really. A tiny flotation device of his creation that was supposed to carry the four of them to freedom. Actually, freedom didn't matter anymore. It was about safety. It was about land and feeling their toes in the sand or on concrete. Anything, really. Joaquin didn't care anymore. He wanted off this maldito boat and to be anywhere else. Joaquin felt the raft lurch left and his stomach turned right. His empty stomach. There'd been some tostadas before boarding, but he couldn't bring himself to eat. Couldn't bring himself to do anything even mildly celebratory before they reached the other side. Freedom. Miami. Or so they were told. Manolo was nestled next to Marta, his tiny toddler face buried in her armpit like a tiny bird waiting for food. His mood was a blend of fear, anger, and sadness. They'd woken him up suddenly, rushed him outside their tiny house, rushed him down the empty streets, sliding into alleys and dark corners if they caught wind of anyone. He was a smart boy. He caught on quick. He knew something was wrong. They weren't leaving de vacación. There were no bags. Plus, he knew, had known for years, that vacations and trips and adventures like that were for other families. Families with more. Joaquin felt a sharp jolt of regret as he met his son's eyes for a moment, before Manolito's dark brown pupils turned back to his mother. This was on him. He'd made this decision. He, in a fit of anger at their lot in life, had reached out to Rigoberto. The bar, La Bodeguita del Medio on Empedrado, had been dark and empty when Joaquin stepped in and met Rigoberto in the back. A cold beer was waiting for him. It was a tourist spot, that bar. The checkered floor, the writing on the wall, photos of American celebrities hanging everywhere. Joaquin didn't belong here. Would get kicked out if he stuck around too long. But this beer, this frigid dream, materialized in front of him. He felt the dirt on his palms mix with the condensation on the bottle, and he could almost taste the Presidente before he brought the bottle to his chapped, peeling lips. Desperate for the cold liquid to help fend off the tropical heat that had coated his body for what felt like a century. The bar's sputtering air conditioner felt like an Arctic paradise. He slurped it down with gusto, barely savoring the refreshment, barely feeling the alcohol pulse through his brain. Joaquin hadn't had a drink in at least a year. Not since Marta told him it was her and Manolo, or the bottle. Bottles, rather. As life got worse, as their lives became more about scrounging and scavenging just to survive, Joaquin found himself turning more and more to release. Sipping his friend Osvaldito's gualfarina, the homemade illegal liquor, with a frequency that bordered on obsession. It had gotten bad. Well, worse. He barely remembered those days, stumbling into his tiny house, reeking of sex, sweat, drink, blood. He didn't know what he had done, who he had met, how he had survived. Marta was having none of it. She knew they were in hell. She felt it too. But she hadn't forgotten their son. She would not allow Joaquin to forget him either. So the line was drawn. Drink again, and we leave. No middle ground. So Joaquin listened. And for a year, up until that moment in the bar, with the cold beer coming alive in his hands, he'd listened. He'd done what he was told. He went to work as a janitor, cleaning office buildings and government spaces when there was work to be done, sitting at home feeling his world fade into red when there wasn't. He bid adios to Osvaldito. He taught his son about baseball. He had sex with his wife once a month. He tried to remember the sound of his mother's voice, and a time when Cuba was a place where he wanted to be.
Osvaldito told me you wanted help,
Rigoberto had said, his sun-crackled skin giving his appearance a wraith-like quality. He was a skinny old man, his body frail and rigid. But his face had an unexpected expressiveness that alarmed Joaquin. A serpentine smile and tiny obsidian eyes that seemed to pulse to their own rhythm. His hands were mangled, claw-like, from decades of working the fields and little medical attention. His teeth, what few Joaquin could see, were a dull yellow, the incisors sharp and vampiric. Yes, Joaquin said, swallowing down the last bit of the beer. He tried not to look around the bar, not out of worry, but out of a need for another drink. He was not the type to have just one, to sip a rum and take a nap. No. Joaquin drank hard and long, like his father and his abuelo before him. He didn't know any other way. He didn't want to.
Bueno. Then tell me, hermano, Rigoberto said. We are only briefly outside the eyes of the people who frown upon this kind of conversation. I understand. Do you, Joaquin Carmona, hijo de Salvador? I knew your father. He was a hard worker. Loved to sing and dance and drink. I have fond memories of him, Rigoberto said, his eyes glazing over slightly, the deep blackness now a cloudy, murky gray. So, when your friend called me, I came. I want to help the son of my friend, you see. I am a helper. I can get you where you need. But it's not free.
Joaquin felt the boat, the raft, lurch again. He felt Rigoberto's stare before he dared meet it. The dark, sludgy eyes on his, then trailing over to Marta, and settling on Manolo.
It's just you and your wife?
He'd asked Joaquin as they walked back toward El Centro, where Joaquin lived. The first beer had blended into 6 more, and Joaquin felt wobbly. There'd been a time, not long ago, when 6 beers was an appetizer, a primer for the night, a necessity. But that was long ago. His tolerance was gone. He felt the rough edges of a brownout creeping into his vision.
Just me and Marta. Yeah, just 2,
he'd said, nodding fast. Why was he lying? Was it the cost? Was it habit? To lie, to deflect, to dance around the truth? The alcoholic habits came back fast, like sliding into comfortable slippers found in the back of the closet. It should have scared him, the ease with which the lies spread. But something inside him wanted these words, wanted this to be the truth. And that shook him to his core. Or it would. Later.
Está bien, Rigoberto said, slapping Joaquin's face softly as they parted. Anything more, and we'd barely make it off the island, mijo. My boats are strong, but not that strong. They have to be fast, too, you know. To get past them.
Them? Rigoberto laughed, a dry, crusty laugh that sounded like sandpaper on asphalt.
Los tiburones, Joaquin, Rigoberto said. The sharks.
Joaquin had heard the stories of what men and women traversing the waters between Cuba and Florida had seen. The deep blue waters masking a deadly darkness. Sharks were fearless, and Joaquin had heard many a story of the giant predatory fish snatching balseros from their rafts. He'd heard stories of blood-stained waters, arms and legs floating past. But that was just the sharks, Joaquin knew. He'd stopped outside the rickety front door to his home and felt a jolt of clarity electrify his body. If the sharks didn't get them, there were many other paths that led to a painful, brutal death. If they were captured, if they didn't make it past the 12-mile area surrounding Cuba that preceded international waters, they'd be arrested. At best. Joaquin had also heard stories of balseros not making it back home, shot point-blank on the boats ferrying them back to the island. If they did manage to get past Cuban waters, and if they did manage to avoid a deadly encounter with a shark, they'd still have to navigate the waters. The massive Caribbean waves, some clocking in higher than 15 feet, that could easily flip and destroy the kind of boat he envisioned Rigoberto captaining. What have I done? Joaquin asked himself as his hand wrapped around the chipped and rusty doorknob, careful to not make any noises that could wake Marta. He cursed softly, remembering the drinks. Sure, she'd sniffed the alcohol on his breath as he slid into bed. What have I done? He made a beeline for their mildew-infested and cramped bathroom, sloshing water from the sink into his hungry mouth, rinsing and gargling in a vain attempt to clean up the stains of his behavior. Rigoberto had laid out the plans as Joaquin worked on his 4th beer. He, unlike many on the island, owned a fishing boat, he said. And while he worked in the fields to this day, he earned a healthy income as a smuggler, ferrying people like Joaquin from Cuba to Miami. But the journey wasn't over once they hit international waters, explained Rigoberto. No, they needed to dodge nature's traps and man himself, notably the Coast Guard. The United States had enacted a wet foot, dry foot policy specifically designed to prevent another mass exodus along the lines of the Mariel swarm that hit Miami in the early 80s. Now, if balseros were caught on their way to Miami, they could be sent back. And a trip back to Cuba was certain death. No, they had to reach land. Their feet had to touch the ground. That made the Coast Guard the enemy, and it made international waters just as dangerous as the 12 miles surrounding Cuba. Joaquin blinked, and he was back on the raft. Lying down now, his eyes staring up into the bright Caribbean sky, the sun bearing down on them, roasting his tan skin. His mouth was dry, his body limp. He heard Manolo whimpering behind him somewhere. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't.
"Halfway there," Rigoberto said, his voice a ragged croak.
How long had he been out? Joaquin had no idea. It couldn't have been that long. His mind drifted back to the morning, boarding Rigoberto's boat, just a few bottles of water, a bag of food, and nothing else. They were going fishing. At least, that's what they wanted anyone who saw them to believe. There was nothing wrong here. Just a family paying an experienced fisherman to show them the waters. Rigoberto's entire expression morphed once he set eyes on Manolo. The kid was pudgy, big for his age, but enough to create a problem on the old man's boat. Joaquin had tried not to worry, had tried to ignore the lie he'd drunkenly spat out at Rigoberto the night before. But now it all came back, and he saw the older man's eyes flicker with a flame that could only be pure hatred. But they were out, in the open, and the old man couldn't deviate now. The plan had been set. People were watching. They'd boarded, and he felt Rigoberto's hot, angry breath on his face as he helped Joaquin onto the raft, the last crew member aboard.
"Pendejo mentiroso," he hissed. "Now we all die together."
Joaquin tried to ignore Rigoberto. Now, his back flat on the boat, the entire vessel bobbing up and down with a ferocity that he'd never imagined, he could care less about the old man's petty concerns. He was worried too, but it had little to do with a fat toddler. It had to do with survival. Then, they sprung the first leak. A small tear near the front of the raft, near where Rigoberto was seated, his makeshift captain's seat really just a cooler at the front of the cheap, man-made raft.
On the boat, Joaquin had thought when he and Marta caught a glimpse of Rigoberto's vessel. Who was the real mentiroso?
The water came into the boat slowly, but Rigoberto danced to his feet like a child stung by a bee, stepping back from the leak as if singed by flame. "No! No! No!" he said, his voice an octave higher than Joaquin thought possible. "Now we die! Now it's over!" Joaquin felt blood pump through his body, felt life come back to his limbs. He felt himself sit up, yank his shirt off, and stuff the tattered white cloth into the tear, trying to stop the flow. It seemed to work for a second, and his heart slowed, and he almost sighed in relief. But then, he felt his shirt soaking in his hands, and he knew it was over. "Papi, no!" Manolo's scream, shrill and desperate, didn't come soon enough to prevent what happened next. Joaquin felt the blade slide into his back, long and flat, the hilt touching his sunburnt skin. Then another scream, Marta, followed by a scuffle. Marta was strong, forceful. She would not die quietly. And she would not die at the hands of some pendejo viejo, as she described Rigoberto that last night, as she angrily poured Joaquin a glass of water to sober him up. "What have you done, Joaquin? To us?
To our family?
The raft bobbed up again, a larger, more powerful wave tossing the tiny boat up and off the water for a few seconds, and Joaquin felt like they were gliding on air. He fell backward, his face now watching the struggle. Rigoberto standing over Marta, his hands wrapped around her throat, Manolo cowering behind the old man.
Puta maldita! Rigoberto spat, his body shaking from the effort of trying to keep Marta down.
Joaquin felt the knife dig deeper into him, and he knew if he was going to act, it had to be now. He was dying. He stood, the lurch and lunge of the waves underneath them balancing out his own dizziness, giving his blood-drained body a brief moment of control as he grabbed Rigoberto's shoulders and pulled the skinny, jagged old man back and toward the edge of the raft that was now filling with water, the crystal blue ocean no longer something that surrounded them, now something that would consume them. Joaquin felt his hands wrap around Rigoberto's scaly, tan throat, felt his fingers tighten around it, his thumbs pressuring the bones and muscle and life that took up space in there. He saw Rigoberto's eyes bulge open, a look of surprise and hate steaming off his eyes, like the exhaust from an old Ford.
Estás muerto, cabrón, Rigoberto said, the words a sizzling whisper, a last gasp.
Joaquin felt the burning now, his back, the blood coating him. His hands hurt, his body was buckling. He couldn't hold on. He just felt so alone, so empty, so tired. He'd tried, Martika. He really had. Even after everything, after prison, after that first failed attempt, she'd stayed with him. She'd cared for him even when the work disappeared. He'd tried this to save her, to save them, their life, their son. And now, what? He felt the crack in Rigoberto's neck before he heard it. A soft, wet, crook sound that he might have just imagined. But then the old man stopped fighting, though his eyes, red, the vessels burst and spreading, remained awake, as if looking for a final corner to cut, a last deal to make to ensure their survival. Joaquin stumbled back. That's when the shark popped up, its sleek, gray-blue form sidling up to the raft, its mouth hooking onto Rigoberto's head and dragging him into the water. Almost silent in its execution. A predator accustomed to scavenging for meals between an island and a peninsula. Joaquin wanted to gasp, but found it hard to breathe. He felt a hand on his shoulder as he dropped down onto the floor, the water sloshing as he fell back, Marta next to him. She was crying. Manolo was crying. He could still hear them, but he found it hard to make words, to respond.
Perdóname, Dios,
he muttered. God, forgive me. Forgive me for what I've done. He didn't mean Rigoberto. Think we got something, Lieutenant? The ensign said as he approached the edge of the small Coast Guard cutter and peered into the calm, teal waters of the Florida Straits. He felt his commanding officer, Lieutenant Osman, approach from behind. Already? Shit. We just left dock, she said under her breath. She stood to the ensign's left and followed his gaze. You sure? She asked. Just looks like a bunch of wood. And some clothes? They'd anchored the cutter at the first sign of something. They'd expected a small craft or a boat in need of assistance. But this looked more like someone's overturned laundry bin. Then they saw the red. The kind of red that could mean only one thing. The kind of dark maroon that wasn't meant to be seen on the outside. At least not in these quantities. Shit, Osman said, more out of annoyance than genuine fear or concern. This wasn't her first trip off land. But as the image she was recording in her brain lingered over the next few months, it would, for all intents and purposes, be her last. What the hell happened here? Usual shit. The ensign, a good old boy from Pensacola named Gilbert, spat. Another bunch of dead spick rafters trying to swim across these shark waters to get a taste of American freedom, you know? Maybe next time, kids. Stupid. Osmond blinked, trying to reject the words slithering into her ears. She turned to face Gilbert, her expression immediately telling the junior officer he'd fucked up. Big time. "Call it in," she said, straining to keep her tone calm and aligned with her job as a commanding officer, not shrill and enraged, which is how she actually felt. "People died here, Ensign. Do you understand? People." Gilbert nodded nervously and seemed relieved to be heading back to the comm station. Osmond looked down at the wreckage, at the bobbing debris that had once been something else. A ship. A construct. But not just that. It had been something more important. Something primal. Something good. It had been hope.
Land of Promise. From Mystery Tribune. Written by Brian Silverman. Read by Kif Vandenheuvel.
He sat on the park bench covered in dirt and ash. A light, late spring rain shower began to streak the dirt on his arms. People stared at him as they hurriedly walked past. His body ached and his throat was raw. He was on the east side now, close to the 4, 5, and 6 trains. The subway entrance was just a few blocks away. He could make it there, and then get a train uptown to the Bronx. That was his hope. There was a crowd gathered around the entrance to the subway. 2 cops stood vigilant on either side of it. Thick yellow tape was spread across either side. People peered beyond the cops at the blocked stairs leading to the subway. "System's closed," one of the cops said. He started walking uptown. He stopped in a deli for a bottle of water. He drank it down and then continued walking, along with so many others. He checked his phone again. There was still no service. He knew his wife would be worried. He knew she probably was trying to reach him as he was trying to reach her. He wanted to get home to her, but that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. He trudged uptown, almost in lockstep with the crowds escaping the city the only way they could. His legs ached, but he kept them moving. The rain ended almost as quickly as it had begun. He stopped when he was close to the Williamsburg Bridge. He could continue walking uptown and then into the Bronx and home, or he could cross the bridge and get to his car parked in the garage near the bar he owned and managed on Grand Street. He realized that was what he had to do. He needed to clean up. He had a change of clothes in his small office in the back of the bar. He couldn't go home covered in dirt. He wouldn't want his wife to see him the way he looked now. He walked with all the others across the bridge. Once, along the way, he stopped and moved to the edge of the bridge that was protected by sturdy wire netting. He tried to look down at the turbulent water of the East River, but it was hard to see because of the netting. He put his hands on the wires and pushed. There was no give. He had heard of jumpers off the Brooklyn Bridge and even the George Washington Bridge, but he couldn't recall ever hearing about someone jumping off the Williamsburg Bridge. Now he knew why. He moved back into the procession of people trudging toward Brooklyn. It took an hour and a half, but he finally made it to the bar. He had his key and opened the sliding grate that covered the bar's entrance. He went inside and pulled the grate down behind him. He didn't want anyone entering. He found the remote control behind the bar and turned one of the televisions on. Every station, even the sports stations, were covering the explosion. He tried his phone again. Still, there was no service. He washed in the sink in the bathroom and changed into his other set of clothes. He looked in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot and they stung. He wished he had eye drops for them, but he didn't. Had he been crying? He didn't even know. "You're better off walking," the lone garage attendant said as he finally unearthed his car and drove it to the exit. "Roads are jammed from what I hear, and bridges are closed for the time being." "Maybe I'll get lucky," he said as he took the keys and got into the car. He stayed on the local roads in Brooklyn parallel to the parking lot that was the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway. After about an hour and a half, he made it to the Grand Central Parkway. To get to the Bronx, he had to cross the Triborough Bridge. He eased onto the ramp for the bridge and then stopped. No one was moving. He had the radio on in the car. The talk was of all the dead. He tried to find anything but that. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Dang-a-dang-dang. Ding-a-dong-ding. Blue moon. Blue moon. Blue moon. Dip, dip, dip. He almost smiled when he heard that. The song his Uncle Frank used to play on the little tape recorder he carried with him almost all the time. Blue moon. The city was on high alert, and some station was playing ancient doo-wops. He listened to the end of the song and then went back to the news of the day. He tried to call his wife again, but the coverage was still down. He sat in his car near the ramp to the Bronx-bound side of the Triborough Bridge. He looked out the window at the pedestrians walking across the bridge. He noticed that there was a high fence above the walkway. He would have to climb the fence to jump into the water below. It was almost too much effort, even for the suicidal, he thought. Or maybe not. After over an hour sitting there, the traffic, almost mysteriously, began to move. And at the same time the traffic moved, his phone began buzzing with text messages and voicemails. He didn't bother to look at or listen to any of them. As he drove across the bridge, he heard on the radio that the bridges and tunnels had reopened and that some of the subway lines were back up and running again. The gate was open to the small driveway of his 3-bedroom home, not far from the Throg's Neck Bridge. He pulled in, and before he could get out of the car, his wife was out the door and running to him, followed by his 2 children. "Jesus, Len," his wife was crying. "You're safe, thank God." She hugged him tight. His wife Kathleen, blonde, beautiful Kathleen, whom he had met at the Chase Bank almost 10 years earlier when he was financing his first bar in Brooklyn, who he fell in love with almost immediately. "Everything was jammed up," he said. "The subways were down, and the traffic—" "I know, honey," Kathleen said. "It was horrible not being able to reach you, but the service came on a while ago. Didn't you get my messages?" "Nah, It doesn't matter," she said. "You're home." He stared at her, and then nodded. Yes, he thought. I'm home. His 7-year-old daughter curled under one of his arms while his 5-year-old son pushed himself under his other. He hugged both his children, and with his wife alongside, he and his family made their way into the house. His wife slept close to him that night, her head on his chest. He could hear her slight snoring, and he could see the glow of her blonde hair in the darkness. Looking at her hair made his stomach lurch. He got out of bed quietly so as not to wake her. He wandered into the living room and sat in the chair in the dark. He stared at the dark television until the sun came up. The next morning, he checked in with his staff and partners at the 3 bars he owned in Brooklyn, all in Williamsburg. He knew he had to get back to work, but he didn't want to go to Brooklyn. His legs were achy and his shoulders sore. His throat was still raw, and he had a headache that would not go away. But that was the least of it. He had a bare, empty feeling inside that seemed to be consuming him. He knew his face was clouded. He felt as if he was in a trance-like state that he couldn't shake. He did his best to hide what he was feeling from his wife. He tried to keep the calm, steady demeanor that attracted her to him, and that also helped him succeed in the cutthroat, high-pressure nightlife world he was in. His many years studying the martial art Muay Thai and practicing the mental flow state that complemented his physical training helped him focus without stress on what really mattered. That demeanor was a calming influence on his staff, and sometimes his hothead partners. After the phone calls, which took almost all morning, his wife made him lunch. "You're not going in today?" she asked him as she sat down opposite him at their kitchen table. "Not today," he said. "The others can handle everything without me." She took his hand and focused her blue eyes on him. "That's good, 'cause you're not yourself. Maybe you're coming down with something. I know what happened yesterday was horrible, but I don't remember you taking it this hard back when the towers fell." He finished his sandwich and stood up and shrugged. "I'm gonna go take a little nap. Wake me if I'm still sleeping after a half an hour." Her eyes were on him as he moved to their bedroom. There was a buzzing sound he heard faintly in his stupor, just loud enough to bring him back to the edge of consciousness. He was in that somnambulant state when the door opened, letting in bright light. He felt a nudge at his hip. "Len, there are people here for you," his wife said. "Huh?" The incessant buzzing was coming from his phone, that was on the end table next to the bed. "You have to get up. They want to talk to you." "I don't know what it's about, but there are a lot of them." He pulled his body up and grabbed the phone. There were over a dozen messages. "What people?" he asked. "Outside, Len. Trucks, reporters. Something happened. They want to talk to you." She had his attention now. He got out of the bed and headed to the front door. As soon as he opened the door, voices shouted to him coming from multiple directions from people holding microphones. "Are you Len Buonfiglio?" they asked in unison. They were standing on the other side of the fence of his front lawn. There were vans with satellite dishes on them. His wife was standing close behind him. "What's going on, Len?" his wife asked. "Are you Len Buonfiglio?" they asked again. His neighbor, rotund Victor Casal, pushed himself to the front of the fence. He was smiling broadly at Len. "Of course that's Lenny Buonfiglio. That's our local hero," Casal said. "What?" He slowly made his way to them at the fence. He looked at Casal, and then looked at the mass of reporters. "Yeah, I'm Buonfiglio. Why?" One of the reporters up front had a tablet. He held it up to Len and pressed the screen. He watched what they showed him, but showed no expression. "Was that you?" the reporter asked. Len just stared at the screen. The reporter pressed the screen again. "Look again," he said. "Is that you?" "Oh, my God," he heard his wife mutter as she stood close behind him, looking at what the reporter was showing him, seeing what he was seeing. Len stood there. The other media barked a flurry of questions his way. "Why did you do it? Are you a paramedic? What made you risk your life?" He said nothing. He didn't expect this. He didn't want this. Victor Casal extended his hand over the fence to Len. "The video is all over the news, Lenny. I knew it was you right away when I saw it. You've made the neighborhood proud," Casal said. Len stared blankly at his neighbor's hand, but did not shake it. "Len?" his wife whispered. "I don't understand." Tears rolled down her cheeks. He didn't know what to say to her. "I don't understand at all," she said, and then ran back into the house. The press remained camped in front of his house all afternoon. The phone calls on his cell phone were from friends and relatives who had seen the news. He listened to a few of the messages. They all wanted to talk to him, to tell him how proud they were of him. He didn't call any of them back. His wife retreated to their bedroom and shut the door. He could hear her sobbing in there. He should have known this would happen. After a while, he went into the bedroom. She had the shades pulled down and it was dark. She was sitting on the bed with her hands on her lap. "I didn't want you to freak out or anything," he said to her. "I didn't want you or the kids to know how close I was to it." She picked her head up to look at him. Her eyes were red. "I'm your wife, Lenny. You don't tell me something like that? How could you do that to me? How could you let me find out like this?" "I didn't know it would turn out like this." He waved his arm toward the front lawn and the media circus camp there. "No? How could it not?" "I'm okay. It's all okay," he said as he sat on the bed next to her. He took her hand in his. "Is it?" He knew it wasn't, and she knew too. "What were you doing down there anyway?" she asked. You said you were in Brooklyn and staying at the bar. What were you doing in Manhattan so early? You never told me you would be in Manhattan. You've been doing that a lot lately, and I never said anything about it. Should I have, Lenny?" He didn't answer her. "Are you going to tell her today?" the woman with the long, dark hair who lay naked by his side asked him. Her hand was on his burly chest as they lay there. She turned her big brown eyes on him. "Today, I promise," he said, and then caressed her hair, looking down at her, wondering how all this happened and where it would ultimately go. There had been plenty of temptations at work, but he never succumbed. He never indulged like some of his partners had. He was faithful to his wife and to his family. He loved them too much to risk losing them. And then he met her. It was innocent at first. She would come in early and they would talk before the bar got crowded. She was an immigrant from Lebanon. She was smart, an associate art professor at Columbia, the youngest in the department. He had studied art too, but gave it up a long time ago. Maybe that was the reason why he felt such an attraction to her. She pursued what he always wanted and never did. He just didn't know. So when she came to the bar, they would talk about art. But not just art. They talked about everything. They talked about things he never talked about with his wife. She knew he was married and had children. She knew it from the beginning. Though he wanted her very badly, he couldn't do it. He would not cross that line. He didn't want her to think of him that way, as a man who betrayed his family for a fling, an affair. She knew he was holding back, but he was still trying to be honorable. But it was a lost cause, for both of them. Still, it had to come from her. He would never make the move. It took a while, but one night, after maybe one glass of wine too many, she finally said, "Come home with me." He knew what it would mean to his life. He always tried to stay strong, to do the right thing, to be a man of honor. But when he heard those words from her, he did not hesitate. He gave it time to see if it was just a temporary affair, a midlife crisis, something like that. But it wasn't. He was sure it wasn't. "I hate this," she said. "I hate that your children will be hurt. I hate that your wife will be hurt, but I need you in my life, Len. I need to see you every day. Do you feel the same way? Please don't do this if you don't. I may be tiny, but I'm fierce. I can take it." He couldn't say it. He couldn't express himself like she just did, but the feelings were the same. He knew it would be very hard on Kathleen and his kids. He knew what it would do to his life, but he couldn't live like this, cheating on the sly. "Today, Len?" "Yeah, today," he said. They dressed and walked out of her apartment together, stopping at a Dunkin' Donuts for coffee. She had an English muffin with an egg and cheese. He had a bagel with cream cheese. They sat at a small table and ate quickly. They walked to the subway with their coffee. She had to get uptown for a class she taught. He hadn't showered and knew he had to before he went home. He would go back to her place, shower, and then go back to Brooklyn to get his car before driving back to the Bronx. He wanted to be home well before the kids were back from school. He didn't want them around when he told his wife what he had to tell her. "Your hand is all sweaty," she said. It was. His mouth was dry, too. His mind was on what he was going to say to his wife, how he could possibly explain his betrayal, how he could admit to her, the mother of his children, that he wanted to be with someone else. "Just think of that land of promise," she said, sensing his discomfort. He grinned at her. "You mean the Promised Land, like that song?" She loved her reggae music, and he knew there was a song with that title on a mix she downloaded for him onto his phone. "No, I mean the Land of Promise." "Oh, that one," he smirked. "Yes, funny man." She pinched his bicep. "I mean it. Somewhere small and beautiful and always warm. I hate the cold. It's better when it's warm. It's going to all work out, Len, isn't it?" She looked up into his eyes. "It is," he said. But he wasn't so sure. They were in front of the subway entrance. She stopped and hugged him. Her smile radiated brightly as she took both his much larger hands in hers, squeezing them. She wore big blue-rimmed glasses. Her dark hair was in a ponytail. She got up on her toes. He was over a foot taller than she was, and he bent to meet her lips. They kissed. Then she started down the subway steps, turning to him, smiling tentatively before disappearing into the station. He walked away from the station and put on his earbuds. Her talk of the land of promise, or whatever it was, made him want to hear that reggae mix. He played it on the sound system of the bar whenever she came in. He was hoping it would soothe him. He was anxious about what he had to do. That tune, Rollin' Down, or was it Rain from the Sky, was the first track. He was a block and a half away from the subway station when, over the music, he heard what sounded like a bomb go off and felt the ground shift under his feet. He froze for a moment, and then, no longer thinking, just reacting, turned and sprinted back to the subway. He saw others running in the opposite direction. He almost knocked a woman over as he ran. Smoke was fuming out of the subway entrance. Without hesitation, he ran down into heavy darkness. "Nora!" he shouted. He heard cries and groans. There were bodies on the ground, blocking him from getting farther into the tunnel and even to the turnstile. From what he could tell through the dense smoke, there was a pile of bodies scattered around the entrance to the train tracks. A train was stuck in the station. There were no lights from inside. Some of the bodies were moving. Most weren't. One of the moving bodies was blocking the turnstile, slumped against it. A woman, but it wasn't Nora. The woman was coughing. His first response was to move her to the side so he could find Nora. He had to move her to get into the tunnel and the train that lay broken on the tracks. She was in there. He was sure of it. He had to clear a path. That was what he wanted to do. For no reason he could comprehend at the time, he picked up the woman and carried her up the subway steps to the street. And after setting her down gently on the curb, he ran back down into the station. "Nora!" he screamed now. A voice called for help. Was it her? He wasn't sure. He looked at the dazed open eyes of one of the bodies. He picked that one up too, heavier than the last, and carried it up out onto the street, placing it next to the other, and then went back down again. He did that 4 more times. Each time his calls to Nora were more frantic. The smoke in the tunnel was thicker. His eyes were burning, and so was his throat. Still, he had to go back down there. The next one would be her. He was sure of it. He had to get her out. He sucked in the air outside and started toward the subway entrance again, but this time he was blocked by an army of police, paramedics, and firemen, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. They were streaming down into the subway. He knew he was struggling with someone. He wasn't sure if it was a cop or someone else. 2 of them held him tight. He tried to land a roundhouse kick to one of them, but his legs were heavy. He couldn't lift them that high. They wrestled him away and then kept an eye on him. He wandered around for a few moments and then ran back and tried to get down into the station again, calling her name. Again, he was blocked by a cadre of first responders. He couldn't get back down. He couldn't get to her. They wouldn't let him. When the victims were identified, the newspapers published pictures of them all. He stared at the portrait of Noura Azar, provided by Columbia University. In it, she was smiling, beaming. The photograph made her skin look darker than it really was, or than he remembered it was. He wondered what he should do. He felt obligated to do something for her. As far as he knew, she had only one living relative, a sister who lived in Paris. He called the coroner's office to find out details, whether her remains were picked up. The coroner's office would not talk to him. He wasn't an authorized family member. He called Columbia University and inquired about her there and got the same blowback. They wouldn't talk to him. He tried to identify someone, anyone, with the Azar surname in France. There were hundreds, and he started to make some calls, but he couldn't speak French, so got nowhere. In the weeks after, he was contacted by movie producers, book publishers, literary agents, television networks, and others who wanted to sell his story. He talked to none of them. It took him a while to go back to work, and when he did, his partners wanted to exploit him, to promote the bars by using his tabloid name, the June 1st Hero, in connection with the bars. He never went back after that, and did his business with them from home. But really, he didn't do much of anything. It was late summer when he sat with his wife and children on folding chairs set up just below the steps to City Hall. He wore a navy blue jacket, a white dress shirt, and dark sunglasses. The heat was intense, and he knew he had sweated through his dress shirt. His wife wore a dark green dress, and the children were immaculately attired and groomed, as if they were going to Easter Mass with their grandparents. They were just a few blocks from the site of the explosion. The mayor was going on about Len's bravery that day, how he risked his life and saved 6 people. He was going to present him with the keys to the city for his bravery. He had resisted. He didn't want this, but the mayor had been persistent. He and his staff put the pressure on him to hold a ceremony to honor him. They pressured his wife. "It has to be done," Kathleen said. "But promise me, Len, that you never, ever tell them the truth as to why you were there that morning. That's all I ask from you, for our sake. Don't humiliate us by telling them the truth." She didn't have to ask. He knew that secret was something he would have to keep inside him. That was where it belonged, along with so much else he could never let out. Now he had to stand up there with the mayor, who gushed about his heroism, as if he rescued those people because he was brave. The survivors were there, assembled close to him. They hugged him in gratitude. If they only knew that he didn't care about them. There was only one life he wanted to save. They were in the way, and they were lucky they were. He carried them out of there to clear the way, to get to her. That was what he told himself. He was convinced of that. And now he was being called a hero. The thought made him sick. He glanced at his wife as he stood next to the mayor. He marveled at how beautiful she was. She looked back at him and then quickly looked away. He stared at his children. He lived a charmed life, he thought. He wasn't sure when, but he knew now that life was coming to an end. The mayor smiled and shook his hand firmly and handed him the key to the city. He played along as best he could. He even smiled when he took the key. The city provided a limousine to take the family home. They were quiet in the car. His son slept against him. The air conditioning was drying the sweat on his shirt. They were on the Bruckner when he stared out the window. Dark clouds were forming north of the glorious ugliness of the South Bronx. There would be a thunderstorm soon. He could see the Throg's Neck Bridge in the distance. He looked at how high the bridge was elevated above the water. His eyes went from the bridge's apex down to the water below. He estimated it to be a very long drop. He looked away and instead stared at his beautiful daughter and son. He tried to get the image of the bridge out of his mind. He closed his eyes tight and thought about being somewhere else. He tried to think about the land of promise. When they got home, his wife went with their son to help him change out of his clothes and hang up his jacket. He went into their bedroom and took the leather case that held the key to the city out of his pocket. He opened it up and removed the key from the case. He looked at it closely. It was gold and had the mayor's name engraved in it. He studied the key a moment more and then shoved it deep down in his dresser drawer, under a pile of socks and underwear.
One bullet, one vote. From Low Down Dirty Vote. Written by Faye Snowden. Read by Robin Eller. If you had a mind to walk up on them on that very moment, you'd think that maybe Lionel had just hauled off and smacked Emma a good one across the face. Maybe his brain, for some reason, got so addled that he forgot who he was, who she was, and exactly where he was. Hitting on woman folk may be okay where he came from up north,
But striking a Southern woman in her mama's house in Bird's Landing, Louisiana, in early '64 was liable to get you an unscheduled meeting with a pan of hot grits. "What you trying to do, Lionel?" Emma said. "Get us all killed?" "No, I'm just trying to say we got a chance to show these white folks something." "Maybe we don't need to show them anything. You ever thought of that?" Emma pointed a long brown finger at her grandmother, the woman who raised her, Willie Mae Brown. Willie Mae sat at the head of the Sunday dinner table, wrapped in skirts and shawls, even in the boiling heat of the dining room. So old and so cold, even in summer, Willie Mae thought, as if a body's getting ready for the grave. Emma was right. They got along just as well without making trouble with white folk. Point of fact being the roof they were arguing under. Willie Mae had made so much money delivering a few white babies and doctoring all kind of folks since her husband died, that pretty soon she was able to build a side room here, a screen-in porch there, and another floor atop the kitchen. They were lucky enough to celebrate God's grace every Sunday, and never once had to worry about money to pay for the chicken. And now there was this voting thing brought expressly to them by her new grandson-in-law. He met Emma about a year ago when he had come to Bird's Landing along with a friend who was visiting kin. Lionel took one look at Emma and decided to stay. Only 8 months married with a pregnant wife, and he was already feeling how Louisiana was the top half of a grave. He just couldn't get a grip on how things down here needed to be. "We showed them that they can't keep us from voting. The package." "Hell, the package, the package, the package! That's all you've been talking about for weeks. We got it good here. Nobody bothers us," Emma said. "Everyone isn't as lucky as you and your family. We got a chance to make things better." "By getting my grandmother killed? And getting us burned out? How that's going to make things better?" "Ain't nobody killing nobody," Willie Mae said. She wasn't surprised that they didn't pay her any mind. People had a way of making a ghost out of your walking, talking body when you lived past their expectations. "She's everything," Lionel said. "She can read, write, and she's got that memory thing going. She's smarter than God." "Don't blaspheme," Willie Mae said. "Nobody dare do anything to her, or this family," Lionel said. "They need her too much. They touch me or my blood, and I'll hex 'em," Willie Mae said with a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. Again, ignored. She sighed. Just as well. Even though half the town thought she was a witch, and the other half thought she was a freak of nature, she really didn't know any hexes. She just read a lot, that's all, and most things she read stuck. When she was younger, she followed Mama Anna, the old midwife who also did a little doctoring for black folk, like a shadow. It was pure luck that the old white doc came up to the house one day, talking about the town needing a new doctor because his mind was going bad. "I guess that'll have to be you," he had said. She laughed and said, "No white folk going to let no black woman touch them, other than to help deliver babies when they're feeling desperate." "They won't have a choice," he countered. "No self-respecting doctor wants to come in this God-forsaken town." He taught her some while his mind was still good. When he died, she was all the town had for a while. Some white folk used her, but a lot more didn't. A good many died while going for help outside of Bird's Landing. A white doctor eventually came, but the man liked the bottle more than he did the stethoscope. Willie Mae found herself guiding his shaking hands with the knowledge in her black head. Lionel was right. No one in this town would be stupid enough to mess with her. "Lionel, do I have to remind you what happened to my grandfather?" Emma said.
That knocked the wind out of him. He sat back in his chair and sighed, picked up a fork, and then threw it down again. That was a long time ago. From a tree. That's not now. They burned him first alive. Then they strung him up and cut pieces off him so they could remember it by. You'd think his screaming was enough for them to remember it by, Willie Mae said, the memory making her blood rise. Ever since he died, she stayed on the right side of white folk. Now, at the end of her life, maybe she could give them something to chew on once she was no longer around. And he wasn't trying to register to vote. He was just trying to get a fair price for his crop, Emma said. Emma, done with the talking, got up and started stacking the empty plates. But Willie Mae wasn't done at all. Hell, she hadn't even started. She lifted her old polished hickory cane and thumped 3 times on the wooden floor. They turned to look at her. Finally. How y'all finished talking and nobody asked me? Emma's right, Lionel said, wiping his hands over his face. Too dangerous. Time's not right. Willie Mae laughed. Being black and living is dangerous. What'd I have to do? According to the package. Willie Mae waved her hands. Stop all that. You make the laws those scoundrels passed sound like they fair. Just say what the white folk want for our God-given rights. You have to register, Lionel said slowly. But there are rules. Rules? We'd have to hunt down the registrar first, Big Mama. They change them all the time. And they hide out so black people can't find them, Emma said. Willie Mae didn't miss the tiredness in her granddaughter's voice. Emma knew as soon as Willie Mae thumped her cane that she had lost. Don't worry about that. I'll find the no account. What else? You have to take a test, Lionel said. I've been taking tests all my life, son. And be of good character. What in the dog's hell is that supposed to mean? No kids out of wedlock, no breaking any laws, not even to protest, Lionel said. Never protested a damn thing. Too busy keeping folks already here alive and bringing in the new ones. Besides, if I ever needed something they don't want to give me, I get it through Sneak. They don't even know they giving it to me. Well, as long as your sneak doesn't get you arrested and you pass the test, you can register to vote. What kinds of things on the test? Stuff about the United States, the government. She sat back, her cane leaning between her legs. Well, that don't sound too hard to me. Both Lionel and Emma sat there not talking. Willie Mae fancied she could smell something on the silence, and it wasn't the leavings of Sunday dinner. Blood. Grief, maybe. Somehow Lionel caught a whiff of it, too, because he said, You sure you know what you're getting into, Big Mama? She looked him in his young eyes. I always know what I'm putting on the line, son. Do you? For the next week or so, Willie Mae sat outside the courthouse from can-do to can't-see. After the first 2 days, she made Lionel haul her rocking chair to town and sit it at the bottom of the courthouse steps. She wanted to rock while she waited on that no-account registrar Fat Tommy. His real name was Thomas Oleander, and he was so busy hiding from Willie Mae when he heard that she wanted to register that he hadn't been to work in a week. She sat in layers of granny skirts and shawls while the sun beat down. For once, she wasn't so cold. She rocked nonstop, read nonstop, and when she was tired of reading, which wasn't often, she hummed. Fat Tommy would eventually show his sorry face. He'd have to come to work one day. and she didn't think he was fool enough to walk right by her and ignore her, not with his wife so sick and all. One day, she looked up to see the sheriff standing there in all his glory. Big hat, shiny badge, and smiling like a Cheshire cat. "How are you, Sheriff?" she asked. "Right fine, Willie Mae," he said. "I think we need to have us a talk, though." "How's that?" He brought his big old boot up and put it right on the rocker seat by her hip, not bothering or caring that he was stepping all over her skirts. Before she could say anything about it, he was talking. "Now, why you want to go and cause all this trouble, Willie Mae? This town's been good to you." "I don't want to cause no trouble. I just want to register to vote. Y'all said I could." "Nah, nobody said no such thing. You know that." "Yes, you did. You passed some laws that said all I had to do was show up at the registrar, take a test, and be a good person. I'm just doing like y'all said." He pressed his foot down on the seat of the chair until it tilted. Any farther, and there'd be a heap of old women on the sidewalk. "I can't let you do that," he said, with a big old smile on his face. "People might get hurt. You don't want that to happen, do you?" "I certainly do not. All I want to do is register like the law says." "Willie Mae?" But she didn't want to talk about it anymore. She was straight tired of his foolishness. "Now you look," she said. "While you go about disrespecting me, don't forget that I'm the one who pulled you out of your mama." That big smile vanished like somebody blew out a candle. And it wasn't no easy birth or easy waiting for her. When she found out that you were coming into this world, she asked me to put a stop to it. And when you were squalling and wet with afterbirth, she asked me to take you down to the river and drown you like a kitten. He didn't say anything, but he was so mad that he hissed like a snake. "This is just what people been speculating on over the years," she went on. "But I can turn their speculation into fact if you don't get your foot out of my chair. And what will your mama and all her meeting club friends say about that?" He took his foot down and hooked his thumbs in his gun belt. "All right, Willie Mae," he said in a voice so deadly quiet that her heart jumped a little. "You got this one. But no matter how many stories you may have to tell, ain't no way you're going to be allowed to actually vote." She inclined her head. "I thank you kindly, Sheriff. Fat Tommy sneak in the back. Mr. Oleander is at work, yes?" Fat Tommy didn't even look at her when she came into the registrar's office. There was a chair in front of his desk, but he didn't ask her to sit. "Willie Mae?" Fat Tommy said, as he was scribbling on some papers in front of him. "I hear you want to register." "You heard right, Mr. Tommy." He looked at her then, probably searching for sass, but she kept her face blank like she had been long used to. "Your full name?" "Willie Mae Brown." "You got any proof of that?" She grinned and said, "I'm the same Willie Mae that birthed your 2 children, and the same one that came by your place every 2 weeks to see after your wife. I'm sorry, Willie Mae. The law says I got to have proof." "All right. Here you are." He shuffled the papers she had handed him for a moment or two before looking up at her. "A real birth certificate. Not many niggers your age have one of these. You sure you didn't get somebody to make one of these up for you?" "I didn't," she said, "but my mama did by filing for one when I was born." "These other papers, letters from folks around town to declare who you are, they white folks?" "As white as you, as I'm sure you can already tell by reading the names." "Okay," he said. "Real fine." Your face don't look like it's real fine, Willie Mae thought, but she didn't say out loud. She didn't want him riled any more than he already was. How old are you? He asked. It says. I gotta hear you say it, he said. I'm 85, she said. I need the months and days. I'm 85, 8 months and 27 days today. He made some scratching noise on his paper as he worked out the equation. That's right. I know it's right. Now, we need to ask about your character. Mr. Tommy, she said, if you're filling out the LR-1, you best just give it on over to me, seeing how I can do it quicker than you can write it for me. He took his time pushing both the paper and pencil over to her. They wanted to know had she ever been arrested, lived in sin, or had any children without a husband. She answered all the questions and pushed it back to him. Like Lionel had told her, the test wasn't that bad. She didn't really need what he called the memory thing. Any black folks she knew could take it with a little studying. She answered some easy questions, like the 3 branches of government and who's in charge of an impeachment trial. Fat Tommy's face became worried as he checked her answers. When he was done, he sat back in the chair and looked at her, his fat belly almost busting his shirt open. Now, you need to do an oath. Do I have to? You do if you want to be registered in the state of Louisiana. She raised her right hand like he told her to do. Do you swear that you are well disposed to the good order and happiness of the state of Louisiana, and that you will fully abide by the laws of the state? She told him that she was, and that she would as long as they were fair, but of course she kept that last part to herself. Congratulations, you are registered to vote. Thank you, Mr. Tommy. I can't say you're welcome. You should know that if you do vote, you be the first Negro to vote in this town. There'll be trouble as sure as sunshine in June. The night before the vote, Lionel kept playing this record by a man named Sam Cooke. The entire record was called Ain't That Good News. Willie Mae wouldn't know about any good news because Lionel insisted on playing one song over and over again that kept talking about something being a long time a-coming. All Willie Mae knew that if he played it one more time, the only thing that would be coming would be her brains exploding right out of her old head. He finally told her to shut it off and put on the television. He was fooling with the antennas when they heard the cars. A lot of them, zooming and racing around in the dirt front yard, with their white lights flickering and piercing through the window curtains. Willie Mae wondered what took them so long. Well, Lionel, I guess you better get on upstairs for hiding. Hiding? Why? Where? After they lynched her husband, Willie Mae had a hiding place built in behind the closet. It was no bigger than a traveling trunk, but enough for a man to fit in if he made himself real small. I'll take him, Big Mama, Emma said. I don't understand. What makes you think they're here for me? Because you ain't blood, son, Willie Mae said. And you come from up north. They figure you the one stirring up all this mess. Hurry, Lionel, hurry, Emma said. Lord, Willie Mae didn't like the fear in her eyes. But true to her girl strength, even 7 months pregnant, she bodily moved Lionel up the stairs. Send him on out, Willie Mae. The sheriff's voice. Good Lord, and he was using a bullhorn. Don't that beat all, Willie Mae thought. She opened the door, then the screen door, and walked right up to the porch railing. They were all dressed in pointy hats and white robes, but she recognized all the cars, sure enough. You can't be serious, Sheriff, she said. How bold do you have to be? We're looking for Lionel.
he said. "We ain't going to hurt him. We just want to keep him as an insurance policy." "An insurance policy for what?" "To make sure you don't go down there and vote tomorrow morning. Once the vote's done with, we'll bring him back to you and Emma without touching a hair on his nappy head." Emma came out the house to stand beside her. Willie Mae could feel her granddaughter tremble. "He ain't here," Emma said. "Go on now." The sheriff pulled the hood from his head. He walked up to the porch with a rifle in his hands. 2 other men came to join him, but they kept their hoods on. No matter, though, Willie Mae could recognize Fat Tommy anywhere. The other one was old Doc's son. He never saw eye to eye with his father. "Now we gonna have to search the place, you know that, don't you?" Willie Mae folded her arms across her chest. "Search all you want. Me and Emma going back to watch Gunsmoke. She likes Matt Dillon, but I'm kinda partial to Miss Kitty myself. We can stop all this foolishness if you just agree not to vote tomorrow," he yelled to her retreating back. "Can't do that for you, Sheriff," she said, as she walked back into the house. The sheriff followed Emma and Willie Mae into the house. Emma took Lionel's place, fiddling with the antennas. Willie Mae knew that she was doing it only to keep her hands busy, while old Doc's son and Fat Tommy clumped through the house. "Search it real good, boys," the sheriff called after them. Willie Mae broke off a bit of spark plug tobacco and tucked it in her cheek. She ignored the sheriff staring at her the entire time, trying to make her jumpy. Her hand was steady as she spit a long black stream into an empty green bean can. "Turn that left antenna toward me, Emma. That's better," Willie Mae said. "You know we're going to get 'em, don't you?" the sheriff said. "I don't know nothing," said Willie Mae. She heard Fat Tommy in the master bedroom, pulling drawers from the chiffon robe. Sounds of glass shattering floated down to them. She hoped Fat Tommy was spending so much time breaking things that he would forget to search the closet. Old Doc's son was throwing pots and pans around in the kitchen. "They have to destroy my home. You lucky we don't burn it down. You brought this on yourself," the sheriff said, leveling the rifle at her. She didn't flinch. "You going to shoot me, or are you just trying to make a point?" "You'll see what point I make if I see your ass at the polls tomorrow." Fat Tommy clumped down the stairs with the hood pushed to his forehead, so they were all privy to his fat, sweaty face. Old Doc's son came out of the kitchen. "Anything?" the sheriff asked. "Nothing," Fat Tommy said. "He ain't here." "Why you spend so much time in the bedroom?" "Searching good like you said. Had to make sure they ain't got no secret room. They ain't smart enough to build a secret room. If they did, you still have a husband. Ain't that right, Willie Mae?" Willie Mae didn't let herself react. Eventually the sheriff got tired of waiting for one and left. She sat rocking and chewing until she saw the yellow light leave from the windows and heard the last car drive away. The whole time, Emma fiddled with the television antennas. She stood there a long time before finally saying, "I'll go get Lionel." But Willie Mae shook her head. "No, child. That's his bed for the night. They'll set somebody to watch the house." "All night?" "All night. He can't sleep all scrunched up like that all night." "He's going to have to make do." "And then what?" Willie Mae got up and pushed the curtains aside. "They'll probably leave Fat Tommy as punishment for registering me in the first place. With his sick wife and all, he'll fall asleep in his car, probably going on 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Around 4, you take Lionel and get him over at Jack and Melva's place. Tell Jack to get Lionel out of town. Tell him to drive fast and far. Then you come on back here to take me to the polls." "Maybe if you don't vote, Too late for all that, Emma. I'm going with Lionel. No, you have to take me to the polls. But you can't still be thinking about voting. If I don't vote, then all this will be for nothing. Even if they kill my husband, they ain't going to kill him because he won't be here. Now do what I tell you. I'm going to get some sleep.
But Willie Mae didn't sleep that night. The first half of the night was putting the clothes back in their drawers and sweeping up glass, writing things as best she could. When she finally did get to sleep, the witches rode her back all night long, and she had to claw herself up from sleep to wake up for another day in this world. As Emma drove her to the polls, Willie Mae couldn't but help thinking about that song Lionel kept playing the night before. A change is gonna come. But it wouldn't come all by itself. It needed to be ushered in like a newborn baby. But in this case, by lots of folk making that first step. Folk like her. She started out midwiving, and here she was midwiving again. I can tell it's going to be a boy by the way you're sitting, Willie Mae said to Emma, as Emma guided the Buick to the courthouse. Yes, ma'am, Emma said, and then nothing more. Willie Mae sighed. The only thing keeping that child moving right now was fear. She was just about to tell Emma to turn the car around to go back home. Enough foolishness and back to living, such as it was. But before she could open her mouth, Emma said, Well, I'll be. In front of the courthouse, where the voting was to be taking place, was an entire crowd full of black folk. What spooked Willie Mae was how quiet they were, but also how expectant. It was like they were waiting with one heart, with a single soul for the change that was about to come. Emma, I can't. No, Big Mama. Like you said, it's too late no matter how scared we are. Willie Mae usually made her own way without a lot of help. But right now, her heart was beating so fast and her stomach dropping so far that she was mighty glad she could lean on Emma. She knew down in her bones that the devil had been up to something evil. Everybody was so quiet. Even the white folk, who had come out to vote themselves and see the first Negro in Bird's Landing vote. She would have felt better if they had been hooting and hollering, but they were quiet as death. She did hear an old rattling voice saying something about, Go home, nigger. But right behind that came another saying to hush. And then, again, silence. Just the sun beating down on her old hat, and Emma's strong young legs matching her weak old pace. Willie Mae had to stop a time or two and gulp air as if she had forgotten how to use it. Her chest hurt again, something fierce, as she climbed the marble steps. You all right? Emma asked. Right as I'll ever be, child. Let's keep going. They finally reached the front door to the courthouse. Emma pushed the heavy doors open. Willie Mae? Just her name, in a voice that made her back stiffen. She started to turn around, but Emma beat her to it. The wail coming from her granddaughter cut through the silence like a scythe cutting through the wheat. There was the sheriff. That bastard child its mother wanted to drown before her husband found out that it wasn't his. He pressed the barrel of the biggest gun Willie Mae had ever seen to the side of Lionel's head. Willie Mae closed her eyes. Yes, ma'am, she thought. I should have drowned him when I had the chance. Emma, still screaming, fell to the ground. Blessedly, one of the older black women from church came to help her stand and move her out of the way. I told you, didn't I? And you just had to be so hard-headed, said the sheriff. Willie Mae didn't answer him.
She was too busy looking at Lionel. He was scared. Had to be. But he was looking at her, as if trying to tell her something. If you go through that door, I'm going to blow his brains out. You're not right, Sheriff. Then come on down from there. She waited with her eyes on Lionel. He didn't whine or beg for his life. The boy wasn't even breathing hard. She had seen many people on their deathbed. She knew when someone had made up their mind. Even though he was from way up north, Lionel always knew the price he'd have to pay for speaking out. Her husband did too, all those years ago. Lionel nodded to her. She nodded back. And there came a little smile that she was sure only she could see, peeking around the corners of his mouth. She turned. Emma screamed in words so wrapped up with sobs that Willie May couldn't make them out. As soon as she placed one foot over the threshold, the shot rang out. Through her tears and sorrow, Willie May said in a whisper, thinking about all those black voters that would be after her, "One bullet, one vote. It's the price we pay."
Let Her Be. From Hush, by Lisa Unger. Performed by Chris Andrew Shula. I move briskly down 2nd Avenue in the crisp autumn afternoon. The city hums, and the leaves are turning. My body pulses, my senses on high, taking it all in. The car horns, the chatter of people on their phones, pretty women striding to and from this and that, the aroma of Veselka, the church bells from St. Mark's, even my own footfalls. It's only recently that I've realized how precious is the mundane, the day-to-day. In fact, the sad truth is that I didn't understand a thing about life until mine was spilling, black-red, onto the white tile of my bathroom floor. Maybe no one does. Maybe we can't grasp the gift, the crazy mixed bag of tricks, until it is being wrested from us. My shrink says that most of his patients who survive a suicide attempt report a moment of clarity, that there's deep regret, a clawing back toward the light. I'm here to tell you that it's true. You cling at the end, realizing too late the blessing of it all, even the pain. Unfortunately, I've never been one for half measures, or for leaving myself an escape hatch. I'm all in. So by the time I realized my mistake, it was too late. I turn onto St. Mark's Place, where there's a sudden quiet from veering off the avenue. Trees, pretty stoops, plants in window boxes. Closer to Broadway, this street is a circus of shops and cafes, but as you head east, it takes on a quaintness that I love. To think I might never have walked the city again. Most men shoot themselves, from what I understand. But I don't have a gun. And like many urban millennials of privilege, I had no idea how to even get one. Online? A gun shop uptown? What kind of gun might I need? Too much. Also, it seemed a little distasteful, loud, so goddamned inconsiderate. I mean, my parents. Or they jump. Buildings, bridges, cliffs, I guess. Certainly there are plenty of iconic places in Manhattan to do the deed in a spectacular final leap, to make a gruesome point with my untimely death. But, truth be told, I'm a bit of a wuss. That final step, the vertiginous spin, the anticipation of impact, can you imagine? A straight razor was easy enough to come by. A good one can be found online for about $65. No permits or background checks. It's a hipster thing, apparently. You can get a straight razor, a badger hairbrush for shaving cream, all the cool accoutrements for the old-school shave. Sharpness is key. Razor sharp, literally. Then a long cut from the middle of the forearm to the wrist. Deep. Fast. Horizontal across the wrist is a cry for help. Vertical is for real. It's amazing how fast life drains, how the light around you dims, and that indefinable force that keeps you moving, striving, wanting, loving, it just slips away. A shade. A trick of light. By the time the regret sets in, I was immobile in the warm tub, my body limp, all strength gone. In those final moments, I thought of my mother, the novel I was almost finished writing, my childhood dog. I thought of writers' retreats and children I'd never have, of martinis on balconies in European cities I wouldn't visit, and the sound of a fireplace crackling inside while snow falls outside. And I thought of what it felt like to love her. That feeling. Nothing to do with her or with me, really. That miraculous lift of the heart. That buzzing in the brain that is wild, romantic love. If I'd lived, I thought in the waning light, if I could have just found a way to let her go, I might one day feel that feeling again. And that's when Anissa burst through the bathroom door, face pale, phone in her manicured hand. She wore that black coat I like, the one that ties at the waist. I think. The details are blurry. The whole thing felt like a dream at the time, and it feels even more like one now. 911, what's your emergency? I heard the voice, tinny on the air. My friend. She stumbled over the word, and rightly so. I had never been a good friend to her. I was a shitty boyfriend, a worse ex. My friend, he... She gulped back a sob. Slit his wrists. Oh, God, there's so much blood. She started crying. There was someone with her, someone who pulled her back from the pool of blood and bathwater on the floor. Who was that? He stayed in the shadows. Was it him? The new man in her life? The memory brings an unwelcome rush of anger, darkens my mood. Dr. Black tells me to focus on my breath when this happens, to examine the anger. Why are you so angry? What story are you telling yourself? Then release it. Let the feelings, the thoughts, pass like ships on a river. I do that. It works sometimes. And so, today, by the time I get to the cafe, the rush of feeling has faded. I stop at the entrance and hold the door for an elderly woman exiting. I gaze past her, looking for my friend Emily. Maybe I'm early. But thoughts have a life of their own, don't they? They're not always ships on a river. Sometimes they're gremlins. As I'm searching for Emily, still holding the door, a young mother pushes a weeping toddler by in his stroller. His face a mask of unhappiness, wet with copious tears, and his sobs remind me of Anissa crying, which, sadly, became a familiar echo in our final weeks. I made her cry a lot as our relationship entered its death spiral. Once I made her scream. "Just stop, Will!" she shrieked. "You're hurting me!" I still search for the details of that now distant evening, as Dr. Black encourages me to do. What did I say? Why was I so angry? Did I get physical with her? But all I can remember is the fear on her face, the dread and despair in her voice. I have no memory of myself in that moment at all. I wish I could recall, because that's the last time we were together, before my suicide attempt. All I know for certain is that the authorities were called that evening, not to save me from myself, but to save Anissa from the man I became in that moment. I remember afterward, though, the long, miserable hours in a city holding cell. Wow, talk about how the other half lives. Before that very long night, I'd never met a person who thought it was a good idea to tattoo his whole face. My father bailed me out, looking old and confused. "What happened, son?" Apparently, assault was on the table. Stalking. Anissa didn't press charges, but she took out a restraining order against me. That's when I knew for sure that it was over between us. And this world without her? No thanks. But when I called her, even after the horrible things I did and said, she came. "Anissa," I told her voicemail before I put the razor to my skin. "I'm sorry. I can't do this without you. I just wanted to say goodbye." Pathetic, I know. Downright maudlin. But that's what I was. A suicide cliché. She saved my life. I had been a good friend to her, but in the end, she was a good friend to me. I slip into the warmth of the cafe, unwrap my scarf. My phone pings in my pocket. I pull it out to look. My mom. Understandably, she worries. "Hope you're taking care of yourself, sweetie. We love you." When someone's life really goes badly, drugs, suicide attempts, breakdowns, everyone looks at Mom and Dad. What did they do wrong? How did they fuck up? But don't blame my parents. They are kind people who love me well and always have. They were there, covering the bills and taking turns sleeping in the chair by my bed. After the acute crisis had passed, there were 6 weeks in a psychiatric hospital upstate. And that wasn't cheap. They stayed in a vacation rental nearby. But they didn't hover. They came in for the family sessions, but otherwise they let me work my shit out with the doctors. There was some detox. I've been drinking too much. My mother, of course, blames herself. "I softened too many blows. We always came in for the rescue." Okay, yeah, I see that. But how can you fault your parents for wanting to airbag the big, ugly, hard-edged world? Especially when they'd already lost a child. I am responsible for my life. I am doing the work I need to do on myself. It's a mantra my shrink gave me. There she is, tucked in at a corner table, facing out across the restaurant. I nod to the hostess and make my way over. Today is a new day, I remind myself, and I'm a new man. That dark night of the soul, when I thought the world wasn't worth living in without Anissa, it has passed, and I see clearly the mistakes I made. In my relationship with her, in my life before that. I'm in therapy, on medication. I've nearly finished my novel and have some interest from agents. I'm on my way to being that best version of myself, the one Anissa and I always talked about. I've written to her, to tell her about it, but she won't respond to my emails, or return my calls, not even a text. Okay, yeah, I get that. She's moved on. We both have. It's probably for the best. She might not forgive you in the way that you want, my doctor said sagely, and you don't need to hear the words to have closure. Sometimes silence is the only answer we get, and we have to accept that. That's hard, though, isn't it? Emily is the sweetest of Anissa's friends, my ally against the others, who quickly turned against me. Truth be told, I think she might have had a little bit of a crush on me. Emily's a poet who works in children's publishing, bookish with round specs, flowy clothes, leather satchels. She moonlights as a social media maven for authors, helping her clients create their online presence. I hear she's pretty great at it. This coffee date is about, ostensibly, my novel. Emily has an agent friend, someone she thinks will like my work. I stand beside her table for a second while she frowns down at the blank page before her. Her face brightens when she finally looks up and sees me. "Will," she says, rising, "you look great." "So do you." She does. She's lovely with her strawberry blonde curls and constellation of freckles, her icy blue eyes. She wears a rose-colored peasant blouse that highlights her coloring. The neckline gapes a bit, offering a tantalizing glimpse of flesh. I take her into my arms, and we hug mightily, like people who have almost lost each other. And I guess that's the truth of it. I hear my dad's voice. Anissa was not the last Coca-Cola in the desert, buddy. Move on. My dad is a practical guy, not one to cling to the past. The fact that I'm noticing how pretty Emily is, the first time in a while I've looked at anyone that way, makes me think he might be right. How's everything? She asks, pulling away, sitting. How are you feeling? I hate that question. It has such an inherent heaviness to it. Almost an implied judgment, don't you think? Like, here I sit on my pedestal, looking down at you drowning. From this distance, I can offer only a sympathetic wince. Who's kidding whom? We're all drowning, aren't we? I don't want to be peevish. People mean well. Most of them. Better, I say, sitting across from her. It's warm inside, a lovely contrast to the cool fall weather. Getting there. This answer seems to make people happy, because really, there's nothing anyone can do for you in this life. They can't haul you out of the mire of your own dark thoughts or circumstances or ease your suffering. Only you can do that. Emily watches me with a poet's eyes, kind and seeking truth. Her smile is bright and sincere. A friend. Truly. I'm so glad, Will, she says, puts her hand on top of mine. It's warm and soft. The noise around us, hushed voices, spoons against saucers, low ambient music, swells a bit in the warm silence between us. So, she says. We chat a little about my novel, about her poetry. She slides a business card across the table. The agent she told me about. A guy she knows from college who's looking for literary thrillers, like the one I'm writing. Though she hasn't read my novel yet, Emily's a fan of my short fiction, reads my blog. I enjoy her poetry. It's smart and dark. She has a keen eye, an unexpectedly sharp wit. Emily has had a smattering of publications in small but notable journals. Her poetry echoes back to me sometimes when I least expect it. Like this one. Dismay sits at my breakfast table. A noxious guest, spilling the coffee and getting jam in places I'll have a hard time cleaning. I hope she doesn't invite herself to lunch. And dinner, too. She's saying something about my blog now. How moving she found my entry on clawing my way back to some kind of normal after my, what are we calling it? My break. That's how Dr. Black likes to refer to it. As if I decided to take a hiatus, a sabbatical, from being alive. Speaking of blogs, I say, have you seen Anissa's? Emily raises her eyebrows. Who hasn't? She answers after a beat. She's on fire. I think she's on the verge of a big book deal. That's the rumor, anyway. Oh? There's a lash of something dark, which I quickly quash. It's that thing inside. When it rears its head, that's when I make my worst mistakes. Dr. Black and I talk about it endlessly. This part of me that becomes activated when I'm angry. I breathe through it now. I'm getting better at that. In fact, since Anissa and I broke up, or she broke up with me, I haven't felt it much at all until now. That spin, that feeling of not being in control of myself. She wasn't good for you, my mother has said more than once. It's true that she brought out the worst in me at the end. But that's not the whole truth. I love her post from this morning, Emily says, her voice an octave higher than normal. She just looks so happy. But the word darkens her a bit, makes her go internal. She holds out her phone. There's Anissa's face, angelic, Thick, russet waves of hair frame the valentine of rosy cheeks and dimpled chin. Big, thickly lashed eyes, full lips, and yes, that smile, radiant with happiness. I know that look very well, better than most, I'd venture. For a while, I was the one to put it on her face. Just a year ago, pretty Anissa writes, I was in a dark place, a rat in a maze. Today, the day dawned clear and crisp, and I greeted the rising sun on my yoga mat. Then, for 2 uninterrupted hours, I wrote. This is the dream. You can have it too. Hashtag yoga at sunrise. Hashtag love the simple life. Hashtag am writing. Yeah, I say. The word catches in my throat a little. Amazing. Emily turns the phone back and stares at the screen for a minute. Seems to rethink her actions. That dark place. Anissa doesn't just mean the finance job she hated or the writing dreams that lay fallow. She means me. Our relationship. She called it toxic. I was poison, she said. Of course she was right. I see that now. I'm sorry, Emily says. I lift a hand and shake my head. I'm happy for her, I say. Really? Love the Simple Life. That's her very popular new blog. Soon to be a book, soon to be a podcast, possibly a television show, according to a whirlwind of social media rumors. So, since that dark day when she found me bleeding out in my tub, Anissa has changed her life. She left her soul-crushing, but oh so very lucrative, job in finance and has moved away from the city. She and her new boyfriend, Parker, have built a tiny house, of all things, and are apparently living said simple life. They've pared down to just 33 possessions apiece. They're growing their own food, composting. Anissa has taken up knitting. She posts 1 inspirational saying a day, 1 brief yoga practice, you can do it anywhere, anytime, which she sketches in black and white, and 1 writing exercise. You have 15 minutes for your writing, don't you? Parker posts vegan recipes and money-saving advice. His blog, Parker Pinches Pennies. If that doesn't make you want to puke, we can't be friends. They have nearly 1 million followers between them on Instagram, and they are apparently simple life influencers. Their website, lovethesimplelife.com, gets, according to one of Anissa's giddier posts, thousands of unique visitors a day. Me too, Emily says. I'm happy for her too. She takes a sip of her herbal tea. The waitress hasn't come again since I sat, so I haven't ordered anything. Emily, noticing, offers me a sip of hers, but I wave her away. Have you talked to her? I ask, trying to sound casual. My shoulders are tense. I try to release them. Emily stows her phone, her face going a bit still. Actually, Emily says, leaning back. No. Not at all? She stiffens a little. Is she lying? Or just uncomfortable with the conversation? Brianna and I were just talking about that the other night, Emily says carefully. The waitress, a slender tattooed woman with eggplant-colored hair, stops by, and I order a cappuccino, though I'm supposed to avoid caffeine. People who have trouble managing their anger don't need stimulants of any kind. You were saying? I prompt Emily when the waitress is gone again. Well, no one's talked to her in ages. The occasional text, an email here and there. But it's like she's just trying to shed everyone and everything from her old life. She just left. No goodbye gathering or anything like that. She just made the announcement one day on Insta, and by then they'd already left the city. Anissa and Parker? She frowns. Something in my tone, maybe. Yeah, she says. She pushes up her glasses. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about this, Will, right? Let's talk about you, your book. It's okay, I say, leaning in. I've done a lot of work on myself. I get that I made mistakes. Big ones. She's moved on, and so have I. I'm glad she's happy. That's great. She seems relieved, offering a sweet smile and reaching for my hand again. Then she pulls her hand back, checks her phone. It just seems a little strange, doesn't it? I venture. You guys were so close, more like sisters. Living the simple life doesn't mean you shed your friends, does it? I wouldn't think so, Emily says. But she did this big post about clutter clearing, leaving behind old, dead relationships that hold you back. She said something about how even people you love can hold on to outdated versions of you, causing you to cling to that part of yourself. I offer her a laugh. Don't worry. I'm sure she was just talking about me. But Emily doesn't laugh with me. Some of us were kind of hurt by that, especially since none of us have spoken to her. None of you? I ask. She shakes her head, now looking like she might be tearing up a little. Like, not for almost a year. Since, all that happened. I clear my throat. It's awkward to have survived a suicide attempt. People become very careful about what they say, how they refer to the event. I wear long sleeves, of course. The scars are quite pronounced still. Marks of my pain, my instability, which will not fade quickly. Well, what about this Parker guy? Breathe. Keep it light. What did you think of him? I never met him in person. Brianna met him once at a bar. She said that Anissa didn't seem that into Parker. And then, a few weeks later... Was it him? Was this Parker the one who pulled her back from me as I lay dying? That darkness in me, it wants to cling, to yank her out of the shadows. More than anything, I told Dr. Black, it wants to hold on tight. It happens like that sometimes, doesn't it? I say, trying to sound carefree and in the know about these things. When it's right, it's right. I guess, she says quietly. But I miss her. You have no idea what it means to miss her. I nearly snap, but I bite it back. She sips at her tea, and I keep breathing. Will, I probably shouldn't say this, but I miss you. The way it was then, before it got bad. The flash of anger passes. Me too, I say. I mean it. I glance down at the wood grain on the table between us, then up at the framed picture hanging on the wall behind her, a grainy photo of a crow on a branch. I really fucked everything up. Because Anissa and I, we were happy. Not just Instagram happy. We were Sunday walks to the market, inside jokes, turkey chili Tuesdays, soul-bearing happy. We were fight and make up, rub each other's feet while we watch TV, go out at 10 to buy our tampons without a second thought happy. We were the real deal. True love. Emily reaches across the table again for my hand. We all make mistakes coming from our place of pain. When we know better, we do better. I let the words hover a moment. Thanks, Oprah, I don't say. She means well. I know she does. But I'm full up with shrink speak. Both of us stay quiet, the cafe noise around us seeming to grow louder, the energy between us tensing a bit. So where is it? The tiny house, I ask. It's misplayed, and Emily draws away. That worried frown that Anissa used to love, crinkling her brow. Her piglet frown, Anissa used to call it. Sweetly worried. Kind, but wary. Is he one of the fiercer animals? Anissa used to tease Emily, mimicking Piglet from Winnie the Pooh. Any teasing between the two of them, though, was from a place of purest love. A loving, laughing acceptance of each other's flaws. "Well," she says, "I don't know where the house is. But even if I did, I don't think I could tell you." I lift both palms, pull my face into a mask of patient innocence. "I get that, really. I was just going to suggest that you go find her. Go talk to her. She can't be far, right?" I pull out my own phone and open Instagram. "Those are northern trees, right? Autumn colors?" I look out the window to our own urban autumn afternoon. Leaves amber, sienna, scarlet. She nods her assent, but still looks uncomfortable. She gazes toward the door, starts packing up her things. "Look," I say, "I still care about her. Of course I do. It just all seems a little weird to me. That she meets some guy that no one else really knows, she just takes off, doesn't even say goodbye. No one has heard her actual voice or seen her in person for nearly a year." I realize that I'm leaning across the table, talking a little too fast, too loud. I catch myself. Breathe. Pull back. I can tell she's hearing me, even though she looks uneasy. "What about her mother?" I say. Emily blows out her breath. "That woman," she says. "She's useless at the best of times." And that's true. Anissa's mother was the biggest part of her problems. A drunk. Alternately neglectful, then clingy. She actually came on to me the night Anissa introduced us. We laughed about it, because what else could you do with that? Anissa's father died when she was a toddler. This shitty childhood was why Anissa was empty inside, always looking to be filled. By her work, by her relationships. It also made her a victim to shitty men. Like me. And probably this guy Parker. Or Brendan? I toss it out there, earning another eye roll. Anissa hasn't talked to her brother in like 5 years. The last I heard, he was in jail, cooking meth or something totally fucked like that. Yeah, her family is crap. To be honest, that's why I'm worried. She has no mooring, no place where she's safe. It could have been me. I could have been that port in the storm of her life. We could have built a foundation where she was loved and cared for. Or we could both grow. That was what I wanted. I just blew it, massively. Worse than the anger is the regret. I really hope I didn't hurt her that night I wound up in jail. I guess I could ask Emily. But a big part of me doesn't want to know if I'm the kind of man who could put his hands on a woman he loves in anger. Dr. Black and I talk about this too. "Have you ever hurt anyone before, Will?" Dr. Black wanted to know. "Have you ever hit a woman?" "No," I told him. "Never." And that's the truth. I'm sorry, Anissa. Neither of them has seen her? Talked to her? I say. The silence between us has grown long. I don't know, Will, Emily says. When the waitress brings my cappuccino, she asks for the bill. We sit a moment. The coffee is too hot to sip. I blow at the foam. It just all seems a little strange to me, I say, trying to catch her eyes. Something's not right. Emily shrugs, stares at her phone. It looks pretty right to me. Her face? She's glowing. Read her words. She sounds grounded and wise. She looks healthy and strong. She points the screen back in my direction. There's her beautiful body, a lean, arching silhouette against the rising sun. Did Parker take that photo? In fact, Emily says, wistful, she might be better than she ever has been. The room seems dingy suddenly, overcrowded. There's a garish smear of Emily's lipstick on the pale mug. The woman behind me is coughing fitfully. The table between us wobbles. This is my point. The world, the real world, is fraught with imperfections. It's messy and complicated, often uncomfortable, awkward, painful, dull. It's not curated and filtered for consumption. But that's social media, I say. It's not true. Isn't it? No. Again, too emphatic, a little too loud. Emily's eyes widen just for a millisecond. Then she stows her phone, clutches the bag to her middle. She dips her head and shifts. I think she's going to scurry out without another word. You can be frighteningly intense, Will. Anissa used to say this all the time. Scale it back. I'm sorry, I say, to soften the awkward tension. What's true, she says after a breath, is that she left us. It's almost a whisper, like she's trying not to cry. Not just you, Will, but all of us, in this life we were living together. And that sucks. The woman behind me, she will not stop coughing. Emily goes on over the din. But if she wanted us to be a part of whatever new version of herself she's creating, she'd call, or visit, or invite us to her goddamn tiny house in the woods. Now it is Emily's turn to take a moment to calm herself. I will say this about Anissa. The people who love her, really love her, they care. They want her in their lives. I wonder if she knows this. We may not like it, she continues. It may hurt. But that doesn't make it less true. I nod, trying to give the impression that I'm not just waiting for my turn to talk. But that's my point, I say, jumping in when she's done. I can see why she'd ghost me. I screwed up. I was jealous, possessive, a total dick. I drove her away. That I basically stalked her, okay? I menaced her. She was so afraid of me that she called the police and took out a restraining order. I lost it. Tried to kill myself. She was right to move on from me. I'm reaching for Emily, but she's pulling away. I often feel like this, reaching, trying to make my point, my case, while others draw back. But what if, stay with me, she didn't leave her life, all her friends, by her own choice? Emily gives me a confused, uncomfortable squint, looks toward the door again. I mean, what if something's wrong? Like, really wrong? When our eyes meet again, there's naked pity there. Emily has seen me at my worst. I wondered why she would agree to meet me, why she's helping me with my career. She knows how bad it got with Anissa, that my life is in shambles. I see now that she just feels sorry for me. She's the rare nice person in the world who wants to help someone who is clearly struggling. Well, she's finally happy. Maybe she'll reach out to us again when she feels more, I don't know, solid in her new life. I issue a laugh that sounds more bitter than I intended. Not to me, I'm guessing. She stands, pulls a 20 from her pocket, and puts it on the table for the check that hasn't come. I should offer to pay. After all, I invited her. But the truth is, I can't afford it. Ashamed, I let her leave the wrinkled bill and lift my cup in thanks. Well, just... She shakes her head. Just let her be. She leaves, and I'm alone. The normal state of things. Pity party. Under the menu, I spy the black corner of a moleskin. I grab it and run out onto the street after her. But she's nowhere to be seen. I text her. She doesn't answer. She'll probably ghost me now, too. When I open the notebook, its pages are filled with notes and poetry. The voyeur in me experiences a dark thrill. What would I learn about sweet Emily in these pages? Not that I'd rifle through her private thoughts. I snap it closed quickly, tuck it under my arm. I walk home, not even wanting to spend money on the subway. It's a hike, nearly 90 blocks. But it's okay. I like to ramble through the city, watch the neighborhoods change, see the haves and have-nots mingle, hear buses hiss, listen to horns bleating, observe the endless construction of ever-taller gleaming towers for the mega-rich, while steam rises from manholes, nuts roast in sugar, and wood burns in someone's fireplace. putting the scent of smoke in the air. I live in my parents' Upper East Side townhouse now. Nice, right? 3 floors, working fireplaces, an outdoor space, original fixtures and wainscoting throughout. Shelves of rare books, art from all over the world. They've had this place since their 30s, inherited from my mother's parents. It's worth a fortune now, though it's a bit run down and in need of work here and there. The pipes clank, the lights flicker, the floors creak terribly. I think they should sell it, but they won't hear of it. Where in the world would we go? Anywhere, I tell them. Anywhere in the world. But they're lifers, Manhattanites to the core. They'll carry us out of here feet first. Anyway, they're away on one of the trips they take. These kind of hiking, educational things. Basic accommodations, good food, but nothing fancy. They're all about substance, my parents. I have no idea where they are, though they've told me multiple times. Their itinerary buried in my email somewhere. I'll have to check my mom's Facebook page. Idaho? Something about bird migration. My father has made it clear that this, my living with them, should not be seen as a permanent solution. I don't blame him. It's been a year. I'm truly better, solid on my feet. And I'm ready to be on my own, too. No one wants to live with his parents, right? I enter the foyer, close the door. The quiet of the place greets me. My mother usually has the television on or music playing. She can't bear silence. My father is usually in his study, working or having a soft-voiced conversation with an author. He could have retired, but he still works as a freelance editor. He, too, has offered to help me get published, or to make the connections, anyway. But I want to do this myself. The help of a peer is one thing. Getting your dad to make calls is quite another. I'm confident that you'll be on your way to having a situation when we return, Dad said. A situation? Who am I, Jane Eyre? They're not going to kick me out, though. That much I know. The room upstairs is mine, and has always been my refuge, the place I return to when things go badly, as they so often seem to. I look at the card Emily gave me. Paul Stafford of Writer's Space. Stuff it back in my pocket. That's a good thing. I'll focus on that. Write a query letter. Send those very polished first 3 chapters, using Emily's name. Maybe this is my first step forward into a real life. My sister, Claire, who would have been a better adult child, I'm sure. She was my superior in every way. No one ever says so, but it's quite obvious. She was the smart, beautiful, sweet one. There was so much promise. Whereas I was always the difficult one, the problem. Colicky as a baby, bad grades through middle and high school, worse behavior, then a general failure to launch, multiple career setbacks, recently my very serious suicide attempt. Again, my parents would never say so, perpetually singing my praises and overinflating my meager accomplishments, making excuses for my failings. The world is too much with him, I overheard my mother tell her friend on the phone. He's creative, such a sensitive spirit. That girl, she just bled him dry. Interesting turn of phrase. Yes, Anissa just bled me dry. Or was it I who bled her dry? Bled us dry with my insecurity, my accusations. Looking back, knowing that she loved you, that she was always faithful, what led you to doubt her? Dr. Black asked. It always seemed true. There was always a real thing that sent me into a froth. Once it was some text messages that seemed suggestive. Another time I was sure I saw her kiss a man in the dark hallway outside the bathrooms in a club. Once she said she was with Emily, but she hadn't been. I still don't know where she was that night. She was already pulling away from me then.
But even if it were true, the doctor said, do you recognize that you can't, possess another person? Even if you were married, it's not a crime for her to be unfaithful. It doesn't give you the right to spy, snoop, follow, to violate her boundaries. Can we agree on that? I know that. I do. But how can you keep that jealousy from causing you to do things you know are wrong? How can you keep from clinging to things you don't want to lose when they seem to be slipping away? Dr. Black suggests, of course, meditation and mindfulness exercises, deep breaths, a calm and respectful query if necessary. Yes, that seems right. I want to tell Anissa all this. How it took me nearly throwing away my life to finally understand it. Maybe she can forgive me. Not take me back. No, I know that. I'm just looking for forgiveness. For closure. You have to be okay with not getting that from her. You have to forgive yourself. If ever there was a shrinky non-phrase, what the hell does that mean? Forgive myself. Of course I forgive myself. Isn't it all too easy to do that? My parents have another house, too. Upstate, on 20 acres, deep in the woods. Another inherited property, this one from my father's side. Grandpa's old hunting cabin that they've built upon and modernized over the years. That's where my sister died. They don't go up there anymore. It sits empty, going to seed, as my father likes to say. I'm the only one who ever goes there. To check on things, meet with the handyman when there's a problem. Sometimes I go there to write. Anissa and I visited a few times. My mother thinks I should go up there permanently, do the fixing up that needs doing instead of the handyman, take care of the property, get a job in town while I finish my novel and try to get it published. I think she wants me to exorcise its demons, make it a happy place again. Anissa never liked it there. There's a sadness there. In the walls, in the lake, in the trees, she said. It's true. My sister drowned there in the lake behind the house. An accident. Claire was older by 3 years. A beautiful sylph of a thing. In pictures, she looks ephemeral, as if she was never part of this world. I remember her always just out of my reach, with sunlight for hair and a galaxy for eyes. She was babysitting that night, 15 to my 12. Well, not really babysitting. She was supposed to be with me, keeping an eye on things, the older, more responsible sibling. Why did she go out there in the dark? I remember hearing the door, that slapping of the screen so common in summer, the whisper of her voice, the melody of her laughter. Another tone, too, the youthful baritone of a boy. There were always boys, on the phone, sitting awkwardly in the living room with my parents. It didn't mean much. She wasn't allowed to have friends over when she was babysitting, but she knew I'd never tell on her. There was no evidence of foul play. The police ruled it an accident, a careless nighttime swim. She drowned. But who was the boy that night? We never found out. People wondered if I dreamed it. That other voice. Somehow thinking of Claire makes me remember that shadow behind Anissa again, the one who pulled her away from me. Why was there always someone taking them away? Again, that ugly lash. If I let those thoughts take their course, I'll get angrier and angrier. But I use one of Dr. Black's mantras. I acknowledge that there is anger arising in me. I accept it and release it. At first, it seemed like pure bullshit, but it actually works. Most of the time. I creak up the stairs, down the hall to my room. I lie on my bed and scroll through Anissa's Instagram feed. Again. Today, her blog post is about letting go. We cling to the past, don't we? To versions of ourselves, to people we tried to love, to dreams we have outgrown. But there's only one moment. Now. And the only true self exists here. There are prettily staged images scattered throughout the blog, a colorful stack of notebooks, a steaming cup of tea, a picture of her hand curled around a pen, poised over a blank page. More than 2,000 followers have offered their likes on the Instagram post where she sits in half lotus, hands in prayer at her center. I used to love the soles of her feet, even when they were dirty from walking barefoot on the hardwood floor. They were always so soft. I stare at the slope of her shoulder, the swell of her breast, the way that wisp of hair always escapes her bun. The light touches her face, making her skin glow. I spend too many hours scrolling through her feeds, reading her words. Time I could spend moving on, working on my novel, getting a real job. These days seem to disappear. I lie to my shrink, to my parents, to myself about how I'm spending my time. The truth is, I crawl through a digital portal and swim through the dream world there, trying to find my way back to her. I touch my finger to the screen. It's cold and flat. There's nothing there but hard glass, beneath that tiny maze of circuitry, wires. No matter how badly I want to climb inside, I can't. It's not real. Not true. Anissa is not there. In the corner of the picture, I see a shadow. Someone tall and slim, unmistakably male. Must be Parker taking the photo. Lucky bastard. Wait. I sit up quickly, start scrolling back through images taken on my phone. The whole catalog of us exists there. Funny moments, private ones, a few X-rated, the curated ones we posted on social media to show everyone how deeply we loved each other, how special we were. Not on here. The night I grabbed Anissa's tender wrist too hard when she tried to leave after an argument. The day I made her cry while I grilled her, ceaselessly, possessed, about text messages that turned out to be from her cousin. The afternoon she realized that I had been following her while she was having a girls' day with her friends. That look on her face, the disbelief, the anger and sadness. Not something I want to revisit. The night she piled all my stuff outside the door of her apartment, and I banged and yelled, Anissa sobbing inside, until a neighbor called the police. No, we don't share those things, the ugly moments between the beautiful ones. There. I find it. Anissa sitting in half lotus. Same top, same strand of hair prettily falling, same light on her face. That shadow in the photo, slim and dark. The lucky bastard is me. Okay. What does that mean? Is she just recycling old images? Or is it a sign, maybe? She must know I'm watching her blog, her social feeds. It's not the first time I've suspected that she's sending me veiled messages, which I would never say out loud, especially not to Dr. Black, because it sounds batshit crazy. Or is someone manufacturing these posts? Using her catalog of old photos, cropping, filtering, photoshopping. It's all too easy to do, to create a new reality from the old. I zoom in on the photo and see that she's wearing the Tiffany infinity necklace I bought her for our first anniversary. The sight of it sends a jolt through me. Our first anniversary. 1 year. It made our love seem so real. I knew we weren't ready for the big step. We were still living in our separate apartments. Her job in finance kept her exhausted, run ragged. I was working for a temp agency, publishing my short fiction in small journals, working on my novel, heavily subsidized by my parents. Even though I knew it wasn't time for a ring, I wanted so much to get her something in that little blue box. I could afford only the smallest version of the necklace, in sterling. Still, I made my point. Infinity. Forever. She loved it, of course. I made a big fuss over it, posted it all over her feed. All the world, our world, gushed at the sweetness. That Will, he's a keeper. I stare at the image on the screen. So, is it the old photo? Or is she still wearing the necklace? My phone rings then, startling me so badly that I throw it in the air. It lands on the bed beside me with a thud. Her image disappears. Emily's face, nestled against Anissa's, appears in its place. I remember taking that picture of them. One of our many joyful outings together. This one for frozen hot chocolate at Serendipity. They both have chocolate lips and big smiles. Afterward, we walked forever in Central Park. We were a cozy little threesome, like something out of a Victorian novel. Anissa and I were the young lovers, accompanied by the doting sister, cousin, ward, whatever. She, this attentive third, was a sweet, lovely thing, but just that much less lovely than the heroine of the story. Poor Emily. "Hey," I answer. "You have my notebook." She sounds annoyed, as if it's something I did to keep her looped into me. I should have just left it. "You didn't read it?" "Yes, and now I know all your secrets, Emily." There's a leaden silence. "Just kidding," I say, eliciting a relieved sigh. "Come on, I would never. I tried to catch you." I hear the wail of a siren in the background of the call. "I'm in your neighborhood," she says. "Can I stop by for it?" "Sure." Why would she be on the Upper East Side, I wonder? And did I tell her I was staying with my parents? But how can we keep any of this straight anymore? What we said, what we posted, what other people posted about us on their feeds. A chaotic mishmash of almost true gossip and fake news, of rumor and posturing. Anissa and I had a couple of parties here while my parents were away. Most of her friends thought it was my place. I never cleared it up unless pressed. "It's a family home," I might say if questioned. "Oh, wow," is the normal response. Translation? "I knew you couldn't afford a place like this." I try to tidy up, my head spinning with thoughts of Anissa, that photograph, that shadow, me, or the elusive Parker, the infinity necklace. When Emily knocks on the door, I let her inside. She's let her hair down, taken off her glasses. There's something so delicate about a redhead, isn't there? Anissa used to say that Emily had fairy princess hair, all gold and white highlights. Anissa was right. Emily's curls shine in the foyer light. I'm practically bursting to tell her about my Instagram discovery. But I know what everyone thinks of me. When you stalk a young woman and then try to kill yourself, you lose all your credibility. It's hard to convince people that you're on solid ground. Anything I say on this topic is going to sound crazy. Maybe I am crazy. How are you supposed to know these things? So I just hand her the notebook and hope she'll leave quickly. I want to get back to my internet sleuthing. She flips through the pages as if she could tell by looking if I've been snooping. She tucks it possessively into her satchel. "I'm sorry about today," I say. "I didn't mean." She smiles, lifts a hand. Her glitter nail polish is chipped. "It's okay. I know you loved her. Well, love her. I still love her. Wildly, madly, deeply. As much as ever. You don't stop loving someone just because they stopped loving you. It would be a lot easier if you could. Emily's kindness makes me turn away from her. I don't deserve it. I wait for her to move to the door. In fact, I'm still standing by it, gripping the handle. But she stays rooted, her brow wrinkled. She chews at the corner of her thumbnail. "I've been thinking about what you said. Hope Wells. I almost leap on her with what I've just discovered, but I stay quiet. Instead of leaving, she moves into the living room and sits on the old sofa, places her bag on the floor. I follow her and sink into the overstuffed chair on the other side of the coffee table. This furniture, it's been here since I was a kid. A lot of it belonged to my grandmother. There are pieces, a shaky secretary, an ancient chifforobe, that haven't been moved in half a century. There's a portrait of Claire and me as children hanging over the fireplace. My parents were good about stuff like that. Some people want to forget, but they wanted to remember her well, with joy, once the shock and the most brutal phases of grief and loss had passed. We talked about her openly now, allowing ourselves to remember, even when it's painful. Did you know that Anissa just kind of bailed on her place? Emily says. She didn't tell the landlord. She just packed her clothes, left most of her furniture. She just stopped paying. I didn't know that. I haven't seen or spoken to the real flesh and blood Anissa since she saved my life. I went straight from the hospital to the facility upstate, finally ending up here at my parents' place, where I tried to piece my life back together. I'm trying to piece my life back together. I'm supposed to be trying to do that. It just doesn't seem like her to do something so irresponsible, does it? I shrug, shake my head. Anissa, truth be told, could be a little irresponsible. She was prone to racking up debt on luxury goods like Gucci totes and Prada shoes, and then she'd eaten ramen noodles for a month to pay it off. What do you think about that, Parker Pinches Pennies? Little Miss Minimalist would do just about anything for a pair of Christian Louboutin shoes. She could swing it because she made a fortune at that detested finance job, but she wasn't much of a saver. She'd pretend to have the flu, like really play the role for her boss, to spend a few days with me when I was between temp jobs. We'd stay in bed, order in, watch rom-coms. And her job, Emily goes on, she didn't love it. Finance was not her calling, but she left without notice. Again, not really like her. She respected her boss, was happy with the day-to-day, or so she said. That was true. She didn't hate her Wall Street job as much as she said. She had the rare mind that was excited by both art and numbers. She was a poet, and she could rock a spreadsheet like nobody's business. I think she was happy, Emily says. Happy-ish? As happy as any of us are. Yes, but there was a subliminal current of unhappiness there, a skein of dissatisfaction. Is this it? Do you think this is it? She would ask me sometimes, in quiet moments after we'd made love, or walking through the park, moments when I was vibrating with happiness. I hope so, I'd answer. Writing, loving her, making a home in this frenetic candy store of a city. What else might there be? She'd drift away from me a little in those moments, as if we were on different wavelengths. I think about Dr. Black, something he said coming back to me. People walk away from their lives all the time, make big sudden changes. It's not a crime. Emily and I sit with all of it a moment, our two different versions of Anissa. Was she Emily's friend? My girlfriend? Yes, but she was also herself, unknown in some ways to both of us. I accept that now, when I couldn't before. That's progress, I think. The big grandfather clock that my mother hates, and that my father whines and whines, ticks off time. It's aggressive. Never lets you forget the passing seconds. I don't want it to seem like I'm not happy for her. Emily rubs the bottom of her eyes. I mean, a sigh, an imploring lift of her gaze. I'm jealous, okay? And everyone is. I thought it was that. Sour grapes, you know? Again, I stay quiet. But I guess you're right. There is something off about it. The whole thing, the pictures, even her words. Maybe it doesn't... sound like her. My thumb finds the scar on the opposite arm. It's still tender, ugly. Frankenstein's monster I am stitched together, less than the sum of my parts. Before I can think better of it, I tell Emily about the Instagram post, about the old picture in my photo albums, the infinity necklace. It comes out in a tumble, sounding manic and off. I wait for her to regret her decision to come, to share, to listen. I wait for her body language to close up before she scurries for the door, eager to get away from the shiftless, post-suicidal stalker that I am. But she just nods thoughtfully when I'm done, touches her collarbone. "Show me," she says. I move over to sit beside her on the saggy sofa, and she dons her reading glasses. She stares at my phone, scrolling, flipping back and forth between apps. "It does look like the same photo, Will," she says. "I mean, it's possible that it's just really similar. She's still wearing the necklace, maybe. She loved it. She loved you. And how many different ways are there to sit in Lotus? But the hair, the shirt, the light..." Emily pulls out her laptop. And over the next couple of hours, together, we analyze Anissa's feed, comparing images with photos each of us has on our separate devices. I am comforted by the presence of someone sane. It's not just me banging around the inside of my own head, analyzing, questioning, doubting. We scroll through the feeds of Anissa's friends going back 2 years. Many of the pictures on her new feed can be sourced from elsewhere. The yoga studio where she subbed Sunday morning classes. A cooking class she took here in the city. Photos snapped by friends. We search some of the phrases in her blog that seem especially not like Anissa, and find that much of what's there is a patchwork quilt of Zen memes, self-help books, Buddhist texts, sound bites from popular New Age writers and thinkers like Eckhart Tolle, Gary Zukov, Michael Singer. Even Jung, Einstein, Thich Nhat Hanh, Gandhi. While I brew coffee, Emily makes some phone calls, because no one is going to talk to me about Anissa. I hear the soft rise and fall of her voice from the kitchen. "Yeah, but actually speak to her. I mean, like hear her voice? When was that? Are you sure?" "No." "Okay." "Yeah, of course. Think about it." When I come back with our mugs, she sits staring at the portrait of me and my sister, her face unreadable. "Is that your sister?" she asks gently. "The one who drowned?" "Claire," I say. "Yes." She's quiet a moment, seems to be considering her words. "Did you ever notice how much she looks like Anissa?" I hadn't noticed at first. We are not quick to notice these deep psychological burdens, the secret machinations of our inner pain, and how they manifest themselves in our choices, are we? It was my mother who went sheet white when I brought Anissa home, quickly recovering, effusing warm smiles and opening welcoming arms. Only later did I find her crying in front of our portrait. Their coloring is not the same. It's all in the shape of the eyes, the mouth, the dimple in her chin. Something ghostly in the essence. Not knowable. Untouchable. Only later, I say, after my mother pointed it out. She looks back and forth, to my face, back to the portrait. "You still look the same," she smiles at me. "Same killer cheekbones, regal nose, and serious dark eyes. You were an old soul." "So they tell me." I hand her a cup of coffee, and she takes it, puts it down on the coaster. "So," she says, "I think I was the last one to talk to Anissa." I settle in across from her. "Brianna hasn't spoken to her since February of last year," she goes on. "Brent, you know Brent, has lost his phone since she left, so he doesn't have a log of their calls, just a few texts." She looks down studiously at the notes she scribbled in that moleskin with just a few pages left blank. "Chloe can't remember, but thinks it was sometime after... you know what happened." She casts an apologetic look in my direction. Anissa mentioned Parker to Chloe. But like Brianna thought, Chloe also said Anissa didn't seem that into him. Anissa billed him as some extremely early retirement guy, one of those geeks who lives on like 10% of his income and tries to retire by 30. That tracks. Parker pinches pennies or whatever, I say. According to Chloe, Anissa found that really annoying. Said he was cheap. A freeloader, basically. She really did hate cheap people. It was kind of a pet peeve. She was unfailingly generous, showering me and all her friends with expensive gifts, picking up the tab at Tony restaurants. Outside, someone leans on a car horn. Some shouting follows. Then things go quiet again. I probably shouldn't say this. Emily takes a sip of her coffee, closes up her notebook. I always figured you two would get back together, even after all the drama. My heart clenches a little. That's a romantic notion. If I was her friend, I'd say, I'd have told her to run and not look back. I was not my best self. That's such a now thing, isn't it? My best self. Is it a goal? An ultimate destination? Or is it a fluid thing, something that might ebb and flow with the tides of our lives? What about now? Asks Emily. Are you your best self now? Honestly, I don't even know what that means anymore. She lets out a little laugh, curls her stocking feet up under her. Does anyone? Parker seems to. I hold up the phone. He's a good-looking guy, a vegan hottie with stylish stubble and cut abs. He's fast becoming a millennial finance guru, quoted all over the place. But his stuff, too, lifted more or less from everything else out there. Not spending $1 is like earning $1. Hello, Benjamin Franklin. A penny saved is a penny earned? Meanwhile, there's nothing about him online. Parker doesn't have a LinkedIn profile. There's no personal Facebook or Instagram page, with pictures of friends and family, party shots, or his nephew's first birthday party. His social media presence is on point. Only about his finance blog and his Parker pinches pennies persona. The real Parker is nowhere to be found. She leans in to stare at my phone. He looks like a dick, Emily says flatly. I laugh. It's funny when kind, careful people say what they're really thinking. She sure can pick 'em, I say. She issues a knowing snort. The list of Anissa's exes is long and colorful, kind of a running joke among her friends. The tattooed bartender who smoked so much dope that he regularly passed out cold while they were making love. The hirsute hedge fund manager who could never, ever not be looking at his phone. The off-Broadway actor who kept a picture of his mother by his bed. The timid IT guy who still had a VCR, along with a complete cataloged set of Seinfeld episodes that he rewatched and quoted endlessly. I never minded talking about her past, especially since I was always billed as the light at the end of the long, dark dating tunnel. The prince to all her frogs. Until I wasn't. We decide Emily's next call should be to Anissa's mother, Jenny. There's a rule for calling Jenny. Never after 6. Anissa's mother starts drinking at lunch and is pretty much on an alcohol drip until she falls asleep in front of the television at night. She is fine, more or less, until the second glass after dinner. Then she might turn maudlin or belligerent, nostalgic, exuberant, clingy, or downright mean. It's 7:02 p.m. when Emily calls her, putting her on speaker while I sit silent, and it apparently isn't one of Jenny's better nights. Hi, Jenny. It's Emily, Anissa's friend from college. Oh, she says. Anissa used to say there was a pitch, a shift in tone that she could pick up on in one syllable. Over the time I got to know Jenny a little, I became able to discern it as well. It was kind of a sloppy wobble to words, a sharpness of tone. Hello, Emily. Do you ever hear from my daughter? Actually, Emily says, glancing at me, I was calling to ask you the same thing. A snort, the tinkle of ice in a glass. Would you believe it's been over a year since she called her mother? Not that I'm sitting by the phone. I have a life, you know. A year? Well, you know she has nothing but a catalog of complaints about me. Apparently, I was the world's worst mother. Last I heard from her, a text of all things, she was done with me. She said I was a sandbag in her life, one she had to cut loose in order to be free. Clutter clearing, shedding the things that no longer serve, moving away from toxic people, dead relationships, the life-changing magic of getting rid of all your shit. It's another very of-the-moment thing for our generation. But I look around my parents' place, the house that belonged to my grandparents, the same floors they walked on, pieces of well-made furniture that have aged with grace over generations, that have embraced us in times of joy and sorrow, Christmas mornings and birthday parties, the gathering at my sister's funeral. There are boxes of photos, childhood drawings and report cards, wedding china on which festive meals have been served to imperfect gatherings of friends and family, piles of books, collected art of varying quality, notebooks of poetry and fiction that will never be read. How do you discern between the things that hold you back and the things that hold you up? My parents have made mistakes. I have too. Maybe they have enabled me, softened blows, causing me to grow up unable to deal with the harsh realities of life. And I have been in trouble. Was a middling student, an inconsiderate son at times. And I tried to kill the only child they had left. Myself. But we're all still here, making our way, together. I can't imagine being done with them, or they with me. Sometimes if we cut too many sandbags, we float away. Is that what happened to Anissa? Did Anissa float away? Having shed all her family and friends, did she disappear into the ether? I tried to tell her. Jenny and Emily are still on the phone, Jenny's words dipping and pitching. She can stop talking to me, stop visiting me, but I'll always be her mother, like it or not. Yeah, I hear that, so I'm trying to locate her, Jenny, Emily says. Do you have any idea where she lives? So I'm not the only one she left at the curb. What about that nice boy? Will, was it? I knew that wouldn't last. She only wants someone who treats her badly. Jenny, Emily says, rolling her eyes at me, do you have an address? Or did she mention a town? Anything that might be a clue to where she lives? She lives online like all of you kids. You think that's the real world, but it isn't. The line goes dead, Emily's phone issuing the desultory beep of an ended call. I dip my head in my hand. I'm sorry, Anissa. I'm sorry for driving you away. I've been round and round about all of this with Dr. Black. He lets me walk the winding roads of regret and self-flagellation, of what-ifs and if-onlys. But we always wind up at the same point. Anissa has walked away from her life and any contact with me, due in large part to my bad behavior in our relationship, our breakup, and my suicide attempt. She has made clear her choice and her boundaries. Any chasing I do is boundary trampling, an attempt to control another person, the actions of an abuser. I must accept the consequences of my actions and respect her choice. For some reason, sitting here with Emily, it suddenly becomes clear that there's no road back to what I have with Anissa. I have to let her go. I'm about to suggest that Emily do the same when she speaks up. I think I might have some idea where she is, Emily says. I look up at her. She's hunched over her laptop in the dark room, the screen turning the lenses of her glasses blue. Look, she says when I don't say anything. When I come to stand behind her, I see Anissa's face. Mouth open, eyes on the camera, a giant glop of pink on a spoon headed for those perfect lips. It somehow manages to be totally innocent and yet highly sexualized, like all of her posts. Organic ice cream made with all locally sourced ingredients, milk from local grass-fed cows, strawberries from the farm up the road, sweetened with honey from an area beekeeper. Parker may be totally vegan, but I am not. Hashtag local, hashtag organic, hashtag yum, hashtag so good. We've been there, Emily says. I look at the picture, and there on the counter behind Anissa's smiling face is a stack of paper ice cream bowls. The logo, a simple black and white cow with a big smile and a pink tongue. The happy cow. Emily is right. It was a brutal summer weekend, sweltering temperatures and my AC on the fritz. Anissa was jealous that all our friends seemed to have left the city for rental houses in the Hamptons. Emily was going through a bad breakup, so I suggested we borrow my parents' car and all head north. That was the weekend I told Anissa and Emily about Claire. Anissa already knew that I'd lost a sister. She just didn't know the details. We stopped in town, had lunch, ice cream at the Happy Cow. Then we got groceries, booze, and went to the house. She loved it there at first. The house is sweet. The grounds beautiful. The town a picture postcard. A yoga studio, a little bookstore, some really nice restaurants, and tons of shops selling goods from local artisans, farmers, craftsmen. It was only after Emily had gone to sleep, and Anissa and I sat out by the fire pit, that she started to feel the sadness that kept us all away. My parents couldn't bring themselves to sell it, because it always felt as if we had left Claire there. But we couldn't stand to be there either. "I'm sorry your family has had to go through this," she said that night, holding my hand. The fire crackled, and the night sky glittered with stars. Even though Anissa was sad, I could see for the first time how love might transform the house again. We'd come up there with our friends, make a new energy field, parties and cooked meals, take the old rowboat out on the lake. Laughter and music would energize the space. Maybe my parents would find their way back. One day, after Anissa and I were married, we'd bring our own children here for lazy summer weekends. The house, the garden, the woods, the lake. It would breathe again. That was the way of it in the organic world. Death and rebirth. But we didn't go back. And strangely, that weekend lives in my memory as the last time things were really good. A few weeks later, those first clouds of suspicion started to set in and turn our relationship dark. Almost as if remembering how painful it is to lose someone, I started to cling to Anissa in unhealthy ways. Dr. Black and I have discussed at length how Claire's death changed the way I saw the world, how I discovered too early that it was wild, unpredictable, utterly out of my control. "We have been there," I say. "The Happy Cow," she says. "Anissa loved it up there." "But what if it's just another old picture?" I scroll through my photos, but I don't see anything like it. Emily does the same. "In this photo, she's not wearing the infinity necklace," Emily says finally. "You had just given it to her when we were there together. She never took it off. If it was an old photo, she'd be wearing the necklace." I look more closely at the post. Her neck is bare. "So," I say, "what should we do?" "Do your parents still have a car?" "They do." "How about a road trip?" "You mean go look for her?" I balk. Stalking. I've been accused of stalking her. There's a restraining order, which, as far as I know, is still in force. Isn't this just more of the same? A violation of her very clear boundaries. I express all of this to Emily. "I get all that," she says, "except I'm worried too." "Maybe something's not right, Will." "Then maybe we should just go to the police." She blows out a laugh, points at the computer. "And say what? My friend won't return my calls. I think this online life she's living is an elaborate sham. I think, ... she might be the victim of foul play." It does sound pretty stupid. "Look," she says, "this is not just you. It's me. I'll vouch for that if it comes down to it. All I'm asking for is a ride." I wonder what Dr. Black would think of this plan. I'm gonna guess he would not support this. Work on your novel. Work on getting a job. Work on yourself. Those are the 3 sanctioned activities. Avoid relationships right now. No alcohol or drugs of any kind. Don't social media stalk Anissa. But the draw is so powerful. My suspicion's so convincing. But this is exactly the place I was in when I was certain she was cheating on me. She was lying, I believed. It was true to me in that headspace with the evidence I thought I had. And that gave me the right to do ugly things like stalk, snoop, follow. To grab her arm when she tried to leave. Maybe even worse. And my angry thoughts, my suspicions, felt real. Why is this different? I'm guessing Dr. Black would say it isn't. He has encouraged me to call him when I feel those dark impulses. Maybe I should do that. I think I'm going, Emily says into my tortured silence, with or without you. You know why? Because I can live with making an idiot out of myself if we're just being totally paranoid. But I'm not going to be able to live with myself if I'm right and I do nothing. Fair point. She stands, a bit breathless with the power of her intention. Her hair is wild and shiny, and I find her slightly mesmerizing. Her sudden passion, her prettiness. It's not that I never noticed before. It's just that I had eyes only for Anissa. And say we go. Say we find her, she goes on. And there she is, all gorgeous and minimalist and in love, living her best life. Then we know for sure. She bailed. She doesn't want the life she had here. She doesn't want my friendship anymore. And then, well, we know the truth, I finish. And that's that. It isn't long before we're in a cab heading to the garage where my parents keep their Land Rover. Then, for a while, we stand in the brightly lit drive, cars coming and going, waiting for ours to be retrieved from the mysterious depths of urban vehicle storage. Where are we going exactly? I say, when I'm behind the wheel. Their car is a nice one, late model, with beautiful leather seats and a dash alive with glowing lights, a colorful GPS map. I pull out into the schizophrenic flow of city traffic. Well, just up to the town where the ice cream place is, Emily says. The shop will be closed, I say. The whole town shuts down at 9. Something crosses her face. Doubt, maybe. It's okay, she says brightly. We're in the flow. We'll find our way. She sounds sure of herself, though to me it just sounds like one of Anissa's regurgitated posts. Something illustrated and packaged for happy consumption. This idea that if we just ask the universe to fulfill our desires, it will, I'm not sure I buy it. But maybe that's why that attitude never seems to work for me. Because in my heart, I don't believe. I know that no matter how much you love and want, no matter how much you ask and beg, sometimes things just get taken away from you. Like Claire. Like Anissa. I share this black idea with Emily as we pull onto the highway. It's still sitting heavy in the air as the city disappears behind us. Jesus, Will, she says after a while. That's really depressing. Maybe lighten up a little? We exchange a look in the dim interior of the car, and then we both start to laugh. Hard. Tears streaming, shoulders shaking. It feels good. Like, really good. It's the first time I've had a belly laugh in a damn long time. But then the laughter dies, and we are in the dark, driving north, to find something we've both loved and lost. Someone who may be in trouble. Or not. Who may need a rescue. Or who may see what we're doing is deluded. A terrible violation of the space she's claimed. She doesn't want you, I remind myself. We ride in silence. I always wonder why she came that night, I say after I don't know how long. After everything. Why she even answered my call. I say it out loud, even though I don't mean to. Dr. Black thinks I shouldn't attach too much meaning to it. It was the right thing, the human thing to do. and Anissa is a kind person. Of course she wouldn't just ignore my calls and let me die. She didn't, Emily says. Her voice is soft but clear, and the words ring like a bell in my psyche. What do you mean? It was me, she says. We've pulled off the interstate and onto the small rural highway that leads to town. Trees all around. We haven't seen another car for a while now. It was me, she says again. You? There's a kind of tightening in my center. She never answered you that night. She felt awful about it later. Well, she did. But she sent your calls straight to voicemail, then deleted them. She didn't know until later that you tried to kill yourself. I let this sink in. But no, it's not true. I saw her standing there, an angel calling me back from the edge of my life. There was nothing else, no ray of light, no voice offering a choice. It was just Anissa. You called me when you didn't reach her. Her voice is just a whisper. I raced to your place, convinced your landlord to open the door. The whole bathroom was flooded. My friend, there's so much blood. I called 911. I've clung to that memory, really held on tight, thinking that Anissa came, that some part of her still cared about some part of me. Except she didn't come. Even after she knew, she didn't call or send a note. She just laughed. I didn't want to tell you. Emily's voice is small in the dark. I didn't want to hurt you any more than you've been hurt already. I could tell that it meant something to you. My hands gripped the wheel too tightly, my eyes on the dark stretch of road glowing in the headlights. Will? Finally, I loosen my grip. I reach a hand out and put it over hers. She's shaking. Thank you, Emily. I guess it's long overdue. I'm myopic, unable to see past my own pain these days. Thank you for saving my life. Her breathing is shallow now, wobbly. She laces her fingers through mine. Will, her face has gone earnest, and then she casts her eyes down. I'm glad you're still here. I think about it a moment, watching the road ahead. So am I. Of course it wasn't Anissa. Why would she answer my calls that night? Why would she take my threats seriously, or care? The restraining order forbade me from calling her, and her lawyer friend had advised her not to engage. She used that word a lot. I'm not going to engage with you, Will. Boy, did that enrage me. My addled brain saw what it wanted to see. But Emily, why is true friendship so often invisible? The person who is always there, the one who answers when we call, who comes when we need her. Why do we so often take that quiet presence for granted? I turn to look at her, but she's staring straight ahead. I feel like I'm seeing her for the first time. One of her poems rings back to me. Show me your crooked teeth, the nose you were born with, the birthmark you had removed, your childhood scars. I want to see all your beautiful ugly. Shed the mask you wear for everyone else, and show me. When she turns to face me, she wears an odd smile. Something in me shivers. I am naked beneath that gaze. I tighten my fingers around hers. Her smile widens. As we arrive in town, it's clear that we're not in the flow. Not at all. This is a fool's errand. Every business is closed and shuttered for the night. We pull into the gravel lot of the Happy Cow and sit in my parents' car. Suddenly it feels as if all the urgency is drained from our venture. We climb out of the car and walk around. Because what else? Our feet crunch on the ground. We wrap our arms around our middles against the cold. I walk over to the storefront window, cup my hands around my eyes, and peer inside. The counter, the stack of cups. A chalkboard lists the day's fresh flavors in cheerful lettering and bright colors. Like every place now, there are cameras mounted over the door, behind the counter. They're just basic home cameras like most people install to watch their front door, their dog, their child. We have put ourselves under constant surveillance. Never a moment when we are not watching ourselves and each other. And yet here we are, chasing those images, searching for the real Anissa, who is as elusive as a ghost. "This was stupid," Emily says. She wears a peasant skirt and lace-up boots, a kind of fuzzy, wrappy coat. She lets her hair go wild around her shoulders. There's a look. They all share it. Claire, Anissa, Emily. A kind of manifest disbelief that the world falls so short of the fairy tale that we're sold. "It was worth a try," I say, my voice sounding false and tight. Dr. Black suggests optimism. He says it's a choice. "I'm trying, Dr. Black. I really am." "I watch too many crime shows," she says. Her laugh disappears into the night. "I thought we'd found a clue, that we could solve the case of our missing friend." More words of Emily's whisper back. "The case is cold, your secrets hold, we'll all grow old, just wondering." I move closer to her. I don't dare touch her, but I'm surprised at how badly I want to. Am I wrong? The way she's standing, body leaning toward me, eyes on mine. Does she feel it too? "There's only one place still open," I say. "Pop's, the 24-hour diner." My voice breaks the spell. "I'm starving," she says, looking suddenly spent, depleted. "Me too." I am. I don't remember the last time I ate. I'm thinner than I ever have been in adulthood. Gaunt, my mother says. I've always been one of those too skinny guys, not that interested in food. I gained with Anissa. We were constantly eating. The diner is a bit out of town, closer to the house. I haven't been there in a while, but we used to go all the time before Claire died, and a few times since. Big, juicy burgers on floppy white buns, crispy fries, pillowy, creamy shakes, and a peanut butter pie that is my mother's all-time favorite. I always grab her a slice when I'm up here checking on the house. She eats it with equal parts of joy, sadness, and guilt. This meal tastes like regret, salty and stale. I eat it anyway, grateful for any nourishment at all. Pop is there, as I knew he would be. He must be 90 years old. His son and daughter run the place now, but he's always there, greeting customers. He sits in the same booth by the door, a newspaper always open in front of him. Late at night, it's just him, a single waitress, and whatever shift worker they have in the kitchen. "Well," he says brightly, "long time no see." He always says that, no matter how long it's been since I saw him last. I really cannot believe he remembers my name. Or maybe he just calls everyone Will. "How you doing, Pop?" "Never better, son," he answers. Every time. "How's that lovely family of yours?" "All good," I say. "Don't forget to bring a piece of pie to your mom for me." He's wrinkled and nearly bald, except for some neat white wisps. His thick hands shake. He's dressed neatly in a buttoned-up plaid shirt, pressed khakis, and old man brown shoes. This is the same conversation I have with him every single time. He's as senile as they get, on some kind of loop that will not reset. I don't feel bad for him. I envy him. There's so many things I'd like to forget. We order. Emily shows the waitress a picture of Anissa, but the girl just gives her a blank stare, a dismissive shrug. She doesn't ask a single question about who Anissa is or why we might be looking for her. She just sticks our order ticket through the window to the kitchen, then immediately goes back to whatever she was doing on her smartphone. We get the same meal I used to get with Claire when we were kids. Cheeseburgers, fries, chocolate milkshake to share. In spite of our dark errand, our failure, the food is good. We talk and talk. Not about Anissa, but about Emily's poetry. How she applied for a writer's retreat and might go if she gets in, leaving her job. We talk about my novel and where I'm stuck. She agrees to read it. It's easy. Our friendship, even after everything, and with Anissa gone, is still intact. I take Dr. Black's advice and choose to be happy about that, at least. I pick up the tab on the credit card my mother gave me that my father doesn't know I have. She pays the bill from an account that my father doesn't track. He'll rail at year-end when he balances the books, but he won't stop her. Softening blues, coming in for the rescue. On the way out, I use the restroom. When I emerge, Emily is sitting with Pop. "Have you seen this girl?" I hear her say as I come up beside him. I didn't even think to ask him. It would be like asking an old transistor radio. But Pop just stares blankly at the phone, then up at Emily. "Is that the girl who died so long ago?" Emily shakes her head. "No," she says quickly. "Her name is Anissa." His eyes are filling, though. "Such a tragedy," he says. She looks stricken, horrified that she's upset the old man. "I'm so sorry," she says. The waitress comes over and hands me my takeout pie. "I've got my peanut butter pie, Pop," I say brightly, hoping to cheer him up. He turns to look at me, and Emily slips quickly from the booth, glad for the escape. He seems to forget Emily in the picture. "Don't tell your mother that I've always had a crush on her." "Your secret's safe with me." "Good night," Emily says. We move away, the bell ringing as we exit. Emily is far ahead of me, out in the night. She doesn't hear him say before the door closes, "They say the brother did it. There was always something off about that boy." I pretend I didn't hear it. Don't let it upset me the way it used to. There were endless rumors then. A beautiful young girl dies by accident, and no one wants to accept that. No one wants to accept the randomness of it all. Believe me, I get it. In the car, we sit. There's an energy between us. A tingle. "We don't need to drive all the way back," I say. The long trip is not an enticing prospect with a belly full of cheeseburger and milkshake. "We can stay at the house. I promised my parents I'd stop by and check on it anyway." I figure she'll say no, even though it's Friday night and she doesn't have to work tomorrow, and probably her only plans are to write all weekend. She's very still, staring at the picture of Anissa glowing on the screen. She clicks the side of the phone, and it goes dark. She leans closer, blinks. I wait for her to come back with a list of excuses. "Okay," she says. "That sounds good." It's a bit of a drive, the road hypnotic and winding. No street lamps, the exact opposite of city living. The layers fall away, light, noise, clutter, leaving a hush, a peaceful silence. I turn at the tilted red mailbox and stop to retrieve the pile of junk that inevitably collects in it. "I forgot how isolated this place is," she says. "Total middle of nowhere." I don't say anything. Is she nervous? Questioning her decision to come out here with someone who has proven himself to be unstable? "You should come out here more," she goes on. "You could really focus on your writing up here." That's what my mom says. "You could really, get quiet," she says, wistful. That's what I always think when I look at Anissa's posts. I'm so jealous. Not of Parker, not of her success or happiness. Just that she's found the space she needs to, be. "Hey," I say, eager to give her something. "Anytime you want to come up here, you can." "Really?" Are you kidding? It's empty most of the time. My parents would love it. Silence. This time, when her words echo, I recite them out loud to her. Why are they so afraid of you? Boredom. Why don't they seek your hidden magic? To sit and think. To be. All gone the way of the 8-track. A silly, outdated thing. You memorized one of my poems? She says, her hand at her chest, her smile wide. They're very memorable. You really have a gift, if I haven't told you before. I have, haven't I? She blushes, looks down shyly. Thank you. The house comes into view, small and dark. The sight of it never fails to fill me with this odd mingling of nostalgia and revulsion. There's this feeling of thinking I've spotted a long-lost friend, only to realize with despair that it's a stranger. Someone not very nice at all. Emily draws in a breath. It's beautiful here. It's really not. Maybe it once was, when I was young and we were happy. But the house is in disrepair. The grounds neglected. Just on first glance, a shutter tilts, the porch sags. I know that doves roost in the gutter, clogging it. My parents always make it sound grand. Our place in the country. Designed by someone, built by someone else. Names no one knows, but still not about knowingly anyway. A mystery writer lived there, died there, wrote something in between, a book no one's ever read. Stories, stories, stories. Reality narrated, packaged, disseminated. Why can't anything just be what it is? We climb out of the car and stand in the stillness. There's rustling in the leaves, the call of a great horned owl. It's a moonless, starless night. It's so... She stops, the poet searching for the perfect word. Apart. Yes, we could be on the moon. I tried to give her this. Anissa. Which she seemed to have found with Parker. But what I offered, she didn't want. I touched the scar on my arm, snaking a finger up the cuff. Hey, Will? Emily is standing on the porch. Is someone else here? She's wearing that piglet frown. No, I say. Why? I hear music. No. She points. And there's a light on inside. This house is haunted, I want to tell her, but don't. I feel that rise of anger. It's haunted by the ghosts of all my parents' expectations, their grief, by the perfect Claire, who was everywhere and everything, the shining light, the will-o'-the-wisp that you chase and never catch. And then, after she was gone, her presence only grew. She was made perfect in life by her untimely death. And all the lost possibilities ballooned. Your sister was a talented writer. I can only imagine what she would have done. A great beauty, a sterling intellect, an angel of kindness. Who might she have been, if only? But that's not the whole truth. The truth is that my sister was mean. She tortured me, teasing, getting me in trouble for things I didn't do. She slept around. There were any number of towny boys who might have done her in. She was a city cat, and they were country mice. And you know what? She wasn't that good-looking. She developed early. She had a great body for a kid. A dangerously hot body. She evoked emotions she wasn't prepared to handle. No, it wasn't me. Come on. There were whispers, of course. Rumors abounded. That it was me, my father, a boy in town who everyone thought had violent tendencies. But the police ruled it an accident. A cramp, maybe. Or she got her foot tangled in some weeds. The only evidence that someone else might have been on the bank of the lake that night were some scattered boot prints, much larger than my size, even larger than my father's. But that piece of evidence never led them anywhere. Didn't link back to any of her known friends in town. No, I didn't kill my sister. I was just a kid. And I loved her. And just like everyone else, I thought she was perfect. Because even though she pinched me hard under the table to make me yell, pulled the arm off my favorite bear, and told me that there really were monsters in my closet, she also lay on the bed when I had bad dreams, patiently helped me with my homework, and taught me how to do my hair so that I didn't go through life looking like a total dork. It was only later, after my suicide attempt, my hours with Dr. Black, that I started to see the truth behind all the dream weaving my parents did. She was just a girl who died too soon. "Well," says Emily, snapping me back, "do you hear it?" Yes, actually. Something tinny on the air. I come to stand beside her. There is a slight glow, as if there is a light burning somewhere in the house. There's a cleaning crew that comes. Maybe they left the light on? Or someone knows this place is empty, and they're squatting? We stand a moment. "Let's go," Emily says. "We can call the police and have them come check it out." But I'm already moving around back, jogging. It's her. Must be. It all makes sense now. "Well..." Emily's voice is a whisper yell in the dark, but I keep going, around the side of the house, past the trash cans. My heart swells. She's here. All this time she's been hiding here. All of it. Her life with Parker, the tiny house, Parker himself. It's all a fiction. Such a clever girl. I imagine coming around to the porch. I'll see her, sitting at the kitchen table with her laptop. She'll be wearing one of those long-sleeve V-neck t-shirts she favors, her hair up. The infinity necklace will lie prettily against her collarbone. She'll be shocked to see us, amazed that Emily and I figured it out. Then she'll be angry, then relieved, because it takes so much energy to live a lie. She fooled everyone, except the people who know and love her best. It will be easy to back out of it, to save face. So easy. All we have to do is create another fiction. She and Parker broke up. He was a controlling jerk. But she's still living the simple life, in a reasonably sized house in the country. Lessons learned. But when I come around back, all the lights in the house are dark. It's the porch light that burns. It's on a timer, set to turn on at 9 p.m. and go off at 5 a.m. The music, it's carrying from someplace across the lake, which happens. Hope leaves me. A lantern floating into the sky. Emily knocks into me from behind. "Are you crazy?" she wants to know. "What if there had been a break-in? Some meth head living in your house?" I have to laugh a little. At her, at myself. What if it had been one of the fiercer animals, I suggest? She stares a moment, that worried face freezing in place, finally dissolving into an eye roll and an embarrassed smile. Then she smacks me hard on the arm. "Jerk." "Ow," I say, laughing, rubbing at the spot. She's a lot stronger than she looks. The house is a total throwback. There is no wireless. On the rare occasions I come up here, I use my phone as a hotspot to get online. But even that's wonky because cell service is spotty. There's a television, an ancient box of a thing, connected to a VCR. No cable. But there's a vast library of modern classics. Scarface, The Godfather, the Star Wars trilogy, Pretty in Pink, The Breakfast Club. And books. Books in every room, on every shelf and surface, all genres, from Stephen King to Jane Austen. It smells a little, the musty scent of old, little-used places. There's a transistor radio in the kitchen. It picks up AM and FM stations. And yes, of course, there is a landline with an answering machine. The 90s came here and stayed. We keep the place stocked. In case. There are good bottles of red and white in the pantry. Canned goods. Soups, beans, spaghetti and ravioli, nuts, chips and tubes. When I do come up, I normally stay the night, feast on junk food, go home sick. This place is amazing, Emily says, walking around, running a careful finger across surfaces, objects. Time has stopped. We make a perfunctory attempt to get online, look through Anissa's feed for more clues, to come up with next steps, but we can't get her page to load. Finally, exhausted, we just give up. I open a bottle of wine, build a fire, we make popcorn on the stove. I find the Matrix and pop it in the VCR. Rewind. Wait and listen to it whir. Time settles when there's nothing to do but wait. Our phones, Emily's laptop, are all useless and lie dark in the other room. She puts her notebook and a slim pen on the coffee table, in case inspiration strikes, I guess. We curl up on the couch. The lights are out, the room lit only by the screen. The popcorn is buttery and salty. Keanu Reeves is smooth-faced and svelte, caught in a web of digital deceit. Morpheus tells Neo how the Matrix is all around him, how it's the world that's been pulled over his eyes to blind him to the truth, how he is a slave born into bondage, in a prison he can't touch. When Emily's hand finds mine, I turn to her. Her lips are sweet, her skin silk under my hands. My need for her is sudden, urgent and real, not a reaction formation. She sighs as I pull her to me. She yields, her arms wrapping around me, her passion a taste on my tongue. I am awake and alive, truly present for the first time since I watched my blood spill on the bathroom floor. We tear at each other's clothes, tumble from the couch, skin on skin. I am alive for the first time since Anissa. I shiver with pleasure. Emily's skin glows in the firelight, her eyes shining. When she pulls at my shirt, I'm embarrassed. Try to keep it on. Let me see all of you, she whispers beneath me. The keloid scars are dark on my arms, 2 long lines. I show them to her. She puts her lips to them. My whole body shudders with the relief of being seen. My whole truth, no matter how flawed and ugly. We make love, ravenous for each other. It's raw and desperate. I make sounds I don't even recognize as we roam each other's imperfect flesh. Emily cries, tears streaming down her face as she moans with pleasure. It's nothing like it was with Anissa. Emily abandons herself to the moment. Anissa always seemed to observe it. I am lost and found. By the time we're drifting off, the television is emitting white noise and the sun is rising outside. Oh, Will, she whispers. I've wanted this for so long. Me too, I say. It's true, and it's not true. We just stare at each other in wonder until we fall asleep in each other's arms. When I awake, I lie by the fire, which I guess Emily has kept going. The blanket from the couch covers my body. For a moment, I think she's left. Or that maybe she was never here. This was a dream, a hallucination. Chasing Anissa's digital presence, I've walked right off the edge of reality. But then I smell something. The unmistakable aroma of Campbell's chicken soup. The chemical facsimile of food that is somehow so much more than the real thing. I get up and retrieve my clothes from the floor. In the light of day, everything looks as shabby as it is. The carpet is stained, the couch pilled, the blanket frayed. In the kitchen, Emily is the only thing of beauty. The linoleum floor peels. The formica countertop is rife with burns, scratches. The wallpaper is yellowed. I love it here, Emily says. Her notebook is on the table. I can see that she's been writing, the pen tucked into the pages. I sit. The wine we drank last night, the heavy meal, makes my head ache. My stomach complain. I am not a morning person. I remember that we came up here looking for Anissa and didn't find her. Emily seems to have forgotten that. But maybe, I'm realizing, that's not why she wanted to come up here at all. She turns to me with a bright smile, but whatever she sees on my face causes it to fade. Silent, she pours the soup into 2 bowls, carries them to the table. There's tea, too, with honey. We eat and drink. It's good. The food helps my darkening mood. But I realize I've missed a dose of my medication. We should get back. Emily has gone still, internal. She feels the shift of my energy. "You're never going to stop looking for her, are you?" she says finally. The light of day has cast all of this differently. I am slipping back into old behaviors. Paranoid, delusional, and compulsive. Maybe it's more than one dose I've missed. Dr. Black would not approve of this errand. "It's really about Claire, right?" she says. "How you couldn't hold on to either of them?" I shake my head, not wanting to hear the truth of it. That dark place, it starts to open in me. I try to breathe it away. "And Anissa, even when she was with you, in love with you, you were chasing her. You held on so tight that you strangled the love between you." When it starts, it's a rumble, an engine gunning deep within. I hear it coming like a semi in the distance. "You drove her away, when all you had to do was let her be." "Stop," I say. "Look," Emily says, putting down her spoon. She looks up at the ceiling, then back at me. "She's gone, okay? Here's the truth, Will. That tiny house, it's far from here. In Portland, Oregon. Anissa and Parker, it's real. They're happy." I grapple with her words. "What are you saying?" "I've helped them with social media," she says, hanging her head. "I did some work for both of them in the beginning. Still do occasionally." "No," I say, but the look on her face, pale, mouth turned down. Shame. She doesn't want anyone to know where she is, especially you, Will. You hurt her, frightened her. That night you got arrested, you pushed her against the wall. You tried to strangle her. If it wasn't for her neighbor breaking down the door, she said you might have killed her." I hear Anissa's voice. "Stop it, Will. Ow, you're hurting me." I see the fear on her face. I was only the chaos of my rage. I couldn't stop. "Will," Emily goes on, "she says it's hard enough to be stable herself without your instability. The room, the world is spinning." "Why?" I manage. "Why would you do this? Make me think you had the same suspicions that I did. Make me think, I don't know," she says quickly. "It was wrong. I'm sorry. I haven't talked to her. Just text and email, direct messages for a long time now. But I just thought, if I could get you away from it all, get you alone, out here where it's quiet, maybe you'd see." She reaches for me, but I draw back. "See what?" "See me," she says, eyes shining. "Will, I'm right here, flesh and bone. What happened between us last night, that was real." Emily. She's right. It was real. Her flesh, her lips, our breath, my pleasure, the closeness. Even now, her delicate beauty, her soft voice. But the lies. Why do they always have to lie? Leaving me to play the fool, the one waiting for a return that never comes? Despair, anger, they wrestle within me. I hear Dr. Black's voice, urging me to acknowledge and release my anger. But it's too late. The world is fading. Don't tell on me, you little asshole, Claire said as she slipped out that night. Go back to sleep. If you say a word, I'll tell Mom and Dad that you got a boner when you watch me sunbathe on the dock. So when I heard them come home, I didn't tell them that Claire was not in her room. I let my parents go to sleep, wake up in the morning, make breakfast. I let my dad go for his run and my mom do the laundry. And it wasn't until just before lunch that my father said, "Are we going to just let her sleep all day?" That was when they discovered that her bed hadn't been slept in. She was out there all night, alone, in the cold, dark water. The guilt of that, it split me in two. Why do they always lie? I'm the one who came when you called, Emily says now. I'm the one who is still here answering your calls, helping you with your career. She starts to cry. I love you. It's a whisper into her palms. I always have. I can see that it's true. Really true. Through the fog of my anger, I can see how that truth motivated her to lie, to create this clever errand, to get closer to me. What a tangle. What a mess we all are. So many layers of truth and lies that no one knows what's real anymore. She takes something from her pocket. That photo from the happy cow. It was an old one, from the day we were all up here. I sent it to her for my photos a while ago. I fell in love with this place then, and it was here that I acknowledged for the first time, to myself, that I was in love with you. I can tell Emily is still hoping for a happy ending to this conversation. But she wasn't wearing the necklace in the photo. And she was wearing it that day. I barely recognize my own voice. It's raw with desperation. She must have photoshopped it out, she says. I'm sorry. She opens her palm. There it is, Anissa's silver infinity necklace. She gave it to me just before she left town. She wanted me to return it to you. But I couldn't. How could I hurt you like that, when you were working so hard to get well? I look at it. It sits small and dull in her palm. I wanted to give Anissa diamonds, a huge glittering ring, but I couldn't. I gave her all I had to offer, and it wasn't enough. Why are you telling me this now? I'm shaking. That thing, that dark, dark thing inside me, it's raging. I really need to call Dr. Black. Because, she says, after last night, the raw reality of that connection, I don't want anything false between us. Just the truth from now on. With Anissa, things used to get fuzzy. That's happening now. A kind of siren in my head blocks out all other sound. Makes it hard to think. Her face. Her eyes go wide. Well, she says. Well, are you all right? The darkness swallows us both. Then, there's nothing. I posted on Instagram this morning a lovely sunny day shot of the red front door of my agent's gorgeous townhouse office. This is a big day, I wrote. Today, I signed my first book deal. I've really been growing my social media presence, and I had 100 likes in the first 10 minutes. Even Anissa sent me a comment. Just emojis, clapping hands and some stars. It's true. It really is a big day. My novel, which I finally finished, sold to a real publisher. one of the best. After a vigorous auction, my debut was acquired by a famous editor, one who has launched bestsellers and prize winners. Now I sit with Paul, my agent, the one whom Emily connected me, and he and I page through the contract. We go over every detail in the enormous legal-sized document. Of course, even if the elliptical, purposely confusing language translated to, "and upon literary stardom, you will relinquish your eternal soul," I would sign. "This is going to be big, Will," Paul says. "Congratulations. And the book. It's amazing. Just everything it needs to be. A great hook, perfect suspense, and that ending. No one will see it coming. I still think about it." He shakes his head in admiring disbelief. "I never once suspected the brother. Not for a second until the truth was revealed. Just masterful." "Thanks, Paul," I say, lifting a modest hand. "I owe it all to you. Well, really to Emily first." "That was a hell of an auction. I owe her big time for connecting us," he says. I feel a rise of something. A whisper. A niggle in the back of my brain. Guilt. Sadness. I push it back hard. "Don't look back," Dr. Black always says. "That's not the way you're headed." "Me too," I say. Big time. We stack the documents, all the copies now bearing my signature. There's a tidy pile on the varnished mahogany table. I can smell the ink. I thought the contract would be digital, but no. Publishing is still a pen and paper business. I'm glad. It feels more solid, more real this way. "Hey," Paul says, "have you heard from her? Like, actually talked to her?" "Emily?" I say with a disappointed frown. Tension creeps into my shoulders. "Not in a while." I can tell he's trying to be light, casual. I think he has a crush on her. He buzzes for his assistant, and a frazzled, bespectacled young woman hurries in. For a second, it could almost be Emily. Same anxious sweetness. "Oh," she says, breathless. She looks at me with eyes wide in admiration. I see that look a lot lately. I could get used to it. "I loved your book." "Thank you," I say. "What's your name?" "Bella." She blushes a pretty scarlet. I take her hand and smile into her eyes. "Nice to meet you, Bella." "Really," she says, "it was mesmerizing. Such an unreliable narrator. He hid so much from himself, we never knew what was true." I smile. "Well, we're all unreliable narrators of our own lives, aren't we?" She nods, sighs. "That's so right. Wow." When she's gone, Paul is looking at me with a knowing smile. "You are going to do very well, my man. Handsome, charming, talented. They'll be eating out of your hand." "Hey," I say with a laugh, "I'm just happy to be here at all. It's been a long road. Let's grab a drink. Celebrate." He pats me on the shoulder. I fold my copy of the contract and slide it into my satchel, right next to the moleskin I carry with me everywhere now. And we head out. "So, a writer's retreat, huh?" he says on the street. "We're still on this, I guess. I'd really like to move on from the topic." "What's that?" "Emily's still on our writer's retreat?" "Yeah, he's got it bad. Poor guy." We push through the door of the restaurant across from his office, take our usual spot on the corner of the marble bar. We've knocked back quite a few here. It's elegant and dim, leather seats and smoky mirrors, black and white tile floors. "I guess so," I say, settling onto the stool. "According to her last post." "Where is she again?" He waves at the bartender, who doesn't even need to take our order. "I'm not sure. Out of the country. The Cotswolds, was it?" "Just took off," Paul says. "Went for broke." That was the plan. He clicks his phone. We're all always doing that, checking and checking, when everything real is right in front of us. "I'm envious," he says, looking up. "Some days." When the bartender brings our drafts, we clink glasses. "To Emily," he says. "I wish she was here to toast with us." I'm glad she's following her dreams, wherever they've taken her, I say. She just published that poem. Her work is better than ever. She's really grown. He nods. I miss her. I miss them. All of them. Claire, Anissa, Emily. I'd bring them all back into my life if I could. Sometimes regret is a bitter meal you have no choice but to eat. When I look down into my glass, for some reason, I flash on the murky, cold water of the lake on our property up north. You okay? Paul asks. I'm not sure what he sees on my face. I miss her too. I've learned something important since Anissa left me. That part of loving is releasing. That to truly honor someone you love, you have to let her be. Well, Paul says, trying for brightness, maybe sometimes you just have to drop out, disconnect, to really dig into your truth, into that real space within. The infinity necklace, the one I gave Anissa. I carry it with me in my pocket, a kind of touchstone. I reach for it now, feel the cold metal between my fingers. Yeah, I say, patting him on the back. I know what it's like to wish you could be with someone who has slipped away. That's so true.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Best Mystery and Suspense 2021, edited and with an introduction by Alafair Burke, with Steph Cha, series editor. Performed by Jennifer Sun Bell, Catherine Ho, Aaron Bennett, Betsy Foldis Myman, Maxwell Hamilton, Dan Warren, Priya Ayar, Kevin R. Free, Sunila Nankani, Natalia Del Reigo, Michael Crouch, Michelle Williams, Gustavo Rex, Jonathan Davis, Graham Halstead, Bonnie Turpin, Christine Vam, Ryan Vincent Anderson, Robert Fass, Ramon de Ocampo, Kif Vandenheuvel, Robin Eller, and Chris Andrew Shula, and presented by Mariner Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by Tommy Herron, Carly Katz, and Dennis Kao. Post-production by Gabino Reyes and Sam Palumbo. Text copyright 2021 by HarperCollins Publishers, LLC. Introduction text copyright 2021 by Alafair Burke. Production copyright 2021 by HarperCollins Publishers. Let Her Be. Performance copyright 2019 by Brilliance Publishing Incorporated. All rights reserved. Return to India by Jenny Bhatt. First published in Each of Us Killers, September 8, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Jenny Bhatt. Reprinted by permission of Jenny Bhatt. Swaj by Christopher Bolin. First published in the Brooklyn Rail, October 2020. Copyright 2020 by Christopher Bolin. Reprinted by permission of Christopher Bolin. Neighbors by Nikki Dawson. First published in Vautron, Winter 2020. Copyright 2020 by Tamara Dawson. Reprinted by permission of Tamara Dawson. Mala Suerte by E. Gabriel Flores. First published in Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine, July-August 2020. Copyright 2020 by E. Gabriel Flores. Reprinted by permission of E. Gabriel Flores. Where I Belong by Allison Galen. First published in Coast to Coast Noir, September 27th, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Allison Galen. Reprinted by permission of Allison Galen. With footnotes and references by Gar Anthony Haywood. First published in the Darkling Halls of Ivy, May 31st, 2020, Subterranean Press. Copyright 2020 by Gar Anthony Haywood. Reprinted by permission of Gar Anthony Haywood. The Good Thief by Ravi Howard. First published in Alabama Noir, April 7th, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Ravi Howard. Reprinted by permission of Ravi Howard. Everything is Going to Be Okay by Gabino Iglesias. First published in Lockdown, June 16th, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Gabino Iglesias. Reprinted by permission of Gabino Iglesias. Green-Eyed Monster by Karis Jones. First published in Wild, Uncivilized Tales. From Rocky Mountain Fiction Writers, September 11th, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Karis Jones. Reprinted by permission of Karis Jones and RMFW Press. Potato Sandwich Days by Preston Lang. First published in Rock in a Hard Place, Issue 2, Winter-Spring 2020. Copyright 2020 by Preston Lang. Reprinted by permission of Preston Lang. Frederick Douglass Elementary by Aya De Leon. First published in Berkeley Noir, May 5th, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Aya De Leon. Reprinted by permission of Aya De Leon and Union Literary. Infinity Sky by Kristen Lepionka. First published in Tough, January 27th, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Kristen Lepionka. Reprinted by permission of Kristen Lepionka. Slow Burner by Laura Littman. First published in Hush, July 30th, 2020. Originally published by Amazon Original Stories with Plimpton. Copyright 2020 by Laura Littman. Reprinted by permission of Laura Littman. Mr. Forble by Joanna Pearson. First published in Salamander, Summer 2020. Copyright 2020 by Joanna Pearson. Reprinted by permission of Joanna Pearson. The Killer by Delia C. Pitts. First published in Chicago Quarterly Review, number 31, June 2020. Copyright 2020 by Delia C. Pitts. Reprinted by permission of Delia C. Pitts. Wings Beating by Elliot Schrafer. First published in Tampa Bay Noir, August 4th, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Elliot Schrafer. Reprinted by permission of Elliot Schrafer. 90 Miles by Alex Segura. First published in Both Sides, April 7th, 2020. Polis Books. Copyright 2020 by Alex Segura. Reprinted by permission of Alex Segura. Land of Promise by Brian Silverman. First published in Mystery Tribune, number 12, Winter 2020. Copyright 2020 by Brian Silverman. Reprinted by permission of Brian Silverman. One Bullet, One Vote by Faye Snowden. First published in Lowdown Dirty Vote, July 4th, 2020. Copyright 2020 by Faye Snowden. Reprinted by permission of Faye Snowden. Let Her Be by Lisa Unger. First published in Hush, July 30, 2020. Originally published by Amazon Original Stories with Plimpton. Copyright 2020 by Lisa Unger. Reprinted by permission of Writers House, LLC. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.